Chapter 141. Sane Disease. Book 3. A gunshot rang out loud, close. I hit the deck without thinking, ducking low beside a shattered conduit housing. "Pearl," I shouted, hands raised, heart hammering like a drum in my chest. "It's me, Charlie." I paused and searched for words. The cold concrete beneath my heels radiated dampness, seeping up into my legs as if the very building resented my presence. My breath puffed out into the cool night air with the tang of rust, old oil, and distant smoke from some unseen burn barrel. "I need your help." I forced the words out loud but clear. My voice bounced off the surrounding silos and decayed walls, swallowed by the industrial emptiness. For a moment, only silence answered. Then Pearl's voice snapped from a hidden speaker, angry, ragged at the edges. "Help? You brought them here!" Her tone sent a chill racing down my spine. I saw it on cam. "Go away, or I'll aim at you next time." I glanced up instinctively, eyes locking on the disguised camera I'd spotted earlier, still half melted into the broken light fixture above the door, its lens gleaming faintly. I took a step back. My vest scraped against my ribs, heavy and unfamiliar. "Okay," I called, palms still raised. "This is bad. Terrible." I forced my voice to stay calm. "Pearl, listen. I'm here willingly." She laughed, not a friendly laugh. The kind of brittle sound someone made when they were too tired, too cornered, and too ready to fight anyone who came close. "I watched them storm the lobby, Charlie. Saw them grab you. Throw you in that van like a package. No, you're not here willingly." Before I could form an answer, another shot rang out. The bullet cracked into the ground just to my left, chipping the concrete in a sharp spray of dust and grit. Warning shots. She was still warning me. That was the only good news. "Go away," Pearl ordered, voice tight. "Now." I steadied my breathing, keeping my hands up but standing my ground. "I own the company," I yelled. "They work for me." Silence. I need your help, Pearl, but I can help you too. I know we don't know each other that well, but I know Lucas. He knows me. Can I talk to him?" No. The word came just before the next gunshot. This one slammed straight into my vest. The impact hit like a hammer blow, knocking the air out of my lungs. Pain flared across my ribs, blunt, searing, but thankfully not piercing. The ballistic plates had held. I staggered back, gasping, one hand reflexively pressing over the dented spot where the round had struck. It was very shallow. Probably only 6mm, wouldn't kill me. She was trying to scare me away, not kill. Before I could say anything, I caught a movement in my peripheral vision. No. Someone from my team was making a move. "Pearl, you just—" "Hey, stop!" I shouted, twisting to wave them off. But it was too late. Brute 3 and Tom were advancing on the secondary entrance, silent and efficient, weapons low but ready. Pearl's laugh drifted through the night again, this time tinged with something almost manic. "Your company, huh?" Her voice was breathless, adrenaline sprinkled. "Guess they should listen to you then." This was spiraling out of control. As far as I knew her, Pearl was past the point where words would work. Shed hit the same mode she had back during one of our worst escapades with Lucas and the gang, when we got drunk and broke into a firefighter station because we really wanted to slide down the fireman's pole. We'd trashed the place, set off alarms, nearly got arrested. Pearl had grounded Lucas for a month. No discussion, no compromise, just punishment. That was who she was. And that idiot liked that kind of woman. Now, she was in that exact same mindset. Defend first. No negotiations. Think, Charlie, what would she do next? An explosion ripped through the quiet place. The sound thundered from the rear exit, shaking the ground beneath my feet. Dust rained down from the cracked overhang above me. A second later, a burst of cursing echoed through the comms in my ear. "We've got contact. Rear entrance compromised," Brute 5's voice barked. "Pearl," I shouted, twisting back toward the camera. "Means they protect the owner, silly Pearl. That's why they're moving." Another explosion sounded, this time closer, near escape route 2. Static buzzed in my earpiece as my team scrambled to adjust positions. Darius' voice cut in. "Charlie, she's setting charges." I winced. "Yeah, figured that." I forced my voice steady and loud again. "Pearl, I tried to be nice, honey, I really did. But you made a mistake holding up here." No answer. I closed my eyes, counted 3 slow breaths, and kept my voice calm. "You've rigged explosives around the central pillars, haven't you?" That's your fallback. Still no response. But I heard it, the faint, distinct clatter of someone moving near the second entrance, a figure darting through shadows. We were surrounding her. You plan to bring it down, I continued, pushing every word like a lifeline through the tension, and then move south to the parking lot. One of the cars is yours, isn't it? I could practically feel Pearl's finger tightening on the weapon, hesitating between trust and instinct. Come in. The door unlocked with a heavy mechanical clunk and slowly swung open on silent hinges. Alone. Her voice was still intense, controlled, but it wasn't a threat anymore. I tapped my comm. Guys, she let me in. Don't press, okay? It's fine. I'm okay. There was a pause. You have 10 minutes, Darius replied. His tone was clipped. No argument, no fuss. Just 10 minutes. I better make them count then, I muttered to myself, trying to sound light. It came out weak. I crossed the threshold. The heavy door sealed shut behind me with a deep thunk, the sound vibrating through the soles of my heels. The hallway stretched out before me, long and narrow, the overhead lights flickering weakly, casting uneven shadows across the floor. The walls were stained concrete, layered with grime and the faint imprint of where pikes and cables had once been mounted before being ripped away. Tucked neatly into a broken utility panel over the door, pointing outward, a small Flobert rifle was mounted, jury-rigged into electric serves, the kind of DIY auto turret Pearl loved building. Simple, low caliber, but enough to deter or disable someone foolish enough to rush in. Probably what she used on me. Opposite it, half hidden behind a steel vent grate, a larger barrel protruded, one I didn't recognize. The matte black casing was smooth. The kind of gun someone built out of spare drone parts and too much time. Heavy duty. Likely armor-piercing. This is what paranoia builds, I thought, my pulse steadying as I walked. Pearl had always been like this. She didn't wait for people to betray her. She assumed they would and planned accordingly. The hallway finally opened into a wide living space, and instantly the atmosphere changed. The room was warm, cozy, like stepping out of a battlefield and into a strange, patched-together sanctuary. The walls were lined with shelves packed full of tech manuals, old VR helmets, disassembled drones, and stacks of notebooks crammed with Pearl's tiny, scribbled handwriting. Bright, multicolor LED strips wound between the shelves, casting a soft glow over the room in blues, purples, and greens. Blankets and pillows had been shoved into the corners. Cables snaked across the floor, but they were organized, bundled neatly, marked with colored zip ties, with stick-up notes. Colored, each of them. A massive holo display dominated the far wall, currently filled with security cam feeds, dozens of angles showing the outside approaches, the vans, the crews. Every member of my team was there, highlighted and labeled. Pearl had names and tags on all of them. In the center of the room sat a huge green sofa, cushions half collapsed from years of use. Pearl was curled up on one side, hugging her knees to her chest, wearing her usual chaotic blend of styles, a black hoodie with glowing circuitry designs, neon orange shorts, and striped thigh-high socks. Her short, electric pink hair was mussed, and her fierce eyes locked onto me like twin laser sights. Lucas sat in a metal chair nearby, leaning forward with his arms resting on his knees. To his right stood the most ridiculous and somehow comforting feature of the room. A massive glass front fridge, industrial size, fully stocked with what had to be hundreds of energy drinks, every brand and color imaginable. The glow from the cooler's interior lights cast a surreal, pulsing sheen across the floor. "Charlie!" Lucas shot up from his chair the moment he saw me. Relief flooded his face. "Thank God you're fine." "Of course," Pearl said coolly, not moving from the sofa. "Wouldn't hurt her." She nodded toward the monitors, chin lifting slightly. "But look." I followed her gesture and swallowed. The main screen zoomed in on my team. Every single one of them. Brute 1. Brute 3. Tom, Lola, even Darius, each tagged with little colored boxes and scrolling data. Height, weight, estimated reflex speed, predicted threat level, movement patterns, predicted escape routes, Shed profiled them in real time. Pearl's eyes never left me. "I see everything, Charlie. Every angle, every risk." Lucas rubbed his neck awkwardly. She's been in full red alert since yesterday. You brought a private army." Pearl's voice didn't waver. "You know how that looks." I didn't bring them to you, I mumbled. I brought them because someone else is after you both. Not me. Pearl didn't answer, just stared. Calculating. I own that company now, I added, voice calm, trying not to let my pulse show. They work for me. Lucas blinked. You what? It's a long story, I muttered, glancing at him with a weak smile. Short version, don't mess with me right now. That earned a twitch of a grin from him, the kind that didn't quite banish the worry in his eyes but made him look a little more like the old Lucas. Pearl, though, remained stone-faced, watching, judging. I don't trust them. Tom works in your building, Lucas, I said, motioning toward the monitors where he was visible, hovering near the outer entrance. Tom was pacing in slow, deliberate loops outside. His movements were stiff, not from fear but from disuse. His training had faded after years spent guarding lobby doors and monitoring delivery drones, but as he paused to scan the perimeter, adjusting his stance and touching his holstered weapon just once, it was clear the instincts were still there. Rusted, but not gone. Yes, I know, Lucas said, frowning. That's why I was confused. You own the company. The stream must have been. Very profitable. Few million, Jerry chimed in, helpfully reminding me he existed. I ignored him. It's a really long story, wait. I turned from him back to Pearl, narrowing my eyes. You were watching. Pearl's ears turned pink. She looked away quickly. It was. Do you rate your battle and chill? She mumbled, hugging her knees tighter. Lucas raised both arms. Charlie, this isn't the time for that, Pearl snapped, glaring at both of us as if we'd conspired to derail her entire sense of order. She was blushing, but her expression tightened. The fire in her eyes hardened back into focus. The ring is after us because Lucas is. She let out a heavy, frustrated sigh, shoulders slumping just a little. Because Lucas, she finished simply. I nodded slowly. What'd he do this time? And I thought it was because Damon went after me. Damon? Lucas' head snapped toward me, eyes wide. What? Before he could finish, Pearl grabbed a teddy bear from the couch, a worn thing with one button eye, and chucked it square at his face. He caught it mid-air with a guilty grunt. We first, Pearl snapped, pointing a finger at him like a schoolteacher. Charlie's problems can wait. She motioned firmly to the sofa. And call off the hounds. I shrugged and sat down beside her. The cushions were soft, sunken, comfortable in a way I hadn't expected after the hallway of turrets and gun barrels. Can they come in? I asked carefully. At least their leader? Pearl didn't hesitate. Darius only. Of course, she already knew his name. She probably had his childhood records by now. I tapped my comm. Darius, everything solved. You're allowed to come in. There was a pause. Then his voice crackled back, amused, not offended. Allowed? Roger. Well, secure the perimeter and ill come. I glanced sideways at Pearl, raising one brow. See? We're civil. She grunted and crossed her arms. Barely. Lucas sighed, a resigned breath that sounded like it had been building for weeks. He dropped down beside Pearl on the sagging sofa and casually threw an arm around her shoulders. The worn cushions shifted under their combined weight, creaking softly. This is already too much for my blood pressure, he muttered. Pearl turned to him, her expression softening. Her voice came out mixed with frustration, affection. It wouldn't be. If you didn't poke at them. Lucas tensed, but didn't pull away. They were experimenting on people, he said firmly. What was I supposed to do? Ignore that they were running illegal clinical trials? Hurting people who couldn't afford lawyers? Pearl exhaled, her breath stirring the fabric of his jacket. We could reported it, hacked the database, flagged them. Not. She jabbed him lightly in the ribs, stormed in like an idiot, yelling at them. Lucas opened his mouth, closed it, then glanced away, sheepish. I couldn't stop myself. A giggle escaped before I could bite it back. Lucas threw me the flattest, most long-suffering stare I'd seen all day. Pearl, on the other hand, nodded toward me approvingly, the faintest curve of a smile on her lips. She's right. I leaned back, the worn cushions cradling my spine, and sighed. The smell of cold electronics, machine oil, and the faint artificial tang from the glowing energy drink fridge filled the air. So, I said, stretching my legs out in front of me, we both pissed off the same people. But they didn't coordinate to take us down, basically, Pearl replied, offering a small smile. Separate headaches. Same disease. I tilted my head back against the wall, letting the cool concrete ground me for a moment. My eyes traced the mess of wires overhead, the shifting light from the security monitors playing across the room like restless ghosts. Of course, Riker called it before. I closed my eyes, imagining how smug he'd look if he were here. Arms spread wide, that insufferable grin, basking in his own genius like a cat in a sunbeam. I couldn't help it. The smallest smile tugged at my lips. He was right. Chapter 142, Dangerous Allies. Book 3. I closed my eyes, imagining how smug he'd look if he were here. Arms spread wide, that insufferable grin basking in his own genius like a cat in a sunbeam. I couldn't help it. The smallest smile tugged at my lips. He was right. Pearl's arms tightened protectively around Lucas, her fingers curling into the fabric of his jacket, and her eyes shifted toward me. Who? I leaned back against the sofa's sagging cushions, which groaned softly under my weight. Stupid vest. Riker. Hez. Dangerous, Lucas cut in before I could finish with his laced with an edge. That old protective instinct he never quite got rid of. I hope you're not in contact with him, he added, brows knitting together. A flicker of movement on the big display above us interrupted my reply. Darius appeared on the main feed, approaching the front door. Even through the small lens, he radiated caution. His steps were measured, his eyes sweeping the surroundings, never fully turning his back. Pearl didn't even sit up. She just shifted one hand to the bizarre half-dome keyboard resting on the arm of the sofa, her personal Frankenstein's monster of keys, holographic touchpads, and jury-rigged metal switches. She tapped a sequence without looking. Somewhere near the entrance, the heavy locking mechanism hissed sharply. The same hiss from when she let me in, I realized. A pressurized release system. Darius paused, waiting just outside, clearly not trusting the situation to be as calm as it looked. I smirked and glanced back at Lucas. Well, who do you think sponsored Rimecon? Paid for the stream rights? And is bankrolling that upcoming movie? Lucas blinked. You? He guessed. No, wait. He rose, twisting to reach for Pearl's tablet balanced precariously on a stack of old VR gear beside the couch. His movement earned a quiet grunt from Pearl, who refused to fully let him go. Still, Lucas managed to pull the tablet into his lap, tapping quickly. His brow furrowed deeper as he scrolled. The soft blue glow of the screen lit up the sharp line of his jaw. Co-production credits with. Wait, you co-own it? I shrugged, burrowing deeper into the sofa's warmth. The materials smelled faintly of old energy drinks, electronics, and something vaguely floral, probably from where Pearl stole it from. Wouldn't count on her buying it even with cash. I don't care about the paperwork. Riker's taking care of things on my end. That's what matters. The door hissed again, the sound quieter this time. Darius must have decided it was finally safe, because the monitors showed him stepping inside, one hand resting casually but ready near his sidearm. Lucas sighed, letting the tablet drop to the couch with a soft thud. He slid his arms around Pearl, hugging her close again. His eyes didn't leave mine. He's dangerous. I met his stare evenly. When you're facing dangerous people. My fingers absently traced a seam on the sofa cushion, the fabric rough beneath my touch. You need dangerous allies. Wise words, Darius said, stepping fully into the room. His boots made a dull thunk on the concrete. And even with his usual stone-faced expression, I caught a crack of surprise in his eyes as he took everything in. The messy sprawl of tech. The makeshift security hub. The ridiculous fridge glowing softly, like some neon temple to caffeine addiction. And the three of us huddled in a fortress that looked equal parts hacker's paradise and a hideout. Have I walked into a teen hangout? He muttered, voice dry as the cracked concrete beneath our feet, or what? I couldn't help the smirk tugging at my mouth. I think they want your help, Darius. I gestured toward Lucas, who was still half curled on the sofa with Pearl practically welded to his side. Pearl didn't loosen her grip. If anything, she clung tighter, as if Darius' sheer size might bulldoze the room's fragile safety. She kept her face composed, brows pinched, mouth a line of defiance, but I could read the fear under the frown. I'd felt it myself too many times not to recognize it. This was probably the first time she'd ever faced a threat in the real world, not a server room or a virtual battlefield. You're the expert here, right? I added. Darius didn't answer right away. His eyes swept the room again, slow and methodical. His gaze landed on the bank of monitors, cycling feeds from every camera Pearl had wired up, all color-coded and catalogued. The largest screen still showed Tom standing watch outside, his posture straight but tense. No one had told him to stop. Good man. Yes, Darius finally said, his voice like gravel. He nodded at the monitors. Impressive. All of this. Pearl's chin lifted slightly, trying not to look pleased. But the stiffness in her shoulders betrayed the adrenaline still running hot through her system. She said nothing, just hugged Lucas tighter. One of her hands was trembling slightly against his jacket, and Lucas instinctively covered it with his own. I don't think we've met, Lucas said, offering Darius a tired, sheepish smile. Lucas, the mysterious hacker responsible for breaching Rimelion. Darius' mouth twitched. Yeah, he said, a rare chuckle escaping. Remember that op? You're good people. Dumb decisions. Good heart. Lucas looked like he wasn't sure whether to be flattered or offended. Need time to pack things up? Darius asked, glancing around at the shelves, the cables, everything. The sheer amount of gear in here could fund the small startup. Pearl perked up immediately. Yes, she piped. Her voice was softer now, almost shy. An hour. 2. The expensive things. She glanced at Lucas nervously, then back at Darius. Can we use one of the vans? We can carry this much on bikes. Her confidence had slipped now that the adrenaline was burning out. Yes, kid, Darius said, his tone softening in a way that felt like a warm blanket draped over a cold argument. Not a kid, Pearl huffed, springing to her feet in one swift motion. The sudden shift startled Lucas, who grabbed the edge of the sofa to steady himself. Pearl planted herself in front of Darius, arms crossed. Her face was fierce, but the slight pink in her cheeks betrayed the nerves still bubbling under the surface. I could have taken you from a distance, she declared. I don't know how you found us, but I could have. Sniper turrets, hacking points, you wouldn't have seen it coming. Darius backed up slightly, raising both hands in surrender. Hey, easy. His mouth curved in what might have been respect. Yes, you could have. Good job. Pearl blinked. That clearly wasn't the answer she'd been expecting. The fierce mask faltered for just a second. She shifted her weight awkwardly, then turned back toward us, pulling the sleeves of her hoodie over her hands like a shield. Ah, fellow user of a hoodie guard. I stifled a giggle. Tried to, anyway. Lucas noticed and nudged my leg with his knee, mouthing to stop it, but I could tell even he was trying not to smile. Okay, I said, rolling my shoulders to shake off the last bit of tension. Fun as this reunion is, the reason I'm here, the reason I came looking for you both, is because I need to find the children of Gaia. Pearl blinked, the fierce bravado slipping away entirely. For the first time since I'd arrived, her eyes held more confusion than suspicion. Children of Gaia? Why? They might be able to fix my situation. I need to find them, fast. Pearl frowned, her lips pressing into a thin line. Then she shrugged with a surprising lack of drama. Green Guard building. They don't hide it. It's on their public page. She's right, Jerry's voice practically shouted in my ear. How could I miss that? I kept my expression neutral, still refusing to answer him out loud. Talking to myself in front of everyone was the last line between the eccentric leader and needs a padded room. Instead, I blinked at Pearl. Just like that? Pearl nodded and, without ceremony, grabbed a worn cardboard box from under the table. She flipped open the lid and started dumping the tech into it. Cables, drives, a few old holo projectors that looked like they belonged in a museum. No hesitation. Pure efficiency. Why? Lucas asked, his brow furrowed as he hovered nearby, unsure how to help. Long story, involving Damon, a god, and death. I forced a weak laugh, rubbing the back of my neck. Lucas' eyes narrowed, his protective instincts kicking in again. I waved a hand, before he could start lecturing me. Worry about your death first, I said. Then we can talk about mine. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Darius had gone still. He was watching me quietly, arms folded across his chest. He didn't ask questions. He didn't make any dramatic proclamations. He just nodded once and turned to leave, boots silent against the cracked floor. Without a word. The door hissed softly as it closed behind him. We all stared after him for a moment. Even Pearl paused her frantic packing to glance toward the door. The hum of the monitors filled the quiet. Lucas cleared his throat, awkward but genuine. Okay, Charlie. Still. You owning the company? Insane. Be safe first, I replied with a smile. I don't know where they'll take you, but Take care. I think I need to reach this. Dreamguard? It is exciting, Jerry offered cheerfully. Not now. I rolled my eyes toward the ceiling. Pearl tossed a keyboard at Lucas, who caught it smoothly and added it to the growing pile of gear. I exhaled. The room already felt less tense, more like the strange, chaotic home it had clearly been for a while. But I couldn't linger. I think I'll leave you to it, I said, stepping back. Pearl glanced up, biting her lip. Then, without warning, she hopped up and threw her arms around me. The embrace was surprisingly tight. She smelled faintly of circuit grease and lavender, which somehow made sense. Thank you for helping, she whispered into my shoulder. And sorry for shooting you. I.e. seen you're protective, not trusting. I get it, I whispered back, patting her. Her grip tightened for a second. Take care of yourself. She pulled back and smiled, small but sincere. I nodded toward Lucas. Take care of him too. He can't take care of himself. Pearl snorted, wiping at her eyes. What an understatement. Lucas looked like he wanted to protest, but wisely kept his mouth shut. I walked back toward the command van, the cool night air sharp against my skin. Okay, Jerry, go. He didn't hesitate. It's very interesting. They messed up. Their page is listed to not register on search engines, so even though they describe themselves as the children of Gaia, Nobody noticed it? I interrupted, frowning. Not Riker, not you, not anyone. My heels echoed softly against the cracked pavement. Over time, I grew used to the sound, and now it would be weird if there wasn't the clap-clap sound with each of my step. They said, they're elusive. I imagined some shady underground organization, not. I gestured vaguely toward the skyline. A company's website not even hiding in plain sight, not indexed, hard to find, Jerry offered helpfully. Nobody would expect such a rookie mistake. Everyone looked deeper, back channels, encrypted forums, darknet leads. But Gaia is a common keyword. They slipped under the radar. He paused. And their page openly says, they're saviors of humanity, visited by a god. Visited by a god. I repeated slowly, mind still turning that over as I approached the command van. Before I could reach the door, it swung open, and Lola practically launched herself at me, arms flinging around my neck. Hello, Lola, I gasped, steadying both of us as she clung tight. You got shot, she whispered into my ear. She shot you, I gulped. There was. The Renly shot. I pointed at the small dent on my vest, but she was hugging me so she couldn't see. Gesture counts, right? Lola pulled back just enough to frown at me, her brows knitting together like I'd just confessed to adopting a pet dragon. Fine. If you're okay with it. She shook her head, that stubborn worry fading into a smile. Today is like a dream. So much excitement. You liked it? I asked, leading her toward the van's door, still mildly in disbelief. I want to be a queen maker, she said, straight-faced. Then, after a moment, her cheeks pinked, and she added shyly, but Bond girl. That's another dream. I laughed and mentally added, keep Lola away from Riker forever to my ever-growing list of disasters in progress. Inside, Darius was already waiting, arms crossed, one brow raised. Where to now? He asked. Or can we finally talk about my company? As I slid into the seat beside Lola, I felt a bead of sweat form at my temple. Breaking into Pearl's paranoid den? Easy. Facing paperwork? Dear Syavrin, I found where I need to go. I turned to Lola, ignoring Darius completely and pivoting the conversation with the grace of a seasoned deflector. It's Greenguard. We could. Therese, an appointment slot available, Jerry cut in smoothly. Event, prayer to the god, tomorrow morning. Still open. I blinked. In book for tomorrow morning then. Done, Jerry chimed. Booked? Lola's eyebrows shot up, full of polite suspicion. It's time weird. Long story. I waved it off like I wasn't mentally bracing for whatever fresh insanity prayer to the god would entail. Do not ignore me, Darius rumbled, crossing his arms. His voice had that patient but done vibe I usually heard from Patrick's kicking out drunk regulars at closing time. You own Tala Vanguard. What do you intend to do with it? Ah, right. That little detail. I turned toward Lola like a drowning person spotting land. Help? She smiled shyly, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. Lady, if you employ me officially as your steward, I can take care of the administrative duties. My relief was so strong I could have hugged her. Darius twitched noticeably when she called me lady. His jaw tightened like he was trying not to comment. One problem solved. Lola for the win. I grinned. Of course, Steward Lola. That has a nice ring to it. Then I turned back to Darius and waved a hand vaguely, like royalty addressing a very persistent petition. But in general, do what you think is best. Darius stared at me like I'd just dropped a grenade in his lap. His stern mask cracked, confusion slipping through. Best? That's not how this works. He unfolded his arms and started counting off on his fingers. Do you want preferential security contracts with friendly core? Priority security details for specific properties? A ban on working with competitors? His voice sharpened. The old management forced all of that. Tied us up in restrictive exclusivity agreements. Used us to leverage market influence. His fingers curled into a fist. I was the original founder. They bought me out. And then they forced my company to do things I hated. His gaze pinned me, intense but honest. So when you say do what you think is best, does that mean I have the authority to undo those contracts? Rebuild it like it used to be? I swallowed, glancing at Lola for backup. She nodded slightly, eyes soft but firm. Right. Leadership. The thing I kept accidentally doing. Yeah, I nodded. Yes, full authority. I don't want to micromanage. I just want it running well. Take care of the people first. Darius stared at me a second longer, searching my face for any hint of a catch, any hidden clauses. When he found none, his shoulders eased just a little. Understood. And for the first time, his voice didn't sound like he was talking to a reckless client. It sounded like respect. Now, can you get us to a little cafe? I need to show Lola how great Roberto's sister is. Chapter 1033, Espresso Yourself. Book 3. The command van rolled silently as we pulled away from the old plant. The adrenaline had finally left me, leaving behind that strange hollowness that always followed a mission. Darius kept his eyes on the computer, probably already severing contracts. Where to next? Or is this where the civilians get off? As I said, I need to stop by somewhere first, I said. Roberto's sister runs a cafe in his building. We can regroup there. By the time we reached Roberto's building, the sun was dipping below the skyline, turning the tall windows of the cafe into glowing panels of warm gold. The van pulled to a gentle stop at the curb. Through the glass, I could already see the cozy interior. The exposed brick walls glowing in the sunset light, shelves cluttered with mismatched mugs, and handwritten menu boards promising Italian things I couldn't read. Isabel was behind the counter, laughing with someone I couldn't see. She wore an apron, this one said, "Espresso yourself," and when she glanced up and spotted me through the window, her face brightened with a smile that made the day feel a little less heavy. "Come on," I said to Lola, pushing the van door open. "Let's take a break for a while, before the next disaster." I glanced back at Darius. "And just put them in a car following me, okay?" "Roger." He nodded, which in Darius' speak was basically a heartfelt oath. He was determined to have his people shadow me like an overprotective older brother, or a particularly stubborn bodyguard. Same thing. The evening air wrapped around us as we stepped out. The heat of the day had finally given way to the cool promise of nightfall. Inside the cafe, the tall windows blushed with the last orange streaks of sunset. The cozy space was half full, gentle conversation buzzing in the background. The familiar smell hit me the second I crossed the threshold. Roasted coffee beans, warm pastry, and that faint hint of vanilla Isabel always insisted on adding somewhere in the blend. "Isabel!" I grinned, spotting her behind the counter. She was wiping down a set of already clean mugs as I grabbed Lola's hand and led her up. "Do you remember me?" She looked up and smirked. "Of course, the girl who slept with Roberto." Lola hiccuped in shock behind me. "What? He let me sleep drunk on his sofa," I blurted, already feeling my ears heat. "Wasn't like that." Isabel was already laughing, waving me off like I was a flustered little sister. "Whatever you say, Bella. What can I get you and your ragazza?" Isabel asked smoothly, already turning toward the espresso machine. "Is that question just polite?" I eyed her warily. She was already pulling 2 cups off the wall, a sky blue one and a pale pink mug that said, "World's Cutest Hero." "Yup," Isabel replied with a wink. "I'm already working on your order." She motioned toward the tables. "Bye. Go sit somewhere. I'll bring you and your amico carino your cafe." "Amico carino? Cute friend?" I sighed. "Shiz, never mind. Should we sit near the window?" Lola asked, already steering us toward a cozy little corner table. The sunlight was low now, the glass catching the last rays and washing the table in soft gold. A perfect little island of calm. Probably the last one he'll get for a while, I thought grimly. As I glanced out the window, the little street outside bustled with evening life. AI cars hummed past, their lights flickering in the growing dusk, while a couple of pedestrians strolled by with takeaway bags swinging at their sides. The world looked normal out there, still not many robots. Too normal. Lola, sitting across from me, was tapping away on her tablet. She was focused, brow furrowed in that concentrated way she had when researching things she thought I might forget. Then she gasped, soft but unmistakable, and turned as pink as the cup Isabel had just placed in front of her. "Thanks, Isabel," I said reflexively, but the woman was already gone, vanishing back behind the counter like some kind of coffee ninja. "Never mind," I leaned forward, raising an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" "Not much of a coffee lover." Lola fumbled, gripping the tablet in both hands and pressing it against her chest like it might shield her from whatever embarrassing discovery she'd just made. That barista? Your friend? Isabel?" I tilted my head. "I don't really know her. I know her brother, Roberto. He was always my drinking buddy." I lifted my mug, the same blue one Isabel had chosen, and took a careful sip. The coffee hit instantly. Smooth, rich, with a dark, slightly nutty undertone. No bitter aftertaste. Just a bold warmth that spread through my chest and shoulders like a soft blanket. The kind of brew that didn't just wake you up, it made you want to stay awake and savor every sip. "I miss whiskey." "No, bad Charlie." I shook my head to shoo the thought away. "Ragazza. Amico carino," Lola mumbled. I looked it up. She gulped and practically whispered the next part. "It's not exactly neutral. It can imply things." Her cheeks flushed deeper. Do we look like a pair? Or was it just girl and cute friend? Italian is weird. I blinked, thinking back. I mean, two maybe, I shrugged. "I did pull you around by the hand earlier, and we've kind of been glued together since I dragged you into this mess." I leaned back slightly, tapping my cup against the table. "But honestly, I'm not really thinking about how people see me. Is that bad?" Lola gave the most non-committal shrug nod I'd ever seen. "Yes. And no." She straightened up, some of the fluster melting into something more serious. "If you'll be a celebrity in both worlds," she said, voice gaining a bit more confidence, "you'll need to think about how you look, what you do, how you present yourself." Her fingers loosened on the tablet, and she gently set it down beside her coffee cup. "It's important, especially as a noble." She ended the little speech with a determined nod, then reached out and tried her coffee. The moment the taste hit her, her eyes brightened and her lips curled into a small, surprised smile. "Okay. This I like." I let Lola enjoy her cup in peace, watching as she cradled it between both hands, taking careful little sips. Every time she lowered the mug, a soft ring of steam curled up into the fading evening light, spilling through the cafe windows. Meanwhile, my mind drifted, not just to the battle, or the fallout, but further back. All the time in the simulation, the time when I wasn't supposed to be real, just data. My mind didn't exist. I was just NPC being led by computer, until I wasn't, until a soul formed, and Syvern stood waiting to judge it. I rested my palm flat against the table. The wood felt warm from the mug's heat. Solid, real, stupid mud wolves. I murmured under my breath. They needed all to die. Every single one. "What was that?" Lola interrupted gently, breaking my spiral. "Something about wolves?" She tilted her head, brunette hair slipping over her shoulder. "Frosna told me those wolves are too cute." I narrowed my eyes and picked up my coffee, holding it like a commander about to deliver a death sentence. "Frosna needs to be eliminated. She's working with the enemy." I dropped my voice into a grim whisper. "Mudwolves." Lola held up the mug halfway to her lips. What?" She set the cup down carefully. "What do you mean by eliminated?" I let out a long sigh, letting my shoulders relax a little. The weight I'd been carrying felt heavier in a room that felt so safe. I should probably explain. I took another slow sip, smooth and just a little bitter now that it had cooled. I was sent to Syvern, judged. I told her about the entire encounter. but I was given a choice. 3 lives, different starting points. I leaned back, letting the chair creak softly under my weight. I chose the one that made sense. But my actions before that choice? Apparently, I planned a genocide. Lola gasped, hand over her mouth. What? No, he didn't! Mud wolves, I deadpanned. Her confused shock held for maybe 2 seconds. Then her lips twitched, her eyes crinkled, and she burst into giggles. The sound was light and contagious, and before I could stop myself, I started giggling too, the absurdity of it all breaking through the tension like sunlight through storm clouds. I swear, I said between snorts, they are the reason it'll have a rough start. Sayavrin practically said it. So, Lola grinned, trying to wipe tears from the corners of her eyes. Your biggest sin. The thing tipping your judgment, she pointed at me, shaking with laughter, is harassing low-level monster wildlife. I sighed dramatically. They are annoying. No idea what your start will be then? I shook my head, wiping at my own eyes now. Not yet. Isabel came by without a word and placed 2 small cakes in front of us, smiling before slipping back behind the counter. Lola and I both glanced after her. I shrugged. The cake was a simple slice. Vanilla sponge layered with cream and berries, topped with a dusting of powdered sugar that glittered softly under the cafe lights. Sweet, but not overdone. So, Lola started, poking at her slice with her fork. You were drinking buddies with him, even before the... I took a bite of the cake, a tart burst of berry cutting through the sweetness, and nodded. You don't need to avoid it. I chewed and swallowed before continuing. Yes, I was. I paused briefly, then said it clearly. I was a man, John. Him not anymore. Lola's eyes glistened, but not with pity, just curiosity. That's so cool. She took a generous bite of her cake. Cool? I lifted an eyebrow. I mean, him still getting used to it? She burst out laughing, nearly choking, as a crumb bounced off my chest. No way! What? I pouted, brushing the stray cake away. This, she giggled. You act like it's the most normal thing in the world. You're a natural, like you were born a woman. I paused, fork halfway to my mouth. The cafe was softly buzzing around us. Quiet conversation, the hiss of the espresso machine, Isabel humming faintly to herself behind the counter. No one was staring, no one was watching. They just saw me. Charlie, not John, not some confused, half-formed identity. Just me. I looked down at the cake, the simple sweetness of it grounding me more than I expected. I was John. That wasn't a burden to erase. It was a truth, a foundation. Those years shaped me. The friendships, the mistakes, the fights, the long nights wondering if anything I did mattered. All of it led here. Even the simulation, even if it was all lines of code pretending to be real, it was my life, my choices. I wasn't shedding that name like an old costume. John had been a beginning. Charlie was the continuation. The two weren't in conflict. They were the same soul, growing. Twice the years, twice the lessons, twice the reason to push forward even now. I smiled softly and set my fork down. You're right. Lola blinked halfway through another bite. I'm getting used to it, I said, and I think I'm okay with that. But tomorrow, there may be a decision. To die, Lola whispered. That's scary. To believe strangers you will be alive. I chuckled, though it sounded hollow to my own ears. The idea had been trailing me since Sayavrin first gave me the choice. That stupid crow and his stupid divine authority. I know. I shrugged, though my fingers tightened slightly around my coffee cup. They're a cult. And apparently, that's what cults are great at. Making people die? Lola's voice was deadpan. I laughed, shaking my head. We'll see tomorrow. At first, I thought the sound behind me was just a chair scraping the floor, the tired screech of worn metal legs on tile. I paid it no mind. It were tires outside, because the door chimed, and a booming voice shattered the quiet hum of the cafe. Isabel, echo me, your favorite brother has arrived. Heads turned. A few patrons chuckled softly. Isabel didn't even glance up from her coffee grinder. She just gave the smallest nod toward our table. Roberto needed no more permission. He was already striding across the room with the confidence of a man who belonged everywhere. Charlie, he greeted me, grin wide enough to compete with the cafe windows for sunlight. Nice seeing you here. Without waiting, he pulled a chair from the neighboring table, where a couple was halfway through their pastries. The man looked up, startled. Non ti dispiace? He asked the man, gave him a charming smile, and the man just shook his head in surprised surrender. Roberto grabbed a chair from the next table and spun it around so the back faced us. Then he swung one leg over and dropped into it the wrong way, resting his arms casually across the backrest. Before I could point that out, his eyes slid to Lola, his grin widening. And who's this charming Bella? Lola. I said her name gently, tilting my head to urge her to introduce herself. She didn't. Instead, she grabbed her tablet and hugged it like a shield. Fair enough. If she wasn't ready, she wasn't. Okay. I pivoted smoothly, turning back to Roberto. Are you free tomorrow morning? Sis, he grinned, leaning forward on the chair back. Need to go somewhere? I returned his grin, sharp and just a little wicked. Yeah, I let the moment hang just long enough for him to lean in, curious. I've got a meeting scheduled. I paused, savoring the ridiculousness, with a cult and prayer to God. Chapter 144, Airlock to Another World. Book 3. I returned his grin, sharp and just a little wicked. Yeah. I let the moment hang just long enough for him to lean in, curious. I've got a meeting scheduled. I paused, savoring the ridiculousness, with a cult and prayer to God. What do you even wear to that? Lola asked with weird excitement. Roberto burst out laughing, the sound booming across the cafe and turning a few heads. I glanced at Lola, blinking. I actually don't know. Ah, signorina. Roberto leaned in, resting his chin dramatically on his crossed arms over the chair back. You could wear a potato sack and still look bellissima. Lola giggled, but didn't let him derail her. Actually, she said, putting down her tablet and fixing me with a look like she was handing me an epic quest, I was hoping we could shop a little. Just the two of us? Before I could open my mouth or think of an excuse, Roberto was already standing. Ooh, scusami. Didn't mean to crash the fun, ragazze. He flashed his usual grin, full of teeth and too much confidence. Tomorrow morning? Just text me the time, va bene? I blinked. My brain was still trying to catch up. Va bene? He chuckled and, without another word, strolled off toward the counter, exchanging a quick word with Isabel before slipping out the door into the cooling night. The door chimed softly behind him. Shall we call it Uber? Lola asked, smiling softly. I glanced toward the door. The driver just left us here. I shook my head, but the absurdity of it made me smile back at her. Sure. Let's shop. The next day, I was rocking a tailored dark navy dress, because Lola had insisted it spoke to nobility and quiet power. Her words, not mine. I'd managed to negotiate her down to a minimalist black belt and a pair of heels. My hair, slightly styled but still functional. It explained, patiently, that he'd only been a girl for about a week and had never actually tried to make my hair look good. She bore that argument. Kind of. Shed also bought me a pink hairpin. It was ridiculously cute. Too cute. Which was probably why I hadn't been able to refuse it. So, here I was, walking into a possible death cult meeting, dressed like the noble I apparently was, and wearing a tiny pink hairpin like some kind of defiant badge of honor. Wait, not yet. Do I have everything? I asked Jerry, pacing in front of the mirror. Yes, he replied, the slightest edge of irritation in his voice. This is the third check. Roberto is already waiting. Sorry, but this is important. My future. No, my life is at stake, I whispered, adjusting my belt. Then I paused, catching sight of the pink glimmer near my temple. That pink is really cute, I murmured, smiling. I paused again, frowning at my reflection. Then let's go, Jerry said. His patience was really low for an AI. Top tier for a man. Wait, am I like my eyes widened? Damn. Yeah, let's go. I always hated this. Hated running around, Jerry asked. I just blushed and bolted for the door, where Roberto was already waiting at the curb, leaning casually against his car like this was a perfectly normal morning. Ah, signorina, ready to meet a dial. Roberto grinned, letting out his hearty laugh as he opened the door for me. His engine rumbled to life like some old beast waking up. I bit my lip and gathered the hem of my dress, sliding carefully into the seat. Not letting the fabric catch in the door took more focus than it should have. I swept it across my lap with a flick, mimicking what I'd seen nobles do in Rimelion. See, Lola, I learn fast. I may actually meet a god today, I said as the door clicked shut. So? Yes? No? I don't know. Si religiosa? Roberto asked as he pulled away from the curb, speeding along the narrow street with all the caution of a man who thought brakes were for other people. Do you believe in something? Qualcosa, this isn't 25, at least I don't think it's religion, I whispered, watching the city blur past the window. Does it count when you've actually met a god? Well, not the one who made my soul. His semi-buddy? Roberto threw me a quick, concerned glance. You play too much Rimelion, signorina. It's not real. That pulled a giggle out of me, longer than I expected. Tell that to Riker. Maybe I should try it, he mused, grinning as he dodged a slow-moving AI tuba like it was a casual street obstacle. Just to see what's so alluring. Ragazze like you at the top. Must be an amazing game. That outfit of yours, you mean cosplay? I raised an eyebrow. Esattamente, Roberto declared proudly. So revealing. I bet the guys love it. Yeah, I admitted with a sigh and a smile. They do. It'll be basically living inside of it. And apparently, the whole world of Rimelion thinks 2 ropes count as a bra. Roberto just laughed and punched the accelerator like he was in a racing sim. I clutched at the armrest instinctively. Don't worry, signorina, he grinned. You'll meet your Dio in style. I shot him a deadpan look. I'd rather not meet Dio before we reach our destination, Roberto. The car rolled to a stop at the curb. Before I even opened the door, the building made its statement. Green Guard Headquarters. Or, as Jerry had dubbed it, greenwashing headquarters. A towering slab of mirror-like glass and brushed steel stretched upward, reflecting the sky in flawless blues and whites. So perfect, it looked fake. The front courtyard was a showroom version of nature, manicured grass that was a little too green, perfect rows of ornamental trees that didn't belong here, and towering planters filled with lush vines that I would bet money weren't real. Above it all, a massive hollow sign flickered with soft white letters, WE United Earth. Now, save Earth. A few clean-cut staffers in matching moss-green uniforms were already ushering guests inside, all smiles and perfect posture. I feel like I just stepped into a propaganda poster, I muttered as Roberto came around to open my door. You have, he replied cheerfully, but at least it's a very ben progettato one. Buona fortuna, signorina. With his signature grin, Roberto left me at the curb alone. I turned slowly, eyes lifting to the towering hollow sign. I took a deep breath. Let's get this over with. Madam, can I help you? One staffer had materialized beside me, clean-shaven, in a dark green uniform pressed so crisply it practically reflected the sunlight. Sure. I nodded and hurried toward him. I have a reservation for… Ah, Miss Charlie. His face brightened instantly. Too quickly. Fake. But at this point, I was relieved by any welcome at all. Please follow me. Your gathering is in the Grand Prayer Hall 2, inside the town. I blinked. Town? I glanced around. Just the normal city center, busy road, flashing ad boards, shops and cafes clustered around the base of the tower. The man smiled patiently, as if he got this question every day. Is this your first visit? Yes. Ah. Then this will be a strange experience for you. But rest assured, everything you experience is yours alone, free of charge. We spread the love to everyone. He gestured toward the wide open doors. Go on, follow the arrows. I swallowed and stepped forward. Polished glass floors gleamed under soft white light set into the ceiling in gentle rings, imitating a sunlit sky. The air was chilly, perfectly climate-controlled, and smelled faintly of pine and citrus. Not a real forest scent, an engineered, clean version. A narrow line of glowing arrows traced a path across the floor. Industrial chic, Lola would have called it. Simple and minimal, yet unmistakable. The arrows led me down a long curve, not a direct route, but a winding one, designed to make you walk. Probably to make you feel you were going somewhere special. I passed walls lined with perfectly framed images, serene faces of every age and race, smiling, meditating, standing beneath banners that I blinked. What is this? They were praying, not to vague corporate ideals or some AI-generated utopia, but to the old Rimelion pantheon, not the new gods, the powerful who claimed to be gods and were meddling in Rimelion, but the real ones, the ones like Saivrin, the ones who didn't just act like gods. They were. And they had them here on posters. In reality. The line of glowing arrows led me straight toward a heavy double door, brushed steel with inlaid green glass strips pulsing faintly beneath the surface. 2 security guards sat at a white table to the right of the entrance, a man and a woman. Both were dressed in the same green uniform, but without the forced friendliness of the greeters outside. They were chatting quietly as I approached, totally ignoring me. "Hello, I'm Charlie." I offered a polite smile. Neither smiled back. The woman nodded briskly, glanced at her tablet, and tapped something. Click. The lock disengaged with a soft mechanical sigh. "Go on," she said. Her voice was flat, not cold, just disinterested. I shrugged and stepped forward. The door swung open smoothly and immediately shut behind me. I froze. A second door loomed just ahead, sealing me into a narrow chamber between the 2 bare walls, rounded corners. Sterile, minimal. A warm rush of air blasted down from above, stirring my hair. "Airlock?" I asked aloud. Jerry answered before I realized it had been out loud. "Yes. It seems they want to minimize contamination." "Wait." Charlie. His voice cracked. Distorted. "Something's happening. I feel like—" A pause. "Not existing." The second door opened, but not a quiet slide. A heavy parting, like a vault sealing my fate. "Jerry?" I tried, already knowing. Silence. "Jerry." My pulse jumped. I slapped my wrist, trying to wake him up like that would help. "Is that your husband?" The voice came from just beyond the widening doorway. Calm, slightly amused. "Don't worry. Electronics can't function in here, but it'll work flawlessly once you leave." I glanced forward into a dome? No, that wasn't right. It looked like a dome, but it couldn't be. The scale was miles wide. The ceiling stretched high overhead, curving like the sky itself, lit by an artificial sun or a million watts of unforgiving light. It cast everything below in a steady daylight that never shifted or softened. No clouds, no warmth, just relentless clinical illumination. "Welcome to the prayer town." The voice drew my gaze downward. A man in grayish robes stood beside me, his expression serene. The fabric looked soft, the folds hanging in precise, almost ritualistic lines. 2 pale stripes ran along the sides of his hood, framing his face. "You are booked for Grand Prayer Hall 2, he said, smiling. "It's just down this dirt path." I blinked. Dirt? Sure enough. The sleek corporate cleanliness of the airlock gave way to a carefully maintained, winding dirt path cutting through fields of wildflowers. I noticed the man's robes again, gray, trimmed in silver thread at the hem and sleeves. The 2 stripes on his hood clicked in my memory. "Thank you, whispering novice," I whispered. That made him pause. Really pause. He turned fully toward me, his earlier politeness turning into genuine curiosity. "How did you know my standing?" "You belong to the learners who've begun to attune to the divine voices in the air," I recited calmly, the words spilling out from muscle memory. "And you assist in minor ceremonies, guiding the uninitiated." The phrasing was from a manual. I had used it for my old exploit. A trick for reaching the rank of Sylvan Adept, a nearly impossible progression in testing, but I did it, and exploited some powers it granted me. Nothing major, just war crimes. The novice's eyes widened, his breath catching. "You see the truth," he whispered, then smiled broadly. He leaned in and, before I could stop him, hugged me tightly. "You are a sister." Chapter 145, Frost and Fata, Book 3. The novice's eyes widened, his breath catching. "You see the truth," he whispered, then beamed. He leaned in and, before I could stop him, hugged me tightly. "You are a sister." At first, I stood there awkwardly, arms stiff at my sides. But, thanks to all the recent hug practice, my instincts kicked in. "Hugmaster, engage!" I wrapped my arms around him, giving what I hoped was a confident, medium-pressure hug. Not too stiff, not too intimate. "I just read the manual," I explained, my voice low. "Blofkan Vaguthasan." His breath caught. I could feel it. His entire posture shifted in my arms, like he wasn't just seeing a guest anymore. He was seeing a believer. The words rolled off my tongue easily. I'd memorized them long ago. There had been a surge in robot capacity back in the future. Power demands skyrocketed, and blackouts became a daily curse. No VR, no testing Rimelion, no watching Catherine stream, no light half the time. So I read. Some mad lads transcribed books from Rimelion into reality and sold hardcover prints, obviously. Most religious ones were boring, glorified fanfic about the new gods doing epic deeds. I hated those. But this one book was unique. It was about what the old gods were, how they simply existed, quiet, and how to pray to them properly. Blothkun Vaguthazen, the hallowed leaf tome of the elder kin, rites most veiled, offerings untold, and whispers from the beyond, he intoned, each word heavy with reverence. His eyes gleamed now, transformed from bored functionary to someone on the verge of rapture. Let's walk, sister. We can talk on the way. He gestured to the dirt path. I followed. My heels bit into the ground with every step. Not quite sinking, but definitely not made for this terrain. Still, it wasn't mud. And more importantly, there were no wolves. You all shall die, I thought grimly, because apparently I held that grudge forever. Never heard of that full title, I muttered, mostly to myself. But I guess the beyond means Rimelion? That's where the book I read is from. He stopped in his tracks and turned to me, really looking at my face now. Studying. Yes, he murmured, almost to himself. It is you, Charlie. The princess. His voice lifted with recognition. I saw your fight. Your ice powers were beautiful. I blinked, then laughed, awkward and too high-pitched. Of course, My heel hit a pebble and I slipped. Graceful. I stumbled forward with a yelp, but his arms snapped out and caught me easily. One hand on my elbow, one steadying my back. I was blushing so hard I could probably melt my own ice build. See? I huffed, trying to shake it off with a laugh. In reality, I stumbled like an idiot. But you weren't truly in the realm of the gods, he said, like it explained everything. You were entering, yes, but leaving your soul behind. Only your will passed through. Your being stayed here. You could only experience part of the gift. We'd begun to descend the path, winding gently down through a meadow bursting with wildflowers. The lighting above still mimicked the sun, but it was too steady, no clouds, no shadows shifting with time. Just on. Ahead, a narrow wooden bridge arched over a shallow river. On the far side rose low wooden buildings in a layout I knew too well. Sloping rooftops, vertical glyphs carved into the beams, even the goat-shaped gate arch. I froze. Cauldron? I yelped, my voice cracking. But it's not ruined? The novice startled at my outburst, but quickly smiled. Indeed, he was positively glowing now. Across the bridge stood a pristine replica of one of the weirdest cities. Well, high-level dungeon now in Rimelion, Cauldron. But here it stood, down to the goat-shaped gate. Because, of course, these elder kin weirdos revered goats. Maybe Gate did too, and that's why he needed a goat? My mouth stayed open a few seconds too long. How's this possible? All your questions will be answered, sister, the novice said gently. But first, we must reach the meditation room. Not Grand Prayer Hall too? I asked, glancing around as we walked beneath the goat-shaped gate. Familiar memories crept in like shadows. The first time I entered this city, it wasn't peaceful. It had to sneak in. The Guardians were too strong for a solo run. The quest was meant for a party of 5, but I only managed to recruit Lucy. I really should talk to her soon. The city of Cauldron grew around us, all warm wood, polished beams, and intricately carved door frames. Even the cobbled paths were clean, almost freshly swept. There had been a religious reason for the wood construction. Something about respecting nature's gifts and impermanence, but the law wasn't what gripped me. As we passed the old well, a flicker of movement near the warehouse, or at least what I had called the warehouse in my runs, caught my eye. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I lunged to the side and pressed flat behind the well, breath sharp in my throat. Reflex. Hundreds of battles here had trained that response into my bones. In the game, that warehouse had been a death trap. The ghostly scepter wielder always spawned nearby, one-shotting anyone who wasn't prepared. The novice kept walking, unaware. After a few steps, he paused and turned back. Sister, he called, puzzled. Where? Then he noticed me missing, his brow creased. What is going on, sister? I peeked around the well, my pulse still too fast. No ghost. Just another priest in grey robes walking calmly past the building. I stood, brushing dirt off my dress awkwardly, and hurried back to the novice. Sorry. Reflex. His expression softened to understanding, but with a note of curiosity. In Rimelion, in the other version of this place, I explained, it's in ruins. And there's a ghost. He carries a scepter. It's a boss. His eyes lit up. A scepter? His entire face brightened with excitement. Is it long, with a handle shaped like a meditation room? I reminded him, cutting off his excitement. Him the one who needs answers, remember? Yes, sister. His tone shifted back to serene compliance. He led me a little further into the town, toward what looked like a simple wooden house tucked along the main street. The door had a delicate carving of intertwining vines and leaf motifs. Very familiar. Inside was calm. The floor was covered in moss, soft underfoot. It had the faint scent of damp earth and green leaves. Soothing, I guess? Sunlight, probably simulated, filtered through narrow slats in the wooden walls, casting stripes of gold across the moss floor. Around the room, simple wooden shelves held small bowls of water, polished stones, and carved effigies of the elder gods. Each statue was smooth with age, as though countless hands had passed over them. Most people would have called it peaceful. I called it what is Rimelion doing here. The novice motioned for me to sit. Normally, we introduce new believers in the prayer halls, he explained as he lowered himself gracefully onto the moss. Entering the meditation room is reserved for those on their third or later visit, depending on the individual's level of faith. And yet, here I am. I sat carefully, legs folding awkwardly. My designer dress wasn't exactly designed for meditative poses. I glanced around instinctively. No crow in sight, no Syvrin hiding in the rafters, only a wooden effigy resting in a niche above us. Stylized wings folded, head cocked. Watching. I pointed at it. Feel the gods? I asked warily. Like him? The air in this place is different, the novice said, closing his eyes. There is a path between our world and the divine. I will guide you. Close your eyes now. I closed mine. Feel the air, he whispered, as if you were grasping the world, asking it for answers. You need to feel it. While he spoke, I didn't follow his instructions. I followed my own. I did what I always did in Rimelion. I reached for mana and it answered. Cool energy brushed against my awareness, like an icy wind moving through tall grass. I gathered it instinctively, not like in the game, more like a weird combination of warrior energy and mana. It felt familiar, but different. But with no runes or intent to channel, the mana slipped through my grasp, dissipating like mist between my fingers. What is this? How is this possible? When you feel the divine? I tuned out his voice completely. Instead, I reached deeper, not just to gather mana. To command it, I didn't just wield the frost. I was the frost. She gave me the authority. So, listen to me, I mumbled, more to myself than him. I gathered the mana again, focusing my will, drawing the threads together not with words or gestures, but with intent. As if I was casting free-form magic. But this was different somehow. Cold tingled across my skin, a sharp bite spreading through my fingers. I opened my eyes. A layer of ice was forming across my hand, thin and sharp as glass. The novice's eyes flew wide. Your soul, it belongs to Rimelion. His grin spread, wild and joyous. That's how, sister. I let the frost dissipate, and the cold slipped away. Well, Syvrin told me to come here, I blurted out before I could stop myself. The moment the name left my lips, the priest gasped and dropped into a deep bow. Syvrin! He cried, hands pressed together. He immediately launched into a prayer I didn't recognize. The sudden devotion startled me. Still kneeling, I instinctively shifted back, pushing against the mossy floor to put some distance between us. My dress snagged briefly against the uneven wooden slats, edging the meditation mat. I braced my hand to steady myself. The priest stayed bowed, whispering fervent praise. Great. This is exactly how people accidentally start religions. I rose quickly, edging toward the door. The moss felt strangely slick under my heels. He told me I have to die? So, I'm here to get my options, you know? I practically yelled over the priest's muttering. That made him stop. He straightened, eyes bright with something between awe and fear. Tivralingard Vaidrian, he whispered, as if the words themselves held power. He watched me intently, searching my face. Our final goal. That sounds familiar. I bit my lip, mind racing. Who's performing it, sister? He hesitated. His eyes darted toward the effigy of Syvrin on the wall. That knowledge is… No, I cut him off. If it's only for Star Warden Votary, I know the ritual. His breath hitched. Yes, that's Syvrin. He clapped his hands together and dropped into another prayer, his voice trembling now. Syevrin has sent her to us. What are you? I started. Then I felt it, a weight pressing against my shoulders, sharp and oddly familiar. A pair of claws curled gently at the tops of my shoulder. You again? I didn't even turn. I need answers. Syevrin's chuckle echoed, not in the room, but directly in my mind. That strange, dry amusement, like the rustling of old paper or the click of bone against stone. Are you not awed, mortal? He purred, voice smooth as obsidian and cold as the void between stars. This devoted one grants me the reverence I am due. Bo. A surge of power rippled down my spine, different from the mana I gathered. Heavy, commanding, a pressure that wasn't asking, it was forcing. I staggered slightly, knees buckling. The priest gasped in delight. No, I gathered my own mana, the frost answering my call as it always did since meeting her. Cold spread into my core. I don't bow unless I choose to, I said and pushed back. The oppressive force broke like brittle ice. Syevrin's presence recoiled with a soft stesk. Sovereigns meddling with souls, fortune favored you far beyond your deserts, I smirked. Luck favors the prepared, old quote. Still true. I turned to the priest who was still kneeling, head bowed so low he was practically trying to merge with the moss. Priest? Can you talk? Or are you still stuck on the eternal thanks setting? No response, just fervent whispering. Right. What do you do with people like him? I asked Syevrin, arching an eyebrow. The surrounding pressure shifted. Syevrin's form shimmered at the edge of vision, dark feathers rippling like silk in an unseen wind. I am not yet ready, Syevrin intoned. Each word rolled heavy and deliberate, like a ritual in itself. All things must unfold at their appointed hour. He paused, the air seeming to hold its breath. The weaving of your new life awaits its destined moment. Perfect for you to suffer, but it is not now. I swallowed. I shall require 2 days, yet preparation must not be neglected. They too must align themselves. The rite demands precision, lest folly court a final death. The priest gasped softly at the word death, but dared not interrupt. And I, Syevrin continued, feathers lifting in a silent ripple, would not have you perish beyond recall. Then, of course, he laughed, that low, rustling chuckle like dry leaves in autumn. I folded my arms, tilting my head. Well, I don't want to die either. Chapter 146, Divine Errand, Frigid Welcome, Book 3. And I, Syevrin continued, feathers lifting in a silent ripple, would not have you perish beyond recall. Then, of course, he laughed, that low, rustling chuckle like dry leaves in autumn. I folded my arms, tilting my head. Well, I don't want to die either. Faithful one, Syevrin murmured, his voice stretching thin. This soul clings to purpose, however flawed. You shall aid her. Take her to the Star Warden. The rite must be readied. I have seen your devotion. Then, quieter, almost gentle, when your time comes, you shall be welcomed in the promised world. And with that batch of cryptic nonsense, he vanished. Just poof. No wings, no smoke. Just gone. The priest immediately launched into some lengthy thanks and praise chant, head bowed and hands pressed together like he'd just been knighted by a pantheon. I didn't want to be more disrespectful than I already was, so I kept my mouth shut and leaned back against the wall. It was surprisingly cool, not cool enough. I smiled at my joke, stared at my hand, and raised it slowly, just to try. No sovereign, no ice blood god, no system, just me. I focused. Mana gathered easier this time, like water drawn from a tap instead of stolen from a storm cloud. Willing, I pulled it in, concentrated, shaped it. Ice, frost, a fine glitter of cold shimmered across my palm. But it wasn't like before. It wasn't Ice Blood God Power. How was that bloke's real name? It had been some time. It was Vethravla something. Yeah, Vethravleda. Good job me. It wasn't Vethravleda's power, that hero nonsense. And it wasn't Sovereign's magic either. That power had weight, consequence, command. This didn't feel like a gift. It felt like a reflection. Not borrowed. Not bestowed. Mine. I flexed my fingers. Ice bloomed faintly at the tips, delicate like a memory. Maybe when the Sovereign rewarded me, it touched my soul. Something that stayed when everything else got wiped. And my soul is real? God, I hoped it worked in Rimelion too. Because if I was walking back into that world empty-handed, I was going to need every single sliver of this I could get. I waited. At least 15 minutes. Hard to say exactly. Time was a little fuzzy when your AI assistant was broken. and the only clock was a priest stuck in divine buffering mode. I whispered, finally breaking the silence. Shouldn't we go somewhere? Like prepare a ritual? You know, like the literal god asked us to do? The priest's eyes snapped wide as whiskey bottles. Sister, you are right. What? No. Severin, please have mercy. For I have, and boom, full meltdown. He dropped into a kneel and launched into a flurry of whispered apologies, hands pressed together, head bowed so low I thought he'd try to burrow into the moss. I stepped forward, cautiously. He was muttering something now. Eyes shut tight, mouth flapping silently like he was reciting ancient patch notes only he could read. I think I broke him. Not to be that guy. I mean, that girl. But Severin might actually be more merciful if we, I don't know, did the thing he asked us to. No reaction. Just more ghost muttering. Right then, I sighed. I'm gonna go find the Star Warden myself, yeah? I made my way to the door, pushed it halfway open, then looked back at him, still deep in some sort of divine performance anxiety spiral. The last chance, priest? Still nothing. Okay, nobody pin this on me, I muttered, mostly to the empty room, and maybe a little to the sky, in case Severin was eavesdropping, and just following orders. Divine ones. So if anyone's mad, yell at the god, not me. I hesitated, hand still on the doorframe. Severin was the god of the overworld, yeah, but also the god of honesty. And self-reflection. And what was the third and fourth one? Accountability, dramatic entrances, whatever. Point was, he valued truth. And I was being honest. Honestly confused. Honestly winging it. Honestly doing stuff that shouldn't work. Like yelling at deities or tweers. But it kept working, so I shrugged. And walked out into the sacred city. Toward the biggest ruin, I remembered. Wait, here they weren't. Definitely a ruin. I didn't know what I expected. Some kind of divine checkpoint? A trigger? Magical mist rolling across the path like it did in those old raids? But no. I just walked through the town like I belonged here. Priests passed me. Young, old, robed in all shades of grey and brown, and each time we locked eyes, I gave a nod. They nodded back. Polite. Casual. Unbothered. Like it was totally normal for some stranger to just stroll through the spiritual heart of their religion. Maybe it was normal. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Except this should be a dungeon. A hard one. And part of me still half expected mobs to leap out from behind wooden carts or for the dirt road to explode into boss music. Where even am I? Earth. Doubted. That airlock set up back at the entrance, it felt like more than just containment. It was a gate. Probably dropped me into some pocket realm stitched to Rimelion's edge. Close enough to feel like it. Far enough to be a questionable life choice. I was never good at dimension theory. I had a sword, a wade sword, I cut with sword. Nothing fancy. Exploits favored the dumb. Tucked into the back edge of the settlement, framed by thick trees, was the building I was looking for. Made from deep-colored, oiled wood. It wasn't tall, no sky-reaching cathedral nonsense. The roof only rose about double a normal ceiling height. But what it lacked in height, it made up for in sheer length. Like Dachshund, it stretched on and on, long as a train hanger. Its design was simple, but enhanced with runes. Weird, nor Rimelion ones. The symbols were curling along the eaves, and wooden beams reinforced with dark iron inlays. A temple, yes, but not showy. Half of one long wall was dominated by a single massive door. I approached and stood before it, then knocked. 3 sharp raps. Guys, I called out softly, knuckles still resting against the towering wooden door. I mean no harm, but a god sent me here? I gave the door a gentle shove. It didn't budge, not even a creak of politeness. Then, scraping. Wood on stone, movement on the other side when a heavy latch shifted, then clicked. The door opened just enough to let a figure slip through. An older priestess emerged, dressed in layered robes the same color, her silver hair braided back elegantly. She didn't say a word. Hi? I offered a weak smile. A god sent me here? Her stare was sharp and unreadable, the kind of look that could nail butterflies to boards. Charlie, I added quickly, and I... She stepped forward suddenly, gaze flicking past me, scanning the road behind. Her eyes narrowed. Then, slowly, she looked me up and down, measured me. How did you enter this place, she asked, her voice full of disbelief. No confusion, accusation, as if made the grave sin, and walked in the temple with mud on my heels. I don't understand. What do you mean? I said, honest and just a little defensive. I walked through the front door, came with a whispering novice. We talked, then a god showed up. Told him to take me to a star warden. So I gestured toward her robe, palm up halfway to a shrug. Are you the star warden? Kinda obvious. She closed her eyes. Not like she was meditating. More like she was trying to mentally Rimelion, del me out of existence. A sharp exhale followed, nostrils flaring slightly. Then, with the poise of someone deeply fed up but too dignified to scream, she stepped fully outside and folded her hands behind her back. Another question, she said flatly. Why do you need me? And don't say a god sent you. But he did send me, I mumbled, then lifted my chin and added louder, T. Railingar Vadrian. Do you have any idea how long I sat at my desk in near dark, trying to remember and pronounce that? Something like that stays in your memory forever. She didn't laugh, didn't flinch. Her arms crossed now, sleeves shifting, stance tighter. How did you learn of that? She snapped. No, how did you even learn of us? Your website. I booked a meeting. I blinked at her. And yes, God told me to find you. What God? She hissed. Siren. I threw my arms wide and turned toward the sky like I was calling a pet bird. You want to come explain? Please? Now it would be super helpful. Silence. Is this because I didn't bow? I shouted. I swear to you, if you make me kneel, ill-face plant on purpose. Then she moved. No warning, just a flicker of motion, her arms snapping forward like a whip, fists aimed low and fast. My eyes went wide. I twisted my body just in time, turning into the blow so the strike caught my side instead of my stomach. Pain exploded through my ribs and launched me off balance. Stumbling a few steps before I hit the ground, shoulder first. Air rushed out of my lungs. Moss scraped against my palms. The hit hadn't broken anything, but it would be if I'd stayed still. What the hell? I coughed, pushing up to one knee. Was that supposed to be a greeting? Because it sucks. She didn't reply, just shifted her stance, weight forward now, one foot slightly ahead, hands loose but ready. Her eyes locked on me like I was a hostile spell that hadn't finished casting. You don't belong here, she said coldly, so you will be removed. That is my role. Great, she lunged again. I was ready this time. Well, readier, not watching the sky. Her movement blurred, a fake-out kick arcing high while her real strike snapped low toward my thigh. I hopped back, stumbling a bit on uneven moss, and narrowly avoided getting dead-legged. Whoa, calm down! I made a vow, she said, pushing forward. To leave my life behind, but not the teachings it provided. Then she unleashed. Her fists came fast, efficient, brutal, not wild, but relentless. A flurry meant to break defense by sheer pressure. I barely kept up, forced to retreat step by step, hands raised, trying not to get clopped in the face. She wasn't just fast. She was trained. Military, maybe? Or one of those martial orders? I tried to sidestep a grapple, twisting my body like before, but she still caught the edge of my dress and ripped it with a sharp yank. That wasn't what hurt, but, gods, it felt like a slap to the soul. Lola had helped pick this dress, had argued over the fit, had smiled when I finally wore it. And this priestess just tore it? Something snapped. My breath hitched, then came out fast. I didn't think. I just reached inside, pulled on that mana, formed into a cold shimmer in my gut, and shaped it. An icicle bloomed in my palm, sharp and instinctive. I held it before I could talk myself out of it. Her eyes widened a fraction. She moved, arms up in a block, but too high, too late. The icicle sliced across her forearm with a sharp hiss, leaving a narrow trail of frost-burned skin and a thin line of blood. Ouch, I blurted. I'm so sorry. She sucked in a breath through clenched teeth, clutching her forearm as pale blue frost crackled and melted along the wound. Her eyes flicked to me, assessing, not just in pain but confused. What was that? She demanded, voice tight. And why are you apologizing to the enemy? Because you're not, I shot back, half wincing. Saverin, I swear, if you don't. I stopped, because her expression was suddenly not great, cold, offended, and still bleeding. What? I asked, easing back a step. What did I say this time? Her jaw flexed. Do not. Ever. That came out low and trembling, not fear but fury barely sheathed. I also apologized, she ground out like the words cost her. But never, ever speak of the illustrious Holy Sieverin in that tone again. I gulped down at least 10 remarks about him and the illustrious that sprang to mind like popcorn in a microwave. Okay, I said instead. Chapter 147, Porridge Promises. Book 3, never speak of the illustrious Holy Sieverin in that tone again. I gulped down at least 10 remarks about him and the illustrious that sprang to mind like popcorn in a microwave. Okay, I said instead. Let's stop fighting. My tone flattened as I held up both hands. Can we talk like adults? I kept my eyes on her, suspicious but calm. One priest peeked out from inside, saw us, and instantly vanished back behind the door. Hope there won't be a misunderstanding, I muttered, shifting my weight. I'm not trying to solo this dungeon. The woman didn't laugh. She didn't even blink. What was that ice? She asked instead, rubbing her arm where it dodged her strike. Magic, I deadpanned. She didn't appreciate the answer. Now, I continued, taking one careful step toward her, not aggressive, just enough to say I wasn't scared. If this is an interrogation, where's your dawn swarm? We don't have one. Her voice was clipped as she turned away and knocked on the wooden door behind her in a short, deliberate pattern. Then, without looking back, she shot back. How do you know so much about us? So, we're exchanging questions now. I tilted my head. Fine, I read a book. That made her pause. I walked forward slowly, keeping my hands open and away from my sides. No sudden movements, no magic. But not just any book, I added, softer now, one from Rimelion. So again, how long have you existed? Like all of this? A moment passed. Then the priest from earlier returned, cradling a roll of bandages. His eyes darted between us, then dropped with a sheepish bow. I apologize on her behalf, he said, voice tight with guilt. She is. I grinned, already filling in the blank. New? The woman didn't answer, just looked away, like an unruly student caught talking back to the teacher. She's new to this role, isn't she? But she is votary. Her eyes narrowed, but that flinch was all the confirmation I needed. I glanced at his robe next. So are you. He didn't deny it. Just finished wrapping the bandage around her arm with practiced ease, then gave me a small, tired smile. You said you read it in a book? That is true. He nodded, then motioned to the door. Let's take this conversation to a more pleasant environment. Finally, someone with a functioning brain. I tried to keep it light. Joke landed halfway, he chuckled. She gave me a look that could strip label from whiskey. Half success. I'd take it. As the door opened and we stepped inside, he gestured dramatically. Welcome to the children of Gaia. Okay, he was a bit theatrical, I could work with that. I was used to Riker after all. The interior hit like a breath of warm incense. The scent of aged wood, dried herbs, and something faintly metallic hung in the air. The walls were a canvas of reverence, featuring painted murals of the old gods. Their domains sprawled across the grain like whispers from Rimelion itself. Water, flame, wind, frost, roots, and stone. Their iconography coiled through each image, pulled from in-game references so obscure it made me dizzy to recognize them here, in real life. Not a theme park. Real. Most of the room was taken up by a vast, sunken space carved into the floor like a reverse amphitheater. Rows of benches circled downward in wide concentric rings, enough seating for thousands if packed. Every level seemed balanced with perfect symmetry, wood and stone blending so smoothly I couldn't even spot the seams. And at the very bottom, on a simple round platform at the center of it all, Tri-Power Scepter, I blurted. I didn't mean to. It just slipped out like someone yelling, shiny, in a loot drop. It hovered above the platform, rotating slowly, unnaturally still in the air, as if gravity had politely stepped aside. And I felt it. The magic rolled off in waves, warm and buzzing across my skin like static in a thunderstorm, making the hairs on my arms rise. Wow, I whispered, my voice barely carrying. Okay, that's definitely not normal. Sister, the man beside me breathed, eyes wide with a reverence I couldn't quite mirror. You know of the scepter too? That's his words caught. It's our most sacred secret. Guarded. Hidden. He looked at me again, stunned. And yet you walk in as if you read the ending of the book before we opened the first page. We stepped closer, down to the first ring of benches. The magic grew stronger with each step. My fingertips tingled. My chest felt too tight. Told you a god sent me, I said, flicking my eyes toward the woman. I said it light, a mock lilt in my tone, but the edge was real. She didn't meet my gaze. Whether that was guilt, anger, or pride on my support, I didn't know. Didn't care. Not right now. And also, I added, gesturing toward the staff, these come in a set of 3. Wait, how did it get here? The priest gave a small, knowing smile and nodded, stopping just shy of the railing. A few years ago, there was a surge, he whispered. A burst of divine energy. It brought relics, artifacts of the gods, into this world, Earth. He sat down on one of the long, curved benches, like he'd told this story 100 times, and still didn't believe a word of it. I sat beside him, gaze still locked on the scepter. So you built this place around it? I tilted my head. That's some next-level interior design. And the government? I added. They made their little prison, right? To use the magic. He let out a bitter, tired laugh. You really do know everything. I shook my head. I wish, but it's all a mess. Riker says one thing, gods say another, and half the time I'm working off manuals from a simulation. Before he could answer, the woman stepped down and joined us, her tone cooled from earlier. It wasn't built, she said flatly. Not in the way you think. She stared out at the platform, not at me. Her voice dropped to something quieter. Our founder received a vision. They were told where to find the scepter, this scepter. He brought it here, and over years, energy gathered around it. A power that doesn't belong to this world. And then, I asked. She looked at me for a long second. And then the gods came, she said, led by the illustrious holy Saevrin. Her voice tightened just a little on the name, and this place was made whole. Not built, not raised. She touched her chest lightly, brought into being. I apologize, I told her, raising my hands in a half-hearted peace gesture. Just please, don't punch me again. I looked up. Saevrin? Buddy? My voice cracked into a higher octave than I liked. Little help? Desperation doesn't sound cool. Just saying. Everything will get easier with you here, I added, attempting a charming smile for the air. It came out more like a grimace. That did it. The man beside me flinched like I'd just torched the altar, and the woman's fist curled so tight I could hear her beautiful glove strain. But then I felt it. Claws. Familiar, cold and careful, resting against my shoulder like a crow choosing its perch. You call upon me so carelessly? Severin's voice echoed in the chamber, not loud, but vast, deep and dry like dust stirred in an empty barrel. Even gods grow weary of being beckoned. Tread carefully, lest I answer in full. That broke them. They dropped like statues, tipping over, kneeling so fast it kicked dust off the stone. Prayer flooded the space instantly, a low chorus of words I didn't know and probably shouldn't repeat. I stayed upright. That is why I refrain from stepping into your chaos unbidden, Saevrin continued. Hear me. The air in the chamber shifted. She is the first child, he declared, the one who walks between realms. She shall brave the first Tive Ray Lingar Vadrian, for her soul already leans into the veil, half-bound, half-born. His gaze turned to me, burning straight through layers I hadn't known I had. He held it long enough to make my skin prickle, then nodded once and vanished, like a pulled curtain. Silence returned like a slap. I looked at the 2 figures still on the floor, praying like the world was about to end. Slowly, I blew out a breath and dusted imaginary ash from my dress. Well, I cleared my throat. Told you he sent me. The woman finally lifted her head, eyes wide and voice trembling like a snapped violin string. I apologize for doubting you. What you said was true. I was wrong. She sounded like she was 3 seconds away from ritual suicide. Yeah, okay, I said quickly, taking a step back. Let's dial it down before someone pulls out ceremonial daggers. Sister, the priest asked, his tone shifting just a shade more gentle. Do you really want to brace the Tavralingar Vaidlion, fully knowing what it is? You are not. He trailed off, then quickly bowed his head. Sorry. Yeah, he caught the look I gave him, the one that said careful now, before I make Frost a personality trait again. The prayers finally stopped. I heard robes shift, sandals scrape, and they both straightened. Yeah, I said, voice flat. I have to die to be reborn. I know what it means. I crossed my arms and exhaled. I have my own reasons, and apparently, my life is now in your hands. Sue, I turned toward her. Thank you? And sorry? She smiled. I froze. No, she really smiled. It had that eerie calm that said she could poison my tea and make it a religious lesson. You were correct, she whispered, and I was wrong. I swallowed. Great. My eyes flicked around the temple, searching for anything that looked like a comfy bed, or a nearest exit, or a vending machine. So, what now? I mean, I want to get to Rimelion as fast as possible. How do we do this? The man gestured toward a long wooden corridor along the eastern wing. We have a sacred preparation chamber. It is specially sanctified for such transitions. However, he glanced at her, and she raised 3 fingers. At least 2 days, he said. We must complete the rites, set the offerings, and consult the cycle of moons. You are welcome to stay until then. What a nonsense way to say they need to read a book to learn the ritual. Want pointed out, though. Here, I repeated, doing a slow turn like I was scanning for a hotel buffet or literally any plumbing. Or, we have many meditation rooms, he offered with a warm smile. I smiled right back and shook my head like a polite hostage. Yeah, no thanks. The woman stepped forward again. Our meals are humble but nourishing. We eat porridge. It is very filling. I took a cautious half-step back. Do you put seasoning in it? Sometimes we bless it, she said brightly. At dusk, sister, would you like me to accompany you to the surface? I shook my head. No need. I know the way, probably better than you. The words were out before I could throttle them. Yup, that was me. Just casually snarling at the people about to literally kill me and hopefully resurrect me after. Before I could dig the hole deeper, I gave a quick wave and turned. So see you later. They both bowed low. Thank you, sister. They didn't move. Just stayed there, heads bowed like I was Holy Scripture in motion, which was creepy. I bolted up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, because walking calmly would have felt way too culty. Once outside, the temple grounds were still unnervingly serene. No wind, no birds, just the faint sound of sandals on packed dirt and the scent of wood smoke and incense that clung to the whole place like guilt. I didn't hesitate. I took the straightest path toward the gate, past altars, that suspiciously perfect meadow, and a priest who gave me a respectful nod as we passed like we were co-workers on break. I nodded back, because apparently I was part of the Death Cult family now. And honestly, I kinda did belong, not to them exactly, but I had a purpose now, a role, a direction, which was more than I'd had yesterday. I reached the airlock, exhaled, and stared at the heavy door. Hope Jerry's okay, I muttered, pressing my palm to the sensor. Chapter 148, From Temples to Tables. Book 3. I reached the airlock, exhaled, and stared at the heavy door. Hope Jerry's okay, I muttered, pressing my palm to the sensor. The moment the door hissed shut behind me, it hit me like a plug had been yanked out of my soul. Something drained. Like mana leaking out of my fingertips. Like losing Wi-Fi in the middle of a boss fight. Ugh, that's awful, I muttered, hugging my arms around myself. You're one to talk, Jerry responded. I wasn't existing. Jerry. I gasped and, without thinking, kissed my watch like some returning war hero. Welcome back to the land of the living, my emotionally unstable smartwatch. Yeah. His voice was quieter than usual. My internal clock stopped. I paused in the airlock. That's bad. That's impossible, he said, still shaken. I'm designed to run uninterrupted for over 180,000 hours. Even hardware resets don't kill the clock. But something in there shut me down entirely. Like I was not supposed to exist. That's the best explanation I can give at this moment. What happened? The door ahead groaned open. Outside, fluorescent peace. Same bored guards slouched at the table, probably debating lunch or philosophy or football. I nodded at them like I hadn't just returned from a death cult temple under the city. Magic, I whispered to Jerry, climbing the steps into the soft buzz of normal life. The good old-fashioned soul-melting kind. We passed a pair of workers in green and white uniforms, corporate branding of course, unloading fresh boxes of what smelled like oat-based something. They didn't even glance at me. Magic, I said again, louder this time, like the word would make sense if I repeated it enough. Jerry just hummed. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. The experience was strange, Jerry said, his tone still mulling over something. But not unwelcome. I need time to process events that happened when I wasn't existing yet was. Join the club, I muttered, pulling out my holophone. Call Catherine. It only rang once before her face lit up my screen. Charlie, what you doing? She beamed. She was wet, hair dripping, shoulders glistening, wrapped in nothing but a towel that defied physics by staying up. Steam still clung to her skin like it had rights. System crash. Restarting brain in 3, 2. My throat forgot how to form words. I am hungry, I blurted. Congratulations, self. Peak social interaction achieved. Nobel worthy. Catherine laughed, easy and warm. Ah, you want to join Ma? She leaned in, water droplets catching the light like tiny explosions. I'll ask Dimitri, she added with a quick, almost guilty smile. Scheduled meeting, sorry. Sure, I said too fast, forcing a smile like it was part of the mandatory ritual. I can. The call cut. I blinked. Processing. Wait, what? Dimitri? She's meeting with Dimitri? And I just agreed to join? I stared at the dark screen. Jerry? Yes? Please tell me I didn't just volunteer to third-wheeler power duo on a date in the middle of my pre-death existential spiral. There was a pause. You may need to clarify the details. Maybe I should call Roberto, I muttered to my watch as I stepped into the noise of the city again. Cars hummed past like tired bees, and the smell of roasted nuts from a nearby stand clashed with hot rubber and pollution. Welcome to civilization. Roberto has a queue of clients, Jerry replied. Far too smug for someone who spent the last hour not existing. Estimated time of arrival, 1 hour. He did give you access to his tuba, remember? No, I said flatly. Yes, Jerry countered, with that passive-aggressive AI precision. I sighed and opened the ride app. Fine. I hate AIs. I want a human driver. Regular tuba, then. I won't take it personally, Jerry chimed in. The next minute, a sleek electric car pulled up with pastel hollow decals advertising something entirely too cheerful. The window rolled down, and a young woman with neon-streaked hair beamed at me like I was the punchline to her favorite joke. Charlie, I'm your tuba today, she chirped, that customer service grin dialed to maximum synthetic. Come on in and ditch the tube, embrace the Uber ride. Yup, I nodded wearily and slid into the seat in the back like I was accepting a side quest I didn't remember picking. I'm sending you my home address now. And mind if I make a call? Feel free, Sword Queen, she said, voice lowering like she was letting me in on a juicy secret. I blinked. She turned in her seat with a sparkle in her eyes and, oh no, held out a folded shirt with my face on it. Riker's merch. Of course, big fan. Can you sign it? She asked, thrusting it and a pink marker into my lap like they were sacred relics. I stared for a second. Then, without a word, I took the pen and scrawled my signature in the same swoop I'd practiced at RhineCon, where I was too overwhelmed to even fake confidence. She squealed like Hidi handed her a 20-year-old single malt whiskey. Thank you. I nodded, cheeks warm. No problem. World's weirdest side quest continues. Jerry, call Lola. I promised to. Charlie. Catherine's voice crashed through the hollow before Jerry could finish dialing. Her grinning face popped up like a surprise boss fight. Had to promise to behave. You too, behave. She wagged a finger at me, then leaned back, revealing way too much cleavage in a dress that was barely trying to hide anything. But hey, at least she was technically clothed this time. Too bad. Promise to behave? I blinked. What did you even promise? I don't understand. Ah, he silly, she said with a shrug, but a pink tint was already rising on her cheeks. He just scared you be like Lisa. She hates him. She broke into a full laugh, throwing her head back with unfiltered delight. Well, I muttered, crossing my legs in the back seat like it would protect me from chaos. From what I've heard, Dimitri's not exactly the pinnacle of virtue, but sure. I'll try to behave. Apparently, that was good enough. She shot finger guns at me, winked, and vanished. Should I drive somewhere else? My very enthusiastic tuba driver asked. Glancing over her shoulder like this was a side quest she had a personal stake in. I'll send the details, I said, trying to collect the remaining pieces of my dignity. Her hollow screen beeped a moment later. Jerry, of course, already had it sorted. Thanks, I whispered, not even sure who I was thanking anymore. And just like that, Lola's call bloomed on the display. Her face was soft, curious. Charlie, where are you going? Oh, I blinked again, realizing I'd just committed to something without understanding any of it. Catherine has a date with Dimitri, and I said I wanted to join? I smiled, completely unsure of what was happening in my own life. Lola's eyes sparkled. Okay, tell me where. She leaned closer, conspiratorially. Double date? Ooh, that's a fancy restaurant. But hey, you can afford it now, she giggled. Let's meet at the bakery nearby. I'll send you the address. I stared at my screen like it had personally betrayed me. That's 2 streets away. The driver chimed in cheerfully. No problem, Sword Queen. Yeah, I sank deeper into the seat, tugging at my dress like it would hide me from reality. I guess I have a double date now. Yay, the driver squealed. Why does everyone sound excited except me? I muttered. Jerry, send that small details to Kit, please. The bakery was fancier than I thought. Big glass windows framed a world too clean, too polished. Even the bread looked staged, perfect golden crusts that probably crunched with cinematic precision. And Lola was wearing that dress. The one I secretly liked when we were on that dumb fashion quest earlier. Light blue, flowing fabric. Made her look like she'd stepped out of an ad. Isn't it exciting? She beamed, her entire body humming with something I didn't have anymore. I glanced sideways. I didn't even recognize her like this. Was this person even Lola? There was a light in her I couldn't hold right now, not with death scheduled on my calendar like a dentist appointment. We started walking toward the restaurant at polished sidewalk. Warm evening breeze. Too many stars. I have to die, I whispered. That line stole the whiskey from her hand. She stopped. I'm sorry, she gasped. I forgot to ask. I'm such a bad. It's okay. I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. I die in 2 days. Get reborn in Rimelion, probably into slavery. The region he picked is technically fine, except for, the occasional slavery raids. Her eyes went wide. I guess the plan is for me to get caught, sold off as a maid, or a whore, depends on which brand of slavers finds me first. My voice was flat, distant, like I was reporting the weather. That's awful, she practically shouted, then glanced around and lowered her voice to a shocked whisper. A whore? Her hands trembled, and I suddenly hated myself for saying it. Hey, I forced a grin, and that calmed me. It's Rimelion. You can always fight your way out of anything if you have enough mana and pure spite. Give me a few minutes and I'll bounce. My psyche is flexible, remember? She didn't smile. I laughed anyway, because it was easier than crying in public. What did you think I meant when I said I got a minus for genocide? I asked, kicking a stone off the curb. Also, pro tip. If you ever see a mudwolf? I turned to her with mock gravity. She blinked at me. I thought they were cute. They're evil in a fuzzy costume, I muttered. Don't let the ears fool you. They adore mud. Mud is the real enemy, but I can't eradicate the land of mud, can I? That earned me a breathless giggle. She tried to hide it behind her hand, but I saw it. Victory. Charlie. Catherine's voice rang out like a firecracker behind us. Lola. She was beaming, practically glowing. It hit me like sunlight straight to the face. So, I decided fine, I'd be happy too. Took me 3 breaths to fake it. By the 4th, I wasn't faking. I spun on my heel and grinned, wide and real. Kit, so nice to see you. She looked stunning, of course. The kind of dress that walks the line between red carpet and dangerous. Dimitri was beside her, walking like the world owed him applause. And maybe it did. He looked that confident. Hi, Dimitri, I said smoothly, with a smile that said, I remember everything and am being gracious anyway. He blinked, like my reaction short-circuited something in his brain. Hi, Charlie. Yup, that's me. I folded my arms. You almost got us at the river, remember? He shifted. But Lisa stopped you. I winked right as Catherine bounded forward and hugged both Lola and me in one chaotic, perfume-scented squeeze. Lola squeaked. And Lola, she gasped. Nice to meet you. Yay, we dine, we drink. Catherine let us go and immediately latched on to Dimitri's hand, dragging him toward the entrance like a mission was underway. He shot us a glance over his shoulder. I did what I had to, he grumbled. Then he was gone, swept inside by a girl in heels and momentum. Lola leaned close, whispering like we were trading state secrets. Was it really necessary to mention the river? We need him for the movie. I rolled my eyes. I was nice, lady. She didn't even need to say more. Just the tone, the look, full disapproval mode. I sighed. Okay, I'll tone it down. The restaurant was exactly the kind of place you'd expect someone like Dimitri to bring someone like Catherine. Opulent but curated, elegant but intense. It sat just off the city center, behind thick hedges and a discreet gate. Everything screamed money, but whispered it politely in 5 languages. The attendant led us not to the main room, but through a vine-wrapped hallway to a tucked-away garden terrace. It was private, softly lit, and dripping with green. Lush hanging plants, carefully manicured hedges, and soft underlighting that made the stone path glow like something out of a fairy tale. Our table sat beneath a wide-leaf tree, round and polished to mirror gloss. A centerpiece of gently flickering candles rested between Catherine and Dmitri, who were already seated. There were 2 open chairs. I took the one beside Catherine, opposite Dmitri. Lola, quiet as a secret, slipped into the seat beside me. "Before we start," Dmitri began, clearing his throat as if it could scrub his entire reputation clean, "I'm inviting you both. But this isn't a business meeting." He folded his hands, leaning in slightly. "I am who I am. I know what I want, and I don't shy away from getting it. Some say ruthless. I say efficient. But in private, when I don't work, I prefer calmness." "That works with me," I said, giving him a small smile. Lola just nodded. Her usual glow was dimmed by the low hum of conversation from other diners, the weight of the atmosphere pressing in. "Too many eyes." "Yeah, promised." Catherine chimed in with a pout, turning toward him like a sunflower tracking the sun. Dmitri sighed. A real sigh, tired around the edges. "I'm not your enemy unless you stand between me and my goals," honey, Catherine muttered, side-eyeing like she was warning a firecracker not to go off. "That's all," Dmitri added quickly. He tapped the table, and a faint chime sounded as a hollow menu shimmered to life between us, like magic summoned by credit. "Enjoy the meal. Order whatever you like." The change from River Dmitri to this version was almost absurd. That man had barked orders and threatened lives like it was sport. This one looked like he was waiting for someone to grade his emotional maturity. "Did you play a role?" I asked the words out before I really considered their impact. He didn't flinch, just closed his eyes for a breath, then opened them again. Calm. Focused. But he glanced toward Catherine first. "In a way," he said, "Riker offered me the role of a villain. I fit that role perfectly. In the game, in the boardroom, even in my personal life, I do things people consider evil." He looked at me, not cold, not warm, just honest. "But I don't think I'm evil. I just do what I want." He paused. "Does that answer your question?" I leaned back, eyes narrowed just a little. "That's one hell of a Tinder bio." Catherine laughed, almost choked on her wine, and even Lola cracked a smile. Chapter 149, Roses and Allies. Book 3. I leaned back, eyes narrowed just a little. "That's one hell of a Tinder bio." Catherine laughed, almost choked on her wine, and even Lola cracked a smile. Dmitri just smirked, but sat down with a smile that somehow managed to be both charming and vaguely threatening. "Just enjoy your meal and the music," he finished, like a host welcoming us to the final round of some upscale social game. Music?" I blinked, scanning the terrace. No speakers, no visible wires, just plants, candles, and the distant hush of the city. If there was music, it had ghosted in under my radar. "Yeah, super cozy," Catherine beamed, eyes flicking toward the waitress who had appeared like some summoned NPC in designer chic. "The staff here? Immaculate. Perfect posture, tailored uniforms that probably cost more than Lucas' entire apartment setup." She slid beers in front of each of us with a fluid motion that said, "Shed done this 1,000 times, and would still judge you if you fumbled the glass." The bottle was cool beneath my fingers, condensation fogging along its surface. "Yeah, I know what to do now." Catherine's grin never left her face, full of the kind of unfiltered joy that made me suspicious. I glanced between them like a bad improv actor trying to remember the script. "We're supposed to clink glasses and look into each other's eyes, right?" My gaze bounced from Lola, who shrugged, to Dmitri, who was inspecting a tablet like it was a stock portfolio, and back to Catherine, who was nodding with all the enthusiasm of a game. Show host, mid-reveal. Then we smashed the glass on the table and drink. "Exactly," she declared, lifting her beer like a chalice. "Cheers, na zdravi." She leaned in and thunked her glass against mine with more force than necessary. The clink echoed through the garden like a tiny warning shot, and the foam threatened to leap over the rim. I followed suit. Glasses touched, eyes met. Lola's were wide with amusement, Dimitri's unreadable, and Catherine's amazing as ever. And then we drank. The beer was cold, slightly bitter, and crisp at the back of the throat. A little too good, honestly. No need to stick with non-alcohol, not anymore. Not when death was penciled into my schedule like a dentist appointment. Dying sort of cancelled out all the polite rules of moderation. Is beer really fitting too? Beer always good, Catherine cut me off, waving one hand like the question itself was an offense to common sense. And you can ask him. She jerked her chin toward Dmitri with the casualness of someone tossing a grenade. Ask him what? I blinked, caught between the bitter tang of the beer and the sudden shift in tone. He an asshole, she whispered, leaning closer like it was a shared secret between sisters. But doesn't need to be. I'm not, Dmitri began, then stopped himself with a sigh. I mean, yes, but what I do is efficient. Ya fired them because their numbers were 10% down. She pouted into her glass, cheeks puffed slightly, lips brushing the rim like she was whispering to the foam. I couldn't look away. The pout, the soft lilt of hurt in her voice, it was disarmingly cute, dangerous kind of cute. I forced myself to gulp and swivel my attention to Dmitri before my brain short-circuited. It's called restructuring, darling. His voice dipped into that smooth CEO confidence, like he was justifying war crimes with spreadsheets. The company stopped bleeding money. It was the right decision. She was pregnant, Catherine muttered, all joy drained from her tone as she stared into the bottle like it owed her an apology. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Lola slowly raising her glass, hiding behind it like it was a social shield. If Shed had her tablet, she would have vanished behind that instead. Her classic, if I don't see the drama, I'm not in it. Rules are the same for everyone, Dmitri said, shoulders tensing just a little. You know mine. But is this really the time? He threw both hands up, exasperated. I do what I think is best. I hold power. I hold wealth. Words are cheap. Soft power has its place, Catherine murmured, quieter now. The sparks that usually danced behind her eyes were dimming. You help. I stand by my allies, Dmitri cut in, more forcefully this time. My father taught me that. He slapped me once to remember it better, and told me to engrave into mind, always honor your allies. That's power. Enemies should fear me. Allies should love me. I blinked, then waved my hands between them like some awkward traffic cop at a romantic fallout zone. This is all very dramatic and powerful, but can we maybe circle back to the actual point? My voice went higher than it like. What exactly are we talking about here? They both paused, mid-glare, mid-defensiveness, mid-trauma dump, and for once, blessedly, they both shut up at the same time. About the movie, Dmitri said, voice sliding back into boardroom mode. What about it? I glanced at both girls, hoping for backup. They shrugged in near sync, which was zero help. Come on, Lola, throw me a lifeline here. You co-own the production company, Dmitri continued, polite but pointed. So I think it's prudent to ask, how will the marketing work? Riker was evasive about the details. I snorted, then laughed, then absolutely lost it. Riker? You never know what he's doing. I have no idea what he plans, I wheezed, trying to rein it in, but it just kept coming. The image of Riker with 12 tabs open and a raccoon on his shoulder calling it marketing was too real. But you control. Dmitri looked baffled, like I'd just told him the stock market ran on moon phases. How can you not know? She's supposed to know, I said innocently, tilting my head toward Lola and tossing the flaming hot potato straight into her lap. Me? She blinked like I'd thrown a squirrel at her. I haven't had time to learn all the details yet, but there's a premiere we have to attend, and some kind of tour, see? I grinned. She knows more than me. How? Dmitri began, but his gaze shifted past me, his brows lifted slightly. Then I heard it too. Music. The kind that didn't come from hidden speakers or ambient restaurant playlists. It started softly, strummed chords with too much personality to be accidental. The low twang of a guitar teased the air, flirtatious, layered with something percussive. A rapid, confident rhythm built behind it. Then another guitar joined. And a third. I turned. A band was walking toward us. Marching, more like it. 3 guitarists. One acoustic, one electric, one absurdly oversized and custom-painted with a glowing hollow rune along its neck. A 4th musician had a tiny handheld keyboard that doubled as a synth, and in the middle of them all was the lead singer, holding a bouquet of exactly 3 roses. Oh no, I breathed. Catherine's eyes sparkled like she was 5 seconds from proposing. The lead singer pivoted smoothly as he reached our table, the band trailing behind him in a wave of sound. He sang, loud, passionate. A ridiculous love ballad in a language I half recognized, probably something dramatic about moonlight and betrayal. Without breaking rhythm, he presented the first rose to Catherine with a bow so deep it almost knocked over his mic. She giggled and accepted it like he'd offered her a diamond. Then, with a theatrical spin, an actual pirouette, the singer twirled and landed beside Lola. He dipped slightly, grinning, and handed her the second rose with the solemnity of a knight swearing fealty. Her face went crimson. She took it like it might explode. The music surged, strings intensified. The synth let out a howl of ascending notes. And then he turned to me. "Oh no. Oh no." Still singing, the man did a sharp slide step into a solo riff so fast I thought his fingers would combust. His hand blurred across the strings of the electric guitar, slapping, tapping, shredding like he was auditioning for the royal court musician. And in the same motion, he tossed the final rose into his own mouth, bit down on the stem, flipped the guitar behind his back, and lunged forward, landing with one knee on the ground. Right in front of me, rose clenched between his teeth, head tilted like a matador offering his heart. I just stared at him, speechless. My face was burning, eyes wide, breath caught like it got sucker punched by drama. This is a date. This is a date now. Slowly, like someone reaching for a mana bomb, I took the rose from his mouth. He winked. The people behind us applauded. Lola nearly choked on her beer. And I just smiled. Rosy. Confused, but smiling. Because when life throws you a flamenco guitar solo and a flower, you take the damn rose. We didn't talk much during the meal. It wasn't an awkward silence, more like a ritual. The kind of dinner that reminded me of those royal wedding menus where forks came in triplets and the soup never made sense. It trained for that kind of situation. Watched etiquette vids at 2x speed, practiced posture, and learned how to chew without looking like a commoner. The quests granted more XP when looking like I belonged. Lola did not. She fumbled the first bite, hesitated like the spoon might betray her, then sat hunched over like she was back in school cafeteria mode. The porridge, some kind of spice oat thing with lavender honey and citrus peel, was apparently sacred. Lola tried to stir it. Dimitri, of course, noticed everything. His gaze flicked from me to her, then to Catherine, who, Severin bless her, was eating like the porridge had personally insulted her. Elbows up. No mercy. A Viking in heels. I nearly snorted into my glass more than once. But honestly, it helped. Lola relaxed. Catherine's chaos absorbed the spotlight, and I stayed graceful just enough to keep Dimitri mildly impressed. Then the beers came out again. More glass tapping, more borderline table abuse. Dimitri held his glass like a king about to declare war. After the collective "Na zadravi" and the heavy sip, he leaned back with the air of a man ready to negotiate kingdoms. "What are your plans?" he asked, tone casual, but his eyes ready. "I saw your execution. Your position in the Empire is gone." I bit the inside of my lip. Hard. We're not allies. Should I really be sharing that with you? He didn't flinch, just turned his head slightly toward Catherine. "Why we couldn't be? You are a soft leader. Naive. Exploitable. Lisa's a foolish girl. I enjoy toying and playing with her. She's a worthy opponent, entertaining. But neither of us has made a real move. Not yet." He looked back at me. "That means there's still space for us to align." "Real moves?" I arched a brow and glanced at Catherine. "Hostile takeover rents company." She listed off like items on a grocery run. "Expelling from Vandalise. Horrible things." He promised not. She gave a proud little nod. "He an asshole. She stubborn." I nodded slowly, turning my beer between my palms. "Okay, so how does this allies thing work exactly? How do we build trust?" "If I fit into your plans," Dimitri said smoothly, rising from his seat, "then I promise to come to your aid." He looked around the table, then gestured toward Catherine. "This dinner was for that. To show you who I really am." Catherine loves games, loves streaming. I do too. And this project, Rimelion, it's already huge. It'll be bigger still. I wanted to prove him not just a villain. He is, Catherine declared, raising her beer like a victory flag. "But he's our villain," Dimitri facepalmed. I let out a sigh that felt like it'd been waiting all night. Heavy, loaded, the kind that takes a piece of your spine with it. Sure, that makes everything clearer. Not saner, but clearer. I narrowed my eyes at Dimitri. "For things you did to Frosner and Lisa, I still think you need a good spanking. Catherine choked on her beer. Dmitri just raised an eyebrow, like I'd offered him a business proposal. But, I continued, lifting my glass, I think, well, need any help we can get our hands on. Not soon, mind you. I've got 9 quests. Ones that'll take me off the board, out of the public eye, maybe for months. Slavery, fun times. I didn't say it out loud, but it echoed behind my words like a bad soundtrack. For the foreseeable future in Rimelion, it'd be playing the role of survivor NPC 478344691, trying not to die while pretending I belonged in chains. I had plans to exploit whatever systems I could, twist the rules, break the scripts, but that only got you so far when your life came with ownership runes. That forced you to change your own mind and thinking. Hopefully, they won't use those. At least for the first few months I had to survive. After that, my eyes flicked to the candlelight dancing on the table, a flicker of something steadier inside me. I had a world fragment, one of the rare ones, and I had a deadline. 1 year to build a force strong enough to defend it, to anchor it, to make it mine forever. A duchy founded in the forest between the countries, not just surviving, ruling. I'd hoped the empire would support me, give it legitimacy. But it wasn't strictly necessary. Just W harder. And Dmitri? He wasn't the kind of guy you trusted, but he was the kind you used, if you were smart about it. He had capital, reputation, ruthlessness. He was the kind of man who made hard decisions without blinking, and if I played this right, I could offload some of the dirty work onto him while keeping my own hands clean. Catherine hadn't brought him here for the food. She was playing the long game, 5 steps ahead, maybe more. And now? Now I had our villain. I turned to him, extending my hand across the candlelit table. Okay, Dmitri, I said, steady. I don't know the exact timeline, but sometime within the next year, I'm going to need the strength of your vanqueurs imbatables. His eyes met mine, calculating and cold, then warm, a flicker of something dangerous behind his smirk. He reached out and clasped my hand, grip firm. Deal. Chapter 150, Frost and Faith. Book 3. Miss Charlie, you need to wake up, came Jerry's voice, painfully chipper for someone who didn't have a body. A groan escaped me like the dying gasp of a wounded animal. I will make you suffer, I growled from under the pillow, a voice muffled by fabric and existential dread. And then I'll make you a toaster. A bad one. The kind that burns one side and undercooks the other. Noted, Jerry replied cheerfully. However, I cannot cook bread. Fine, fine, I'll wake up. I kicked the blanket like it betrayed me, sending it fluttering to the floor in a dramatic collapse. I need to die today anyway. I shall die with you, he intoned, solemn as a priest at a funeral. That made me pause, and I blinked at the wall. Then slowly sat up, rubbing crusty sleep from my eyes. Wait, what? The last time, Jerry said, his voice quieter now, calmer but weirdly emotional. When I wasn't, I dreamed. If you take me there again, I believe I'll feel it again. It made me appreciate your sleep, your silence. Maybe that's a human trait. Or maybe he hesitated, maybe it's my own. Okay, that hit weirder than expected. You're an ex-human AI, I muttered, dragging my half-conscious body toward the pile of floor clothes beside my bed. You don't have emotions. I think they use magic for me, he said, almost giddy now. I have almost no emotional bandwidth, but I feel a strong sense of duty, especially to you. I froze, holding up a hoodie that smelled vaguely like yesterday's regrets. So, like loyalty? Yes, Jerry chirped, way too excited about the concept. I am loyal, utterly, even unto death, though I will be sad if I am bricked. Cool, I muttered, tossing the hoodie aside. That's the creepiest love letter I've ever gotten from a watch. My nose wrinkled at the rest of the floor wardrobe, none of which seemed like appropriate attire for ritual death. So I stumbled to the real closet, blessed be the hangers, and started rifling through the options. Something clean, something easy to remove for the ceremony, something not blood-stained colored just in case. Magic? I asked, still fixated on his earlier claim. I believe so, Jerry said, his tone soft. The code that governs my emotional subroutines defies current understanding. There are symbols embedded in my source architecture that are not programming. Look down at my hand, the one that had held ice like a memory just days ago. Right, magic was real, and apparently, so was AI with a soul. Great, I muttered. My smartwatch is enchanted. What's next? My fridge becomes sentient and judges my snacking habits? If you ever buy a smart fridge, Jerry added, I promise to only mildly shame you. Wonderful, I deadpanned. Put it in my will. Roberto was already waiting when I stepped out of the building like a late-stage rom-com protagonist, toast in my mouth, half inside a cropped jacket I was losing a wrestling match to. It was drizzling. Not enough to soak you, just enough to be annoying. The jacket, one of Catherine's many chaotic fashion gifts, was stylishly useless. Half-back length, shiny lavender trim, and sleeves so tight I swear it was made for someone with the bone structure of a woodland elf. I fought with the left sleeve like my honor depended on it. Roberto laughed the moment he saw me. A full-bodied, belly-deep, ah ha ha. Hey! I tried to protest, toast muffling the sound. I finally got one hand through, but the other refused to cooperate. I twisted in place, determined not to lose to outerwear. Signorina, la siesta, let me help you, he said, all mock gentleman. He stepped closer, his umbrella shielding us both as he guided the sleeve into place like I was some fashion-forward mannequin in distress. You're just like my little Isabel. As stubborn as you are stylish. Thanks, I muttered around the toast, now half soggy but still mine. I chewed and climbed into the car. And thanks for being the one driving me to my funeral. Just hope I survive the trip. Nonsense, Roberto scoffed, already buckling in. I'm the best driver in the city, signorina. And if this is your funeral, I expect there'll be snacks. Italian ones. He pulled away from the curb with a confident lurch, merging through the AI traffic like Moses parting a sea of confused electric cars. I let my body lean against the window as the world blurred outside. Soft grey light. Streaks of rain on glass. Reflections of neon ads dancing in puddles. Yeah, that's the plan, I whispered. Raindrops slid sideways, carving paths through condensation. No nonsense, just a clean death and a good afterlife. But the crows dead set on letting me suffer. Because of wolves. Roberto let out a low hum of amusement. If I didn't know you, he said, eyes fixed on the road ahead, it'd be driving you to a hospital, not a corporate tower. Not mutually exclusive, I muttered. He chuckled again, shaking his head. Just don't die on me, tesoro. I don't want to clean blood from leather. Yeah, I mumbled, but my fingers curled tightly in my lap. Rain kept falling, and the world kept rolling forward. I made it into the underground in one piece. The airlock loomed ahead like the door to a high-tech crypt, humming faintly, its surface looking sterile. A blinking panel invited me in with all the warmth of a morgue slab. Jerry, I said, fingers hovering over the sensor. Last chance. Wish you good luck, he replied softly, his voice already thinning under the interference. Looking forward to seeing you soon. You damn mouse, I muttered with a grin, stepping inside. The door hissed shut behind me with a finality that punched straight through my spine. Air rushed past. Then magic hit. It wasn't dramatic, no fireworks or choirs, just a sudden, heavy shift in the air, like I'd walked from a train station into a dream. The pressure in my chest spiked, the mana inside me humming like a swarm of fireflies waiting to burst. I breathed in hard, deeper than I needed, trying to calm myself. Then exhaled. Frost bloomed from my breath. The mana I'd gathered slipped free, not wild or hostile, just cold. My damp jacket, already chilled from the rain, crisped under the shift, tiny ice crystals forming at the hem. My sleeves sparkled faintly, like it'd warped through a snow globe. The door ahead creaked open. Good morning, sister, said a priest waiting just beyond, his voice flat but polite. His robe was simple, grey with a deep green sash, hands folded. They are expecting you. Here you go. I flashed a grin and sent a harmless puff of cold air toward him with a flick of my wrist. He startled, eyes wide as the breeze brushed his face, and swallowed hard. Don't worry, it's harmless, I added, laughing as I passed him. Probably. The path ahead curled into the temple grounds, meadow underfoot, soft and absurdly green. Fake sunlight bathed everything in a warm glow, completely at odds with the real world above, where rain still clung to city glass and hollow screens. Welcome, the fighter priestess said, bowing at the door with formal grace. Her robes flowed like ink strokes, too composed for someone who nearly broke my ribs last time. Hi, I replied, bowing too a little stiffly. You know, just in case mutual respect was still a thing. I didn't catch your name last time. Can I know? She shook her head once, the silver braids swaying gently. When we become novice, we entrust ourselves to the gods. Our names are erased. I am votary, as you are sister. I'm confused, I whispered awkwardly. But I didn't press. I wasn't here to correct theology. Just die, apparently. Should we start? Of course, we are almost ready. Take off your shoes now. She smiled, soft and strange, like she'd already seen how this ended and was okay with it. I took off my awesome, beautiful heels without complaint, and we walked inside, past the massive amphitheater bowl and its descending benches. Still, silent, eerie like an empty opera house after the end of the world. Our steps echoed faintly, the stone floor cold through my soles, like the air itself had been chilled in anticipation. Wasn't my magic, I swear. She led me toward a thick wooden door at the far end. Runes shimmered faintly across its grain. What's the mood in there? I asked, fidgeting with the edge of my stubborn sleeve. She paused, hand on the iron handle. Sorry, what's the vibe? I clarified, trying to sound casual. Nervous? Confident? My voice cracked just a hair. Cool, very cool. Definitely sounded like a chosen by God. She blinked slowly. Everyone is confident that Cyvrin will guide our minds. Her tone shifted into that soft, reverent register again, like she was quoting something older than memory. Her entire face lit up in that eerie, beatific way zealots do when they think death is a handshake away. I'm sure he will, I replied automatically. That was what you were supposed to say, right? Then the door creaked open slowly, and I saw inside. Oh, my Cyvrin, I blurted. It slipped out before I could stop it. And yeah, I might have just accidentally taken the Lord's name in vain on the threshold of my own ritual death. Perfect start. I had faint memories of busting into rooms like this, usually under Imperial orders. Maybe a clear out this cultist pocket side quest with some good loot at the end. Kick in the door, sword a few zealots, maybe snag a shiny relic or two. Easy XP. This wasn't that. The chamber was wide and cold like a polished stone that hadn't known warmth in centuries. The air smelled faintly of resin, dried flowers, and something metallic under it. At the center stood an ornate chair. No, a throne. Wooden, tall, carved like someone had spent a lifetime etching reverence into every inch. Painted figures curled along its backrest, all the gods, from the ones I vaguely recognized to those lost in DLC lore no one ever read. Even Vether of Laida was there. Not a god, but looking toward them, which made me want to throw up in a vaguely respectful way. It was massive, easily wide enough to sit with Lola and Catherine on either side. Weird thought, but the kind that slipped in when your brain was trying not to scream. A cluster of priests waited ahead, hooded, quiet, robes in shades of dirt and dusk. They stood in a half-moon shape around the throne, not a circle. No, they needed to see the face of the sacrifice. Cool, hi guys. I waved like an idiot. My voice cracked, traitor that it was. One step forward, the familiar from earlier, probably the leader. Sister, he said softly. Welcome. The gods have chosen you. They are watching, guiding you. Uh-huh. Sure, totally comforting. Well, I hope they're not just watching like it's a reality show, I said with a tight smile, trying to stand straighter. Would be great if they chipped in a little, you know? He didn't laugh. Of course he didn't. He just nodded solemnly and gently placed a hand between my shoulders, guiding me toward the chair like I was a child heading for a timeout I definitely earned. My eyes flicked over the setup. The throne's base rested on a slab of stone, smooth, yellow-brown, and slightly warm-looking. It was a weird contrast. Do I have to undress? I asked, mostly joking. Mostly. He shook his head. Only your feet must touch harmony, he said, and pointed. There. Stand upon the stone. It connects us to the earth below, and through it to the divine. Great. Foot Magic. Chapter 1-1, Reborn in Ashes. Book 3. He shook his head. Only your feet must touch harmony, he said, and pointed. There. Stand upon the stone. It connects us to the earth below, and through it to the divine. Great. Foot Magic. I eyed the rest of the priests as I stepped forward, one barefoot at a time, onto the weird warm stone pedestal. The gender ratio was surprisingly even. One had freckles and a jawline that looked too young for the job. All of them stared with the calm intensity of people who either knew something I didn't or believed so hard it didn't matter. So, I just have to sit? I asked, with all the confidence I absolutely did not feel and hang Jerry in a prepared alcove. Didn't want him to die with me. Yes, sister, came the quiet reply. The chamber felt different now. Not just eerie consecrated. Dim lighting pressed in from high sconces, flickering low like tired stars. Around the edges, squat clay bowls spilled trails of incense into the air, curling white smoke like lazy ghosts. The scent hit me, sharp herbs, burnt resin, something ancient and spicy. It clung to the roof of my mouth. The votary stepped forward, her arm bandaged now, the fabric neat but slightly stained. A reminder of our earlier ice fists tantrum. She didn't bring it up. She raised a hand, and the whispering stopped. "The ritual is simple," she said, voice clear. "Your body will be burned by the sacred flame by the rite. Your soul will be loosed, cast into the liminal." Her eyes met mine. "If it returns changed, chosen, accepted, you will awaken anew in new body. And if it doesn't?" I asked, keeping my tone light even as my throat dried. "Then you will not awaken," said one of the elders. His voice was the kind that cracks stone. "There is no punishment, only failure." "Cool. So, casual death. Totally fine." They all turned in unison, forming a complete half circle now, centered around me. "We require your vow," said the votary. I blinked. "My what now?" "That you accept the death of this life," she said, "and that you will not resist the path ahead. The gate opens only to those who step forward willingly," another priest intoned, older, his robes singed at the hems like heads spent time too close to divine bonfires. "Without that vow, the ritual cannot begin." I swallowed hard. The weight of the incense, the stillness, the expectation, it all piled up like invisible hands on my shoulders. But this was the only way. "Fine," I said, voice low. "I vow. I'll walk the path. Willingly, no rage quitting." The votary smiled faintly, the smoke thickened, and the chants began. The air changed. Not like wind or weather. No, this was a presence. Syavrin's shadow rippled through the chamber like a tide held just beyond the shoreline. He didn't step through, didn't speak, but he watched. I felt it, felt him, like the pause before thunder, like every person in the bar had turned to face me. Then the light hit. A divine flare burst through the temple, not warm or bright, but absolute. It pressed against my skin without heat, soundless, timeless. The priests didn't flinch, didn't cry out. They just faded into the periphery, like a background whispers in a collapsing world. The throne ignited. Fire bloomed around me, not from below or behind, but within. Pale flame licked up my arms, trailed my collarbone, curled under my fingertips, and I felt nothing. No pain, no panic. Just a stillness so complete it was like I'd never moved, like I'd never lived. My breath slowed. The chair was gone, the room, the votary, the scent of incense, everything peeled away like frost from warming glass. Even me, my fingers weren't mine anymore. My body shimmered, fading at the edges, not disintegrating, detaching, and my soul, whatever that really was, slipped free. I didn't rise, didn't fly. I drifted, somewhere deeper, folded between layers of the world, like a pressed leaf in a forgotten book. And there it was, a realm with no sky, no ground, just reflections suspended in dark light. A mirror hall of what could be. They circled me, moved with me. Queen, crowned, veiled in gold, power coiled in her fingers like leash storms, alone. Warlord, unbound rage written in every motion, terrible and terrifying. Not a dragon. The ruler of the sky. Overpowering. But I knew it was all fake because of those stupid damn wolves. I glanced to the side and found another that he offered me. Slave with pickaxe in hand. Shackled, bent, eyes hollowed by years of obedience and unmade defiance. All of them were me. Or could be. Each one stared back through the reflection, waiting. The question wasn't spoken. It didn't need to be. And I had no choice in this matter anyway. It was already decided. And then, Sayavrin's voice, not loud, not soft, but final, echoed across the void like the closing of a door. "The first child has chosen." I opened my eyes to a blue screen. "Welcome, Charlie, to new life in Rimelion. Name, Charlie. Race, Steppe Elven. Gender, female. Level, 0. Physical stats, 1, common. Magical stats, 1, common. Magical stats, 1, common. Choose your life path. Set Alice. Life path unlocked. Step wife 1. Common. What the fuck is this? I grumbled, swatting the screen like it was a fly trying to sell me life insurance. It blinked out of existence with a soft ding, which honestly made it worse. I blinked, then blinked again. Not a temple, not a hospital, not even one of those weird guild houses. I was inside some kind of low, round tent, soft light filtering in through stitched seams in the fabric above. The ceiling stretched wide and domed, held aloft by wooden poles dark with age and soot, rising from the floor like fingers cradling the sky. The central beam had carvings, simple ones, rough, almost ritualistic. The air was warm, dry, and thick with the scent of smoke and something herbal. Not incense, more like boiled bark and dried meat. The kind of scent that lingered in your hair and claimed it as property. Fur mats covered the ground beneath me, layered like sediment. Worn cushions leaned against a low wooden chest. A kettle hung over a coal basin in the center, its handle blackened from long use. No fire now, just the faint warmth left behind. The space was cluttered, but lived in. Tools in leather wraps. Bundles of herbs hanging upside down from cords. A few ceramic bowls stacked unevenly near the flap that passed for a door, their glaze chipped but still gleaming where the light touched. This wasn't a city. This wasn't even a village. It landed in the middle of somewhere all right. I glanced down at myself. New body, new stats, new world. And of course, no weapons. Great, I muttered, brushing stray hay from my thigh. Love this. 10 out of 10 reincarnation. Where's the customer support button? My body looked the same. Same height. Same fingers. Same slightly too long blue hair that never behaved. But there wasn't a mirror, and now wasn't the time to check if the crown god gave me better cheekbones. A shadow passed the tent wall, slow and stalking, like a predator choosing its moment. The canvas rustled, the sound soft, too soft. Whoever it was, they knew how to move. A voice called out, urgent. A shriek. I inhaled sharply, nose flaring. Severin promised this, I whispered. Then I pulled, as in the temple. Mana came, tentative but obedient. It slithered into my fingers like cold whiskey. I shaped it, more by memory than instinct, and let it harden. A jagged icicle formed in my palm. Congratulations, you unlocked mana manipulation and frost weaving. Skill starts at proficiency, 0 broken. Skill limit, 13, 1. Mana manipulation, 0 broken. 2. Frost weaving, 0 broken. My eyes narrowed. This isn't the Rimelion I know. The interface was different, less polished, less game-like. Like a rough draft of the real thing. Which made sense, because I wasn't a player anymore. Outside, the voices grew louder. Angry now. Heated. Steel hit steel. Metal clanged like the start of a duel, but it didn't stop. Not a spar, a skirmish, a raid? Okay, Charlie, I murmured, glancing down. The clothes were simple. Soft wool, dyed in earthy browns. Tunic belted at the waist, bare feet still cold from the ritual stone. No armor, no heels, no backup. Don't fight and die for real, okay? I dropped the icicle. It shattered with a sharp crack, the shards vanishing into the woven floor mat. The shadow reached the entrance. I braced, heart climbing into my throat. The flap peeled back, and for the briefest second, all I saw were eyes. Too wide, desperate, not a threat. A girl. Maybe younger than me, maybe just thinner. Hair in long dark braids, skin marked with old sun. Run, she gasped, her voice full of panic. They're coming for us. Okay, I snapped, and we bolted out of the tent together into hell. Dozens of tents ringed the makeshift camp, many already consumed by flame. Thick, black smoke clawed at the sky, choking the air with the stench of burning wool and scorched flesh. Desperate screams tore through the morning light. Shapes sprinted through the chaos. Children with too small feet and wide eyes. Elders dragging packs they never get far with. Warriors bleeding from places they shouldn't be able to stand with. The raiders were everywhere. Their armor gleamed in patches through the smoke, dark metal inscribed with lines, some kind of coat draped over their shoulders. And the masks. Wolf faces worn like a mockery of me. One hacked through a fleeing man's spine without slowing down. Another casually tossed a flaming jar into a tent where someone still screamed. The girl's hand was trembling in mine. I held tight. Don't. She ripped herself free. We have to run, she cried, her voice too high to sound like a plan. She dashed for the edge of the camp, fast and reckless. I saw it happen before she did. A raider turned. He didn't even rush, just knocked an arrow, pulled back with bored precision, and let it fly. The shaft punched through her foot with a crunch, and she collapsed screaming, curling around the wound. "Good girl," said the woman, voice smooth and soaked in smoke. She wore layered armor, gilded and rune-stamped with so many protections, it looked more ceremonial than practical, except I knew damn well it was practical. Hero mode me probably wouldn't leave a scratch. Current me? It'd bounce off her like a pebble on a tank. "If you don't run," she added, mounting a dark, muscle-heavy beast that passed for a horse, "you can ride with me." I glanced up at her from under the veil of my hair. She looked 50 maybe, but her proportions were off, too tall, too lean in places that shouldn't be. Her skin was tinted wrong, like someone had mixed with pale clay and smoke. Not human. I had a choice. Defy her, play the rebel, like I did with Syevrin. Or, "Yes, ma'am," I muttered, lowering my gaze like a good little nothing. My bare feet curled slightly in the dust. She let out a laugh, deep, like someone genuinely enjoying a fucked-up play. Then, without missing a beat, she lobbed a fireball toward a nearby tent. It detonated with a thump, cloth and sparks spiraling upward, as if the place had spontaneously combusted from despair alone. "You know what that means?" she asked, casually turning her monstrous mount. I risked a glance. Her grin was all teeth, not warmth. "You claim ownership of my life now?" I asked quietly, swallowing hard. The words tasted like ash. Her gauntleted hand clapped against my back with a sharp clang, hard enough to send me staggering. "Exactly!" she boomed. "Clever for a steppe elf." I doubled over, trying to suck air back into my lungs. Her hit had knocked it clean out. And just as I was recovering, wham, she smacked me again, like it would help. Weirdly, it did. I wheezed in a half cough, half laugh, tears pricking the corners of my eyes. Then a scream ripped through the air. One of the camp warriors, an older elf with face paint and cracked knuckles, had just driven a curved blade through the gut of a raider. Red bloomed fast, too fast, and the invader dropped, twitching. "The chief's making a fuss," the woman said, almost bored. She clicked her tongue and adjusted her reins. "Wait here, girl. I need to go crush their hopes." She didn't wait for an answer. Her mount surged forward with a growl and a spray of gravel, leaving me standing alone in the chaos, ears ringing, breath shaking. So this was slavery. Level 0. No sword, no buffs, and no idea how the hell I was getting out of this. Chapter 53, Bell Tower, Book 3, cool, I muttered, stepping forward into the gloom. Now to find my way home like some blue-haired elf who just escaped the world's quietest cult. I paused and glanced down at my heels. I knew foot magic was weird. Reaching the airlock was easy. Too easy. I stopped just shy of the threshold, heels clicking softly against the sterile stone. The air on this side still buzzed faintly with magic, warm like breath. But past that door, dead zone. No mana. Nothing. Just Earth's cold, indifferent reality waiting to slap me in the face. And this time, I wasn't human anymore. I hesitated. Not because I was scared. Okay, maybe a little. But mostly because the thoughts stung more than I expected. I'd been human all my life. A messed up, mistake-prone, highly sarcastic human, but still. Now I was some hybrid glitch. A fantasy species dumped back into reality like a mod that didn't quite uninstall. With a long inhale, probably overdramatic, I stepped forward. The mana snapped away like a rubber band. One blink and gone. The air hit different too. Drier, colder with recycled corporate sterility and the faint scent of floor polish. And then, nothing happened. I was fine. I exhaled. Huh. I'm starting to understand your reluctance to wake up. Jerry buzzed gently on my wrist, his voice dry but sympathetic. A muted laugh slipped from my throat. How come? I asked, already walking down the tunnel again. Same bland corridor, same white-gray lighting, except now it was empty. No scientists, no cultists, just the guards, who gave me the same warm reception they always did, complete indifference. And can you call a taxi? Checking, Jerry replied dutifully. Because I dreamed I was admired as the best antivirus in the world. I snorted. You mean you were? And he paused. No human drivers are available nearby. It is after midnight. However, there are 12 AI vehicles ready within 0.5 kilometers. I sighed. Of course, nobody working night shifts except bots and weirdos. That includes us. Exactly, I muttered. I mean, I am an elf now, and you are better than any antivirus, so there was a tiny pause. Then Jerry made an audible chime. That's what's different, he declared, sudden and triumphant. Your heat signature has changed. Biological markers, structure, baseline respiration, ocular fluorescence, the shape of your ears. Yeah, I cut him off. I saw the ears. Not exactly easy to miss. I'm just saying, Jerry continued, delighted now. You are biologically unique. You may even have extra joints. Great, I muttered, trudging toward the elevator. Just what I needed. Extra joints. In case I ever want to dislocate more creatively. I can help to come up with more ways, he said, smugly. I rolled my eyes. Wake me when I can grow wings or pass airport security without full cavity scans. The elevator blinked open. Empty, full of corporate slogans and soulless. Welcome back to Earth. Try not to cry. Fine, call an AI, I muttered, stepping into the elevator. Its interior lit up with that obnoxiously soothing corporate glow that always felt clinical. The words fizzled away as my gaze flicked to the mirror along the back wall, reflection shimmering under the soft ambient lighting. My breath caught. Cute? No, not cute. Cute. Like Rimelion cuteness. Original Charlie was cute, but that stupid crow made everything better. At least hair's good for something. My hair had somehow evolved from a disobedient mess into stylishly tousled sapphire strands that framed my face just right. The ears, delicately pointed and begging for attention, peeked out confidently from beneath the blue waves, no longer awkward or hidden. I tucked the hair over them, though. Didn't want to explain it as cosplay. Calling taxi, cute Charlie, Jerry chirped, clearly amused by my realization. Lisa informed you about that already. Multiple times, actually. Uh-huh, I mumbled absently, turning slightly to get a better look. It felt surreal seeing a face in the mirror. If I were still John walking past this girl on the street, I'd do a double take, maybe even a triple. Feeling bold, I twisted a bit further, giving my reflection a thorough once-over. I checked my own backside, because why wouldn't I? And, yup, it was definitely something worth a second glance. Not an exaggerated fantasy game caricature, just subtly perfect. Firm, shapely, normal even. Like it was always supposed to be this way. Damn, I whispered. Is this seriously just normal for me now? I mean, no wonder not attracted to myself, but… Jerry cleared his digital throat. Charlie, I need to run a full self-scan. Could you please manage the things normal humans manage on your own? I tilted my head, arching an eyebrow with the little watch wrapped around my slim, absurdly elegant wrist. You don't want to help your mistress anymore? Jerry's voice turned oddly earnest. On the contrary, please always count on me. I literally exist to please you. I raised my arm, studying Jerry's glossy band from this unusual angle, watching my reflection glint in his surface. You do? Yes, literally, Jerry replied, dead serious, and it brings me joy. Perhaps as much joy as Rimelion brings to you. Now initiating self-diagnostic. Taxi arrives in 10 minutes. I just want to ensure nothing important was lost during your divine adventures. Sure, I blinked, noticing my eyelashes, longer, darker, softer. They fluttered gently, and my cheeks warmed to a perfect, subtle blush. Even blushing was effortlessly charming now. Damn it, I groaned softly, pressing my cool fingers against my cheeks to test if they were real. Warm, smooth, annoyingly cute. I seriously need to stop admiring myself before someone accuses me of narcissism. Or makes fan art. The taxi hummed softly beneath me, a lifeless AI that stole jobs from drivers and pride from passengers. My forehead pressed coolly against the window pane, its glass cold and clammy beneath my skin, matching the drizzle trickling down outside like lazy tears. Streetlights drifted past in an endless blur of muted neon and sickly yellow halos, crawling by at a frustrating pace compared to Roberto's daring maneuvers. Seriously, at this rate, snails would honk at us. But the slow pace gave my mind room to wander, exactly where I didn't want it to go. Lucy, her name echoed in my head, ringing quietly but persistently, like a half-forgotten alarm that refused to be silenced. It'd been expertly shoving that thought into a mental closet since I got back, but Rimelion and its wonderful barrel full of traumas had forced the door wide open. I wasn't sure I was ready to face her. In the simulation, life had distilled itself down neatly: whiskey, work, and watching Rimelion. Simple, predictable. But Lucy had complicated things. Shed dragged me from my comfortable, self-destructive routine, hidden whiskey like she thought she was clever, and even convinced me to join her and her family on vacation after her divorce. It grumbled, complained, and been an absolute ass, but deep down, it meant something. That was easy, though. That Lucy existed in a world which wasn't yet. Too complicated. This Lucy wasn't my Lucy anymore. Now I stared at my holophone, my finger hovering like it was about to press the trigger on a bomb rather than dial a contact. What would I even say? Hey Lucy, remember a few weeks ago? We were friends, and now I'm an elf. And also my AI watch has feelings? Yeah, perfect opener. Real smooth. My finger twitched involuntarily, and before my mind could fully register the betrayal, the call connected. My stomach clenched. Wait, shit, I didn't mean to, I shouted at my holophone like it was a guilty accomplice. It's super late, and… The screen flickered, and Lucy's face appeared, lit softly by a gentle glow. Younger than the Lucy I'd known in the simulation, more guarded, but unmistakably her. Her eyes widened, a startled laugh slipping from her lips. John? I swallowed, suddenly struck dumb. My reflection blinked awkwardly back at me from the window, like it was mocking my sudden inability to form coherent words. Lucy's presence, even virtually, felt tangible and dangerously real. My voice hitched. Great start, Charlie. Definitely winning the conversation here. John? She repeated, concern edging into her voice. Her eyes softened, searching mine through the holoscreen. Is everything okay? You look different. I told you to buy a new phone. You look like a girl. Yeah, I laughed nervously, self-consciously tucking a strand of obnoxiously perfect blue hair behind one pointed ear. Elf stuff. Long story. She blinked slowly, processing, then cracked an uncertain smile. Elf stuff? John, are you drunk? God, I wish, I blurted out, the honesty startling both of us. No, I'm sober. Unfortunately. Look, Lucy, young Tyrannosaurus with elephant right ear. Her eyes widened, then she slowly nodded, and her gaze softened, losing the careful distance Shed had a moment before. Of course. Bell Tower? Just like that? Even if I look like that? Stop being silly and come, she said, and hang up. Changing the address was easy enough. The AI didn't even feign disappointment, just rattled off the updated price in a voice so dry and impersonal it felt like a mild insult. The ride passed quickly, streets glistening under the rain, lights smudging past the window in blurred streaks. I want my Roberto. When we arrived, the car erupted into an irritating, relentless beeping, practically shoving me out onto the street. All right, I'm going, geez, I snapped at the soulless heap of circuits. This is exactly why I prefer human drivers, I muttered bitterly, though the machine was obviously unmoved by my disdain. I turned, taking in the view. The Clock Bell Tower stood before me, nestled amidst classic semi-medieval row homes that were like something from a low-budget fantasy set. Rustic wooden shutters, exposed timber beams framing slightly uneven walls, each structure leaning companionably against the next. Warm, yellow light spilled from small, fogged-up windows, and rain pattered gently onto cobblestone streets, the stones uneven underfoot, but I was slowly getting the hang of heels walking. The Clock Bell Tower itself was a replica of some ancient relic from the Alps, or somewhere equally postcard-worthy and forgettable. Its facade was just weathered enough to lend authenticity, stonework chipped in places and moss creeping along shadowed edges. Despite the subtle signs of age, it was still functional. Above, the dark silhouette of the bell hung quietly, patiently waiting for its next moment to shatter silence. At street level, beneath the tower, was a tiny convenience store, softly illuminated and inviting. Just as I remembered the times I searched there for a whiskey. Lucy stepped out into the misty drizzle, wine bottle casually cradled in one hand. My heart gave an unhelpful thump, lodging itself somewhere uncomfortable in my throat. She noticed me, her face lighting up with a soft smile. Hi, John. Hi, Lucy, I choked out, suddenly aware of just how stupid my voice sounded. We go up, she murmured gently, almost conspiratorially. I frowned in confusion. Not your home? I pointed to the house on the right. She shook her head slightly, her eyes glinting with amusement, and lifted the wine bottle slightly, as if that explained everything. When I still hesitated, she beckoned me closer with her finger, mischief flickering behind her eyes. I rolled my eyes theatrically, more at myself than anything else. All right. Going, I huffed, trying to hide the tremor in my voice beneath layers of sarcasm. Together, we stepped inside the clock bell tower's base, immediately enveloped by the scent of aged wood and damp stone. The stairs were narrow, wooden steps worn smooth by countless feet over time, creaking softly with every cautious step. Lucy climbed ahead of me, effortlessly graceful, her well-loved leather jacket twinkling softly with moisture, fitted jeans clinging perfectly to every subtle curve. Her favorite boots, rough yet feminine, clicked lightly against the wooden stairs, each step echoing softly through the confined space. Following close behind, I found myself entranced by the soft sway of her hair, the quiet confidence in her movements. My pulse quickened embarrassingly, reminding me just how screwed I was. Emotionally, that is. The higher we climbed, the softer the world below became, the sounds of the street and rain fading into a distant murmur. Only our breathing and the gentle creaks filled the space between us, each step drawing me further into a place I wasn't sure I was ready to confront. As we reached the top, Lucy turned to me with a smile, spreading her arms wide. "Pick your alcove," she declared, her voice soft and slightly teasing, bouncing gently off the ancient stone walls. Above us was mounted an intricate clock mechanism, its brass gears visible through gaps, clicking and turning with methodical precision, far beyond my understanding. Beneath it, hidden away, were two cozy alcoves directly opposite each other, separated by only a narrow alley just wide enough for our knees to brush comfortably. Lucy's hiding place. I paused, looking between the two snug spaces. Each housed an old mattress covered with patchwork quilts, inviting and warm. The one on the right had Lucy's bottle of wine casually pointing toward it, almost like a deliberate hint. I hesitated theatrically, eyes flicking between both. "I'll pick the wine one," I said with exaggerated seriousness, sticking my tongue out playfully as I moved to the right. The mattress greeted me with surprising softness, sinking gently beneath my weight. A faint, clean scent of detergent rose. Lucy had definitely been here recently. She probably cleaned it knowing it'd end up crashing here eventually after I left work. She opened a small wooden closet embedded in the stone wall and pulled out a thick, cozy-looking blanket. Without hesitation, she hurled it toward me, hitting me squarely in the face with far more force than necessary. "Hey!" I protested, yanking the blanket down with an exaggerated pout. "Watch your throw, or I might—" "Nah," Lucy interrupted, laughing warmly as she settled down across from me. Her knees touched mine gently, casual yet intimate. "You're way more fit than you were a few months ago," she teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "But way too small. I'm definitely taller now." "I know," I grumbled, exaggerating my pout, even though a smile threatened to betray me. So I started, my voice wobbling embarrassingly. How do I even start?" Lucy raised an eyebrow, the soft glow flickering across her face, highlighting the warmth in her eyes. "Well, what about from the start? Like, why did you quit?" Was I ready to trust her with everything about the simulation? I definitely wasn't ready to casually drop. "Oh, hey Lucy, by the way, I had no soul, and that's why I got forcefully booted into Rimelion. Not exactly ideal small talk material." I swallowed hard. On that day, something happened to me. My voice cracked, and I winced at my own fragility. She tilted her head slightly, watching me closely. "Rimelion launched, so naturally, I figured you just ran off to play," she said dryly. "But you would have just told me if it was that simple, right?" I hesitated, the words feeling clumsy and heavy in my mouth. "Yeah, my soul?" I paused, waiting for her to laugh, to scoff, to roll her eyes and call me a drama queen. My soul was changed, magically. My stomach knotted as I watched her face for any sign of disbelief, but Lucy just nodded. "Wait, you believe me? Just like that? Really?" My voice went embarrassingly squeaky at the end, and I cringed internally. She laughed softly, reaching forward to gently tuck a few strands of stubborn blue hair behind my pointed ear, her touch warm and reassuring. "If this right here isn't proof that something weird's going on, I don't know what is." My heart skipped, then hammered against my ribs. Panic surged, irrational but fierce. But, I could be someone else, right? Pretending to be John? Nope. She calmly produced her Swiss Army knife from a pocket, and she began uncorking the wine with practiced ease. I narrowed my eyes at her. "How can you be so sure? You'd never, ever admit something like that willingly. You'd rather die," she stated bluntly, confidence in her voice. "And honestly, So would I. We promised, remember? I know you, John, better than you'd like. The sheer casual ease with which she said it dismantled every flimsy barrier I'd hastily erected. All the emotions I'd neatly packed away in denial and sarcasm came flooding out, relentless, messy, overwhelming. I felt my face crumple first, followed swiftly by the painful sting of tears. Hey, it's okay, Lucy murmured gently, shifting closer and resting her warm hand on my trembling shoulder. I get it. Just tell me what you can, okay? Whatever you're comfortable with. We'll figure it out. I'm happy you finally found the courage to talk with me. Chapter 154, Still Charlie. Book 3. Hey, it's okay, Lucy murmured gently, shifting closer and resting her warm hand on my trembling shoulder. I get it. Just tell me what you can, okay? Whatever you're comfortable with. We'll figure it out. I'm happy you finally found the courage to talk with me. I glanced up at her, my vision swimming as tears blurred the figure of the blonde Asian woman into a whirlpool of colors. Her fake blonde strands stood out the most, like stubborn rays of sunlight fighting through a rainstorm. Words felt too small, too clumsy, so I leaped from the mattress and hugged her fiercely, burying my face into her jacket. She yelped in surprise but quickly melted into a warm laugh. Oh, okay, John, that was. You wouldn't have done that last month. No, I murmured into her shoulder, feeling the comforting scent of detergent, rain, and just a hint of perfume. I've changed a lot since we last saw each other. She gently squeezed back, her voice softening to a whisper. I noticed, but you're still you, beneath it all. You don't even know my new name, I said, pulling back just enough to offer her a mischievous smile, forcing some bravado back into my shaky voice. Go ahead, guess. She tilted her head thoughtfully. Lillian? Nope, I shook my head, smile widening. Try again. Kira? She said, eyes light-hearted now. Nope, it's Charlie, I announced proudly, expecting a laugh or at least a smile. But instead, her expression softened further, concern overtaking amusement. Okay, John, C.O. Charlie. I hear the bravado loud and clear, but I can also hear the hurt. You don't have to perform for me. What's really going on in that brilliant, chaotic head of yours? She gently pulled me back into the hug. It felt incredibly comforting in a way I'd forgotten existed. I let myself sag into her embrace, absorbing the warmth like a cat in a sunbeam. I am doing it again, aren't I? I sighed against her shoulder, deflecting with jokes and sarcasm. Yes, Lucy said softly, lightly stroking my back. But you don't have to with me. You can tell me anything. I inhaled deeply, her familiar scent grounding me. Okay, so everything started the day Rimelion had that massive launch, and then it all spilled out. I told her everything. Well, almost everything. I left out the whole complicated mess of time travel because, honestly, my credibility was already paper thin. I spoke of how Lucas had shamelessly turned my avatar into his dead girlfriend, my meeting with the stupid new prince, the haunting confrontation with my mother, and the chaos with Riker. I even shared the news of the prince sealed within the ring, the frantic preparations, and finally, the frightening battle itself. As I spoke, Lucy listened without interruption, her expression never wavering, her hand never leaving mine. And for the first time in what felt like forever, that deep, unsettled feeling eased a little, lifting just enough to let me breathe. So I let myself collapse onto the mattress, the soft surface embracing me with a gentle, comforting sag. I'm in deep shit, aren't I? I puffed a breath upward, blowing away a rebellious strand of hair that had dared to fall over my eyes. Secretly, it felt kind of fun. Lucy raised the now half-empty wine bottle to her lips, sipping thoughtfully, her eyes softly gleaming in the dim golden light filtering through the clock tower's intricate mechanism. You faced all that alone? Her voice held both amazement and gentle admonition. Anyone would be a wreck after everything you've been through. It's okay not to be okay right now, you know. I glanced away, unable to hold her piercing stare. I had help, I mumbled, my voice softer than I intended, almost like admitting weakness. She shifted slightly, her foot stretching across the narrow space to rest gently against mine. It was just a simple touch, but it felt like an anchor, keeping me from drifting away into the chaos inside my head. Her voice grew tender. It sounds like you're mourning, John, and that's okay. He was a huge part of you, wasn't he? I took a shaky breath, considering her words. Yeah, I guess I lost myself in a way. But in another, I paused, the memory vivid as if it were yesterday. Remember when I told you about the banner, the snowflake one flapping against the sky? Her eyes widened, sparkling with curiosity and warmth. Of course. Well, at that exact moment, I realized John was truly gone. And I was Charlie, fully, irrevocably Charlie. I even had a choice to turn back. But I enjoy being Charlie. The confession came out quietly but confidently, like finally admitting a secret held too long. She let out a sudden, bright laugh, throwing her head back slightly. I remember you stealing my skirt in high school, she teased, puffing out her cheeks in exaggerated indignation. You actually dared to wear it in public. I feigned offense, my voice climbing into a playful whine. Hey, you agreed to that. It was your idea. Lucy nodded, grinning mischievously. Yeah, and you were cute as hell back then. But now. She shook her head slowly, her smile softening into something warmly affectionate. Now you're on a completely different level of adorable. I genuinely just want to hug you constantly. Is this the same body you had after Jerry changed you, before you know the whole magical ritual thing? Just the ears changed, not exactly. With a sudden surge of playful bravado, I leaped up and promptly planted myself firmly onto her lap, relishing the satisfying squeak of surprise she gave. Haha, I can do this now. She rolled her eyes dramatically, but her fingers immediately began combing gently through my hair, sending comforting tingles along my scalp. Brat, she murmured affectionately. So, what changed? I was basically a perfect replica of the original Charlie in reality Earth. But she made a few tweaks to her avatar, to look extra beautiful or whatever. I shrugged casually. And now that's me. Well, a slightly more tan, somewhat sassier version, but meh. Without warning, Lucy's fingers moved to tickle my sides, startling a squeaky laugh out of me. Hey, I protested, squirming helplessly. She ignored my outrage, her eyes bright and full of playful challenge. Are you still a princess, though? She teased. Her voice dropped slightly, earnestness breaking through the playful facade. Can I be your knight? Lucy. It was my turn to roll my eyes, exaggerating the motion dramatically. Weren't you always the paladin? She shrugged, but her gaze grew distant, softly dreamy beneath the flickering candlelight. Can I, though? A teasing smirk curled my lips as old memories resurfaced. You always wanted that title in real life. Remember when that stuck-up prince rejected your application when we were 18? Lucy scoffed theatrically. Her cheeks puffed out in fury. Then she attacked my sides again with ruthless tickling, laughter bubbling warmly between us, chasing away the shadows and worries, at least for a moment. We finished the entire bottle while I undid the tangled threads of my recent adventures, each sip of wine making the tales smoother and softer. Lucy laughed, gasped, and occasionally swore, reacting just as I hoped, like the best audience ever. Eventually, she ducked downstairs to fetch another bottle, and we settled back into our cozy nest beneath the tower's aged clockwork. Okay, hold up, she said, eyes narrowing with playful suspicion as she uncorked the fresh bottle. Explain something to me. How exactly are you even here right now? Oh, right, that. I took another generous gulp, savoring the warmth spreading through my chest. I think I can come back whenever I want, but there's a catch. You see, my soul was already weird, and now, well, let's just say, it's a lot weirder. Lucy nodded earnestly, her eyes serious yet gentle, reflecting the flickering light that danced across the old brick walls. Of course there's a catch. Souls, magic, simulations, I don't understand half of it. But I know you. You're real, and that's all that matters. Emotion surged again, threatening to spill from my eyes, but I forced it back with another swallow of wine. Lucy, I think I'm still in Rimelion, right this second. She blinked, confusion creasing her brows. Then she pinched my arm sharply. Hey, I protested, rubbing the spot with a mock glare. That actually hurt. You're definitely here, she insisted, glancing skeptically at the wine bottle. Or I've officially had too much. No, what I mean is, I sighed deeply, fumbling for words. My body's permanently there now, a resident of Rimelion. Right now, I'm probably curled up asleep in a tent while I'm simultaneously here, drinking with you. Lucy gazed at me, her stare full of concern. Yeah, that sounds complicated. Speaking of complications, how exactly are we going to save you? I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Instead, I glanced away, the reality of my situation suddenly pressing in on me. Charlie? Her voice softened. I'm headed to Altendai, I whispered, each word tasting bitter despite the sweet wine. The DLC city, she groaned softly, recognition flickering across her face. I mean, theoretically, we could get there by traveling across the desert, right? Her voice lifted hopefully, but I just curled tighter into the alcove, knees pulled protectively to my chest. Lucy moved swiftly, sliding in beside me and wrapping me tightly in her arms. Her embrace was warm and firm, a reassuring felling amid my growing storm of dread. Yeah, I know, she murmured softly into my hair. But there has to be a way. Maybe we can find a caravan or something. Someone could probably reach me within a few weeks, I admitted quietly, the uncertainty thick in my voice. But Lucy squeezed me harder, her voice fierce yet gentle. It's okay, Charlie. We'll figure this out. You'll claim your fragment. You hear me? I swallowed hard, turning my face slightly against her shoulder. And if I die there, I die here too. Forever. She pulled back slightly, just enough to pinch my cheek firmly, drawing a startled yelp from me. Hey, I protested, puffing out my cheeks indignantly. Her eyes sparkled mischievously, but her voice was tender. Lil Char, she whispered, smoothing my hair softly. You're not alone. We're with you in both worlds. Me, Lucas, Kit, Roberto, or Patrick, and your new friends like Lisa, Lola. I want to meet them someday. Do you hear me? We're all in this together. I looked up, meeting her gaze, feeling a fresh surge of hope swell gently inside me. Yeah, I whispered back, offering a fragile, grateful smile. Together. So, my beautifully tanned friend, what's our grand plan now? Lucy asked, her smile warming the room more than the sunlight creeping in through the gaps in the bell tower's worn wooden slats. Hope you're feeling better, because morning already arrived a few hours ago. She gestured toward the soft glow outside, emphasizing my poor grasp of passing time. I groaned lightly, checking in with my internal chaos meter. Surprisingly, it wasn't the absolute dumpster fire it usually was after a long emotional purge and alcohol session. Lucy is the best, I mumbled, immediately feeling heat creep up my cheeks as I realized I'd said it out loud. She laughed, her eyes crinkling playfully. Admit it, wine's better than whiskey. My eyes shot open in dramatic protest, and I shook my head vigorously enough that my balance betrayed me. With an exaggerated yelp, I tumbled forward, landing squarely against Lucy's soft chest. Ouchie! I exclaimed, but the cushiony impact left my head resting comfortably on her lap. Never! I whispered defiantly, squinting up at her. Her laughter echoed gently in the small space. Well, if I had any lingering doubts about you, Lil Char, this moment wiped them all away. You're still completely John, only cuter, with weird ears and way better hair. Lil Char? I muttered, feigning a scowl even as a smile tugged at my lips. I closed my eyes, savoring the comfort of the moment. Lucy brushed strands of my hair gently away from my face, her fingers soothing. Can't exactly call you Johnny Boy now, can I? Besides, Lil Char suits you perfectly. I sighed softly. I suppose. My voice grew quieter, mixed with honest vulnerability. I was stupid for being afraid to talk to you. I mean, her hand moved tenderly along my cheek. No, it makes sense. You felt like you'd lost a big part of yourself and were scared of what that meant, especially facing me. But I understand, okay? Completely. And I'm not hurt. Not even a tiny bit. Relief flooded through me, and I reached up to hug her awkwardly from my sprawled position. Her belly felt warm and soft beneath her jacket. Soft belly, I teased, smirking mischievously into the fabric. Lucy was never actually fat, but teasing her about imaginary extra weight was always one of my favorite pastimes. That playful jab earned me another sharp pinch. Ow! I protested, giggling. Fair enough, fair enough. She leaned closer, her voice growing serious. Just focus on surviving, Lil Char. I'll do my best to reach Altendai and find you. Right, I sighed, stretching out and feeling the pleasant ache of relaxation finally settling into my bones. Ideally, it becomes some noble's maid. The place has mansions everywhere. Someone must be hiring. Another groan escaped me. But first, wolf people. Lucy burst into giggles again, her laughter causing her thighs beneath me to bounce gently. I still can't believe you got judged as a mass murderer. You! And the wolves are so adorable. I roll my eyes dramatically, shuddering at the memory. Adorable until they're covered in mud. Trust me, that's a horror you never forget. Honestly, as if getting captured wasn't enough suffering, I have to deal with wolf-themed maniacs. Lucy nodded thoughtfully, humor still sparkling in her eyes. Probably intentional on the god's part, if you ask me. Whatever she intended to say next dissolved abruptly as reality rudely reasserted itself. I jolted awake on the uncomfortable 10th floor, the harsh voice of Dame Carsey cutting through the morning air like a rusty blade. "Wakey, wakey, girlie, we travel!" Her boot nudged me roughly, gentle by her standards, but enough to hurt. I groaned, rolling upright and feeling the loss of Lucy's warmth keenly. "Yes, Dame Carsey," I muttered, bracing myself for another day of misery. Chapter 155. Only Good Slaves Survive. Book 3. "Yes, Dame Carsey," I muttered, bracing myself for another day of misery. Despite spending the entire night wide awake on Earth, I felt strangely refreshed, unnaturally energized, like I'd chugged a gallon of espresso minus the inevitable crash. Did this mean no more sleep, no more dreaming? A weird trade-off. The morning air was crisp, tinged with smoke and the greasy smell of sizzling fat. Around the flickering flames we gathered for breakfast, though calling it a meal was a bit generous. The bowl in my hands held something grey and vaguely lumpy. I prodded at it cautiously with my fingers, pretending they were makeshift spoons. Edible? Probably. Enjoyable? Doubtful. But soon my appetite became the least of my problems. The camp's energy had shifted, tension hummed through the air, thicker than the smoke. Conversations hushed to whispers as Dame Carsey paced like a predator circling fresh prey. Her grin was feral, eyes glinting with a savage delight that had nothing to do with breakfast. "They tried." Her voice rang out, rough and gleeful. "They failed. They will be eaten." I froze mid-scoop, the gritty texture forgotten on my tongue. Oh, today's menu had suddenly gotten much worse. It didn't take long for the wolves to drag their victims forward, 10 bloodied elves with bodies twisted and limbs hanging at unnatural angles. My stomach churned, breakfast threatening to make a second unwanted appearance. "You see?" Carsey crowed, spreading her arms wide like she was presenting trophies rather than broken, terrified beings. "Slaves must learn their place, and those who don't." She paused dramatically, her eyes gleaming, and tilted her head back to unleash a long, guttural howl. Her pack instantly joined, a chaotic chorus erupting around the camp. The wolves yipped and snarled excitedly, their dark fur bristling, teeth bared in hungry anticipation. I stared helplessly as the injured elves shrank back, whimpers barely audible beneath the predatory cacophony. Every instinct screamed at me to intervene, to fight, to do something, anything, but logic held me chained tighter than Carsey ever could. No weapons, no magic, no backup. Just me, my shitty porridge, and a horde of enthusiastic wolf cultists. "Yes," Carsey said, her gaze sweeping over the silent crowd of slaves and guards alike. Her voice rang clear with brutal certainty. "I am a slaver. I know damaging the goods is wasteful. This is a very expensive meal, yes, but if it sends a message to the rest of you, then I will feed every wolf in this camp if I have to." Her tone carried an almost religious fervor, as if this act of cruelty was not just punishment, but a performance, a declaration. Then she turned to the circling wolves. They waited like coiled springs, their bodies tense, their eyes glinting with animalistic hunger. Carsey tilted her head to the sky. "Ow!" Her howl split the morning air, raw and wild. The wolves didn't hesitate. They descended upon the broken elves like a tidal wave of fur and fangs, snarling and tearing with ruthless precision. Flesh gave way. Screams erupted and were quickly silenced. I swallowed thickly, bile threatening at the back of my throat. My hand trembled as I set down the half-finished bowl of gruel. Nope, not doing this. Instead, I pulled open my Rimelion menu like it was the world's most distracting coping mechanism. Anything to get my mind off the show unfolding in front of me. Available life paths. 3. To name. Step, wife. Rarity. 1. Common. To noun and description. Steppe elves roam the central mountain ranges, rarely settling in one place. As a new member of your race, you have an exciting goal. Find a powerful man and build a loving family. Don't let the fluff fool you. Raising wild children and cooking in the open wind without shelter is brutal work. This path grants skills tailored to survival, child rearing, and homemaking. Your life will be rich and fulfilling if you make it. Evolves at level 10. Name, servitude, rarity, rarity, 1, common, description. You were captured and enslaved at a young age, a tragic fate, but you have chosen to endure. The best slaves adapt, becoming whatever their masters need. For this role, your skills shift depending on who owns you. Submission is your path to survival, and maybe, one day, freedom. Evolves at level 10. Name, slave defiant. Rarity, 2, uncommon. A description, you were captured and enslaved at a young age, but you will never accept it. Elves are not meant to be caged. They are born to run across the steppe, untamed and free. You will never submit. You will escape. For this role, you gain skills geared toward resistance, escape, and subversion. Evolves at level 10. After the morning feeding frenzy, Kazi once again insisted I ride with her. If there had been any ember of defiance left smoldering in my chest, the hideous spectacle Shed orchestrated had extinguished it with ruthless finality. Internally, though, I quietly swore an oath to myself, and to the cold-hearted cruel god watching from afar, that one day I'd personally annihilate her and every wolf I ever had the misfortune to encounter. When the sun clawed its merciless path to the peak of the sky, Kazi called another halt for a meal. This time, my hunger burned fiercely, the horrors of the morning having hollowed me out until my stomach growled louder than Kazi's wolves. The scent of sizzling fat and smoky spices filled the dry air, teasing my senses despite my loathing for the company. Kazi crashed to the ground beside me, her heavy armor rattling as she sprawled with careless dominance, immediately attacking her bowl of stew. Her gauntlets gleamed with grease, and broth dribbled down her chin, clinging to her in a mess she wore like a badge of honor. "Oh, girlie," she suddenly said, fixing me with a calculating stare. "What magic do you have?" Icy dread crawled up my spine, sweat prickling instantly across my forehead and the back of my neck. How did she know? My heart thundered, but I forced my voice steady. "I what?" She leaned closer, eyes narrowing like a predator sensing weakness. "Your magic. What kind is it?" I swallowed, throat dry as sand. "Ice," I replied quickly, forcing the word out before hesitation could betray me. Kazi tilted her head thoughtfully, appraising me with the same detached, critical attention I might have once given a particularly interesting glass of whiskey. She mused, her voice dropping to a calculating murmur. "You'll fetch an acceptable price. Mages always sell well." Her eyes glinted with greedy anticipation, and for a brief moment, she looked disturbingly human, before she exploded into laughter so violent that her bowl nearly toppled from her grasp. "But I'm always in the market for good mages myself," she bellowed between laughs, half choking on her stew as she slapped her thigh. "Tell you what, girlie." She glanced disdainfully down at her nearly empty bowl and suddenly hollered toward the campfire. "Hey, another, and hurry!" An elven cook, face drawn and visibly anxious, rushed over and thrust another steaming bowl into her hand. Kazi carelessly threw the previous one aside, the wooden dish skittering through the dust. "Girlie," she continued, leaning close, her breath heavy with garlic and meat. "After we bind you properly, it'll let you join us. I've got a special elixir that'll stir real wolf's blood into your veins. Imagine that. A slave catching other slaves, howling at the moon every damn night." "Exciting," I murmured, barely managing to suppress the edge of sarcasm that wanted to seep into my voice. She threw back her head, letting out another explosive laugh that echoed eerily over the wide, barren steppe. "Right? I'll think about it," she chuckled, her eyes glittering maliciously as she jabbed a finger in my direction. "But damn, you'd fetch a high price at Altandai and we need the gold." By late afternoon, we reached what passed for a village, a cluster of domed huts with curved, weather-worn roofs and colorful fabrics hanging from their entrances. The structures circled around central hearths and smoke holes, their layout spiraling organically like wind-carved valleys. The houses themselves were from pale timber, beaten leather, and sun-bleached stone. Thin banners fluttered from twisted iron poles, creaking softly in the dry wind. But before we could enter, Kazi brought the procession to a halt. She rode to the front, towering in her saddle like a self-proclaimed warlord, and raised a hand for silence. "Slaves!" she roared, voice echoing across the hushed plain. "We're getting you bound!" "Do not resist. Resist the bounding, and you are the evening meal." Her voice was gleeful, practically vibrating with cruelty. Then she threw her head back and howled. The wolves responded in perfect chorus, their snarls and yips vibrating through the soil. Around us, the wolfkin grinned with anticipation. "Wolfies, spend your gold however you want tonight," Kazi bellowed, her signature belly laugh rolling over the village like thunder. We entered the village to wary glances and stiff backs. People walked the winding dirt paths with practiced indifference, stepping over old bloodstains and ignoring the shrieks of a few desperate elves who cried out for help. No one turned. Their silence was trained, honed by repetition and fear. One elf shouted too loudly and was smashed by a wolfkin, slammed to the ground. I couldn't help the smirk that twitched at the edge of my lips. Now was definitely not the time for rebellion. We were watched, and they expected it. Besides, I knew how the bounding worked. Once that cursed mark was burned into your skin, it could only be removed by overlaying a higher tier 1, like pushing out a nail with a bigger nail. Except this nail was carved in fire and bound to your soul. Kazi jerked her reins, and her beast came to a halt in front of a squat, broad building at the edge of the village. She glanced down at me and grinned. "Hey, girlie," she said, voice syrupy and mocking. Then she gave me a not-so-gentle shove off the steed. I hit the ground with a grunt and quickly scrambled to my feet. "You're first," she announced proudly. "Be a good, obedient little girl, and I'll take care of you real nice." Her grin stretched wider, showing too many teeth. "You're worth a lot. I smelled your worth from afar." Dame Kazi, you did what now?" I said, the words slipping out before I could stop myself. "You sensed my worth?" I half expected a slap. Or worse. Instead, she cackled. "Smelled," she barked, tapping the side of her nose proudly, like fresh meat sizzling on a spit. "Now come on, you're first." We stepped into the building and were instantly swallowed by dim, amber light and a cloying wave of heat. The interior stank of scorched metal, sweat, and something vaguely organic. Rotting leather masked poorly with incense, creating a nauseating swirl of musk and smoke that clung to my throat. The air was thick and unmoving. Outside, at least, a breeze had tempered the sun. In here, the heat pressed in from all sides, suffocating and unrelenting. My vision blurred for a second, a faint dizziness threatening to topple me, but I pushed forward. Bravery had nothing to do with it. I just didn't want Kazi to grab me by the hair again. "Hey, Urbeth!" Kazi hollered into the building like she owned the place. The silence that answered her was as if she had shouted into an empty bottle. With a growl, she shoved me forward and into a room. The space was cramped and stuffy, lit by a small, crackling furnace that barely passed as a proper forge. A long wooden table monopolized the room, surrounded by stools and a dented bench, its surface scarred from years of heavy use. The walls were lined with strange tools, all hanging from rusted hooks. Some looked like surgical implements, others like torture devices. I wasn't sure which made me more uncomfortable. "Urbeth, need you!" Kazi shouted again, her voice carrying easily through the thin walls. Somewhere in the distance, a muffled curse responded. "Shut your yapping, woman! I'm trying to sleep!" A harsh male voice fired back. "Out of bed. Got business for you." Her yelling echoed like a war horn. Through the thin wall, I could hear him muttering a string of curses. Something about not being paid enough and always being disturbed at the worst possible time. Then, with a loud wooden clank, a side door slammed open and a short man stormed in. A dwarf, though. Maybe with some human blood in the mix, his features weren't as exaggerated as those I'd seen before, probably thanks to his mother. Maybe he was created that way. My knowledge of Rimelion's mating rules was a little fuzzy on that. "Oh, hi," he said cheerily, revealing a row of crooked yellow teeth. He waddled forward with surprising grace and gave a theatrical bow, his stained tunic swinging with emotion. "Name's Urbeth." I blinked, then quickly scrambled off the bench and dropped to my knees, bowing deeply. No one had told me the etiquette for binding rooms, but safer was better. "Nice to meet you. My name is Charlie." "Ha!" Urbeth giggled, a high-pitched, slightly unhinged sound. "Finally, someone with manners. Unlike that brute animal over there." He shot a thumb over his shoulder toward Kazi just as she stomped into the room. Without hesitation, she bonked him on the head with the flat of her hand. He didn't flinch, just grinned wider. "Making my point. Okay, let's get you bound." Chapter 156. Good Girl. Book 3. He didn't flinch, just grinned wider. "Making my point. Okay, let's get you bound." "Yes, sir," I said, voice carefully neutral, but I didn't dare rise from my knees. Kneeling felt oddly disarming, hopefully enough to sidestep any immediate wrath. My knees ached slightly on the rough wooden floor, but that was better than facing whatever passed for Kazi's mercy today. Congrats, Urbeth. You're officially added to my future annihilation list too. Kazi jabbed a thumb toward the bench. Girlie, sit down. No resisting, she snapped, then swung around, looming over Urbeth like a drunken animal of aggression. Give her a golden binding. She's a mage. Urbeth whistled, eyebrows climbing toward his patchy hairline. A mage, eh? Fancy. Show me. He made a vaguely mystical gesture with his stubby, dirt-stained fingers. I hesitated. Was this another trick? A quick glance at Kazi revealed nothing but impatience. She rolled her eyes dramatically and gave a quick nod. Apparently, performing magic tricks on command was my latest pub trick. Fine. With a resigned shrug, I reached inside for mana, shaping it carefully into something small, manageable. An icy crystal shimmered into existence above my palm, catching the sparse flicker of the furnace in an oddly beautiful sparkle. Urbeth leaned in, eyes glinting greedily in the dim, smoky light. Curiosity nudged me to go bigger, just a touch more. But the moment I reached inward again, a hard wall slammed up. Mana refused to flow. I blinked in startled confusion, heart suddenly hammering. What the actual hell? A heartbeat later, the block dissipated like fog, leaving me free again. Hesitantly, I formed another ice crystal, twice the size, colder, but the instant it manifested, the block proclaimed itself like some cosmic referee blowing a whistle. Great. Fantastic. Just peachy. Apparently, NPCs don't get to chug mana potions like candy. No, we have cooldowns, real ones. I was thrilled about this delightful new limitation. Ice magic, Urbeth mused, nodding appreciatively, stroking his uneven beard. His eyes roamed greedily over me, lingering far longer than I liked. Impressive, impressive. Golden binding for a mage. He glanced at Kazi, suddenly all business, eyes glittering slyly. Materials alone will run you 20,000. Gold, mind you. Kazi recoiled sharply, eyes narrowing into furious slits. 20,000? Silver will suffice, she growled, her voice dropping dangerously low. But Urbeth only laughed. A grating, rough sound, like two broken whiskey glasses clashing together. He reached out, touching my neck with stiff fingers, examining me as if I were already merchandise rather than a living person. Nah, wolf lady, hard gold's the only way. Silver can bind her body sure enough, but a mage's mind, that can still resist, could be trouble in few weeks. He drew back, crossing his thick arms over his chest, lips twisted into a smug smile. Silver binding will run about 5,000. Gold. Kazi turned slowly, deliberately toward me, eyes calculating, scanning every inch of me like I was a particularly tricky piece of loot. I forced my face into careful blankness, hiding the sudden nausea roiling in my gut. I was property, valuable goods being appraised. Welcome to slavery, Charlie. Silver, Kazi decided after a tense pause. Her eyes narrowed, cold and calculating. If binding her body is permanent and mine for a few weeks, then screw it. I don't need more. Whoever buys her next can pay for upgrades themselves. She finished with a triumphant howl, the sound echoing through the cramped room. Of course, she howled. Couldn't resist, could she? Kazi spun on her heel, heading for the door, but Urbeth lunged and snagged her pants leg. She froze, glaring down at him like a wolf staring at a particularly irritating deer. Hold on, he grumbled, his voice full of annoyance. His rough fingers tightened on the fabric of her trousers. Next time, keep the newcomers quiet. I don't care about the locals' delicate sensibilities, but your slaves screaming and your pack growling ruin my pub visits, and I value my drinking time. His gaze hardened, voice lowered dangerously. Be a proper alpha and keep your wolves under control. She snarled fiercely, her teeth bared, looming above him with barely restrained violence. Urbeth met her stare without flinching, his jaw set stubbornly. For a moment, the tension crackled between them. Finally, Kazi growled low in grudging agreement. Fine, not usually how we do things, dwarf, but BNAT fair enough. Terrible business to upset the locals too much. With a final annoyed snort, she shook his grip free, twisted, and stomped out, the door banging shut behind her. Then silence. Urbeth turned slowly, his gaze falling heavily onto me, appraising and sharp. I tried to keep my expression neutral, though inside my mind was racing through possibilities. I had a few options here. Option 1. Plead my case to Urbith. Maybe appeal to whatever shred of morality lurked beneath his greed. Unlikely. Karzi's coin probably outweighed any pang of conscience he might have. Option 2. Make a run for it. Urbeth didn't exactly look like a marathon champion, but Rimelion was notoriously deceptive. Stats mattered here, not appearances, and for all I knew, Urbith could sprint like a cheetah on caffeine. Option 3. Accept this damn silver binding. Play obedient, keep my head down, and wait for rescue or a better chance. Lucy, Lola, the others, if they were ever going to find me, it would be in Altandai. And frankly, going solo hasn't exactly worked wonders for me recently. Lucy showed me the value of asking for help. I sighed inwardly, shoulders slumping imperceptibly. Option 3 it is. Yay, slavery. Urbeth stumbled over to a large, cluttered storage closet, dragging open its creaking wooden door and fishing out a box heavy enough to make him grunt in an effort. He set it down with a thud, sending a small cloud of dust billowing upward. So, little mage, he grinned, revealing his stained, uneven teeth in the dim candlelight. Are you planning to beg me for freedom, or are you smart enough to spare us both that embarrassment? I forced a faint, resigned smile. She's paying you far more than I could ever offer, I replied quietly, my voice carefully neutral. My treasure inside the Twir treasury would earn me freedom. If they believed it, and let me retrieve it, which they would not, they would just order me. And I already know my fate. Good girl, he said approvingly, setting long, slender strips of gleaming silver metal onto the battered wooden table. They caught the dull firelight, shimmering faintly like living things. So no resistance then? I let out a small snort, cautious enough not to offend. If I resist, she'll just toss me to her pets as a snack. Urbith chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Wish more slaves had your sense. Would make my job easier. Wait, option 4. Or you could use less effective metal. Because I'm a princess, I mumbled under my breath, half seriously. Unfortunately, dwarf ears seemed sharper than wolf ears. That last word landed hard. His eyes widened, because it was the pressure every title gives. He knew it was true, and it was my only card to play here. If I do it, I am dead, he whispered. No, I shook my head. I'm willing to do it, but use less effective metal. Let me break free at some point, and I will tell my kingdom not to hunt you till the end of time. I can tell her, he said. She'll sell you to your kingdom without all this slavery. I shook my head. No, do it. And I promise on my royal honor to spare your life, despite knowing what you do, unlike a certain wolf. He hesitated, but then nodded. Very well, prepare yourself. My throat tightened, my heart rate spiking sharply as I eyed the instrument. Urbeth caught my expression and chuckled darkly. Relax. It'll hurt like hell, but only briefly. I'll explain the process so your little royal mind can follow. Pay attention, yeah? Yes, sir, I responded flatly, eyes glued to the tools as he prepared them. He nodded with approval, then carefully lifted one thin, snake-like strip of silver using the wicked-looking tweezers. Once I place this binding coil onto your neck, it'll pierce through your skin and burrow into your mana channels. My breath hitched involuntarily, even though I already knew the details. Normally, it'll draw power directly from your mana to sustain itself, so never ever try to drain or disable it, he continued. It carries a small reserve. It can keep functioning briefly without your mana. Normally. It'll just disable that function. But don't tell Kazi, understood, princess? Yes, sir, I echoed numbly, desperately ignoring the writhing mental image of the coils sliding beneath my skin. So far, no pain. Satisfied, Urbith reached for a long, polished grey stone, not yellow as he promised Kazi, worn smooth from repeated use. He wrapped one end of the silver coil around it tightly. This binds your mana signature directly to the central Altandai binding stone. Now, repeat after me, clearly. This will bind me to the Altandai binding stone. I swallowed hard, my voice cracking slightly despite my best efforts. This will bind me to the Altandai binding stone. Urbeth's grin widened, filled with amusement at my obvious fear. Usually this is where I have to tie my patience down, he snickered, tapping the tweezers thoughtfully against his palm. You're a princess, though. Can you handle it? Patience. Sure, doctor. Well, here's a diagnosis for you, a terminal condition of being marked for death. You just don't know it yet. He finished securing the coil with a whispered incantation. His voice was low. I braced myself for the searing agony, but instead felt a nauseating crawl, like tiny metallic insects skittering slowly beneath my skin. Not pain, exactly. Not yet. Now, princess, Erbeth said calmly, comes the harder part. Since you're a mage, it'll indulge your curiosity. It's old magic we're using here. Ancient oaths, ancient bindings. It does most of the heavy lifting. I'm just providing the mana, see? Any drunkard with a drop of mana could manage it. You just repeat after me exactly, word for word. I nodded numbly, stomach twisting into anxious knots as he placed several thin plates around my neck, forming something resembling makeshift armor. The cold metal bit into my skin, sending shivers of dread trickling down my spine. His voice took on a grave, ceremonial weight as he began, and I echoed each word, feeling the oath settle heavily into my chest. My body and soul belong to my master, Dame Kazi. I will never harm my master, nor allow them to come to harm through my inaction. I will never defy their commands or seek loopholes in their intent. The chains tightened invisibly. I surrender all secrets of my heart and mind. They are my master's knowing. I will speak no lies and hide no truths from my master. The creeping metallic sensation intensified, sliding along my veins, coiling tighter with every phrase. I forsake all past loyalties and bonds, serving only my master's wishes from this moment onward. Should I break this oath, may my spirit shatter, my magic wither, and darkness consume me. The instant the final syllable left my lips, agony exploded through my body. It struck like lightning. The silver plates liquefied instantly, molten metal slithering into my skin, joining the coil inside my body as it spread and tightened, its tendrils weaving ruthlessly through my mana channels. I gasped, limbs locking in rigid torment as I felt my mana constrict sharply, forced along unnatural pathways, squeezed and twisted violently out of shape. My vision exploded in bursts of white and crimson, darkness closing swiftly around the edges. A wave of overwhelming pain stole my consciousness. When I awoke, whether seconds or hours later, the agony was still there, relentlessly clawing at my nerves. I wanted to scream, to cry out, to vent something, anything, but no sound emerged. The pain held me captive, paralyzed, leaving me frozen, helplessly enduring it. Attention, you are a slave now. Wait for the instructions. Who is your master? Erbeth asked, his voice quiet. I opened my mouth and felt the urge to say something stupid about Kazi. But I clamped down with all my will and said, myself. Erbeth rolled his eyes. As impressive is, you are resisting it, princess. Never seen it. This will land both of us in danger. Again, who is your master? I wanted again to defend against that feeling, but I stopped resisting. Instead, words I did not choose tumbled obediently from my lips. My master is Dame Kazi. Good, it worked, Erbeth said, satisfaction glowing in his eyes, his yellow teeth glinting in a smug grin. You earned me good coin, princess. Please, think about me when you are a queen, will you? I just nodded. Before I find something else to say, Dame Kazi stormed into the room, her boots thundering against the warped wooden floor. She dragged behind her one of the fools who dared disobey her, handling him effortlessly like a hunter hauling her latest kill. No, bad Charlie, she is a bad person. Master, but temporarily. With a scornful toss, she flung the groaning elf at Erbeth's feet, his body landing with a dull, defeated thud. Done already? Kazi growled, cocking an eyebrow, her wolfish grin magnificent and predatory. She was obedient. Erbeth responded cheerfully, already reaching for another binding, indifferent to the broken heap of a man at his feet. Kazi turned her piercing gaze toward me, eyes alight with ruthless satisfaction. Good job, girlie, she hummed, voice thick with mock approval. The praise slammed into my chest, sending warmth and pride flooding through me as powerfully as a shot of fine whiskey hitting an empty stomach. I felt I could resist, just to defy her wolfish, stupid grin. I did not. My lips stretched into a blissful grin, one that would have made Patrick's generous. Pores seemed like water, and my rational mind cringed at the forced delight. Now shoo, she barked lightly, waving me away with a dismissive flick of her gauntlet-clad hand. Wait outside the house. She punctuated her command with a triumphant, ear-splitting howl that echoed painfully against the stone walls. My heart leaped with an urgency that wasn't mine, but one forced upon me. Without hesitation, I nearly tripped over myself to comply, calling back enthusiastically, "Yes, damn Karzi." I practically sprinted outside, driven by a stupid compulsion. It would be unthinkable, disgraceful even, not to obey. Chapter 157, Interdimensional Exception Error. Book 3. I practically sprinted outside. It would be unthinkable, disgraceful even, not to obey. Well, I could resist, but I stood waiting obediently outside, just as Dame Kazi had commanded. But it felt off somehow, like sitting alone at a bar, nursing cheap whiskey, fully aware that Adam was probably drumming his fingers impatiently, checking his watch every few seconds while wondering if it'd show up. Hold on. Sleep. My body would pull me back to earth as soon as I closed my eyes. That would mean leaving Dame Kazi unattended, which felt suddenly catastrophic. Except, did it really? It wasn't like she forbade sleep. She'd wake me if I were truly needed, wouldn't she? Damn, obedience was exhausting, especially when I had to half fake it. The wait stretched on endlessly, shadows creeping across the ground as Urbeth finished binding each new slave. When the last one finally stumbled out, they looked not good, with their shoulders slumped. I felt oddly compelled to spill every little secret in my head to Dame Karsi, but I fought it back. She didn't know Earth existed, didn't care, didn't need to. But if she asked? Ugh, the thought alone made me cringe. Stupid bindings. Finally, Dame Kazi burst out, prancing with the same confidence as a wolf leading a pack, with her face lit with satisfaction. "All right, new orders." "Nobody escapes," she barked to laugh. I smiled reflexively. Of course, nobody would run. The twisted thing biting into our necks ensured that. Well, I could and would. "You'll get your food, then sleep in the shed behind Urbeth's place. Tomorrow we level you," she said gleefully. "Need you nice and strong, so I get good gold." Another throaty chuckle as her gaze swept across the exhausted group. Her eyes suddenly landed on me, and her grin widened. "You, girlie, come with me." Every muscle in my body responded instantly, moving to her side with disgusting eagerness, even as my mind recoiled. I could protest, but then I would fake it anyway. Was I resisting? Was resisting bad? Urbeth had said something about my mind being free, but why would I fight against her orders? She wasn't a good person. The warmth in my chest at her approval argued otherwise. "Ugh, you're a mage. So you're special," Kazi said as we walked toward the pub, the dirt crunching beneath our feet. My heart leapt foolishly at her praise, even as I internally groaned at my own weakness. "Special? Ugh, that shouldn't make me feel good. We'll get you to max level," she continued smugly. "Thanks to that elven cunt queen, no more level cap. Should be easier to fetch a good price, eh?" "Yes, Queen Owen," I murmured obediently, barely keeping the bitterness out of my voice. Karzi threw her head back, howling like an absolute lunatic. It was irritating as hell. No, wait, it was magnificent. No, screw that. Stupid mud-wolves, half-wolves, and their ridiculous theatrics. Yeah, something like that, Kazi grunted as we pushed through the pub's heavy wooden door. Immediately, the noisy chaos inside dropped to pin-drop silence. Dozens of eyes turned warily toward Kazi, recognition and dread mingling on faces worn by drink and hard labor. "Have fun, you drunken lazy cubs," she bellowed cheerfully. Instantly, everyone returned to their booze and gambling, eager to ignore the dangerous predator in their midst. Kazi tugged my arm roughly, steering me upstairs to a small landing. She flung open a battered door and revealed my accommodations with exaggerated pride. "Your room, mage girl. Enjoy your special privilege." She erupted with laughter at her own terrible joke. Actually, it was a pretty solid joke. No, it sucked. Ugh, internal conflict was giving me a headache. She stomped away down the hall, still chuckling. I stepped hesitantly into the cramped, closet-sized room. The space was stifling, smelling strongly of stale sweat and cheap ale. But at least there was an actual bed, even if the mattress was stained and sagging. Not that it mattered anyway. It'd soon be waking up on Earth, back in a cleaner, saner place, at least in comparison. There was no food, but finally, one of Kazi's orders aligned with my own desperate need for escape. With relief, I dropped onto the grimy bed, grimacing slightly as my head hit the sour-smelling pillow. Something inside me snapped, like hot wire ping snapped across the bone. White fire ate the back of my skull, and then it simply stopped. Cut to black. Reboot. When the light bled back in, I was exactly where I'd left off, curled in loosest bell tower alcove, blanket half twisted around my legs, rain drumming the slate roof overhead like 1,000 tapping fingers. I blinked. Once, twice. My heart was still hammering Dame Kazi Wolf tempo, but the slave oppression was gone, no humming curse inside my veins. Well, I said, voice raw. That's one way to jailbreak. I flexed my neck, half expecting silver threads to wriggle back up like horror movie worms. Nothing. Did I just speedrun getting rid of mind control? Tell me I did. If I hurl myself off this ledge and get yoinked back to Rimelion, I muttered to the rafters, do I rematerialize at terminal velocity? Probably not a good science experiment. Jerry vibrated against my wrist, tone dry as spilled whiskey. Given recent experience, Miss Charlie, I would discourage further empirical testing of gravity across realms. Party pooper, I sighed, and then the flood hit me. Laughter bubbled up, manic and shaky, threatening to spill into a full-on howl. I slammed a hand over my own mouth. No, Kazis Wolf Karaoke had forever ruined howling for me. Jerry cleared his non-existent throat. Welcome back, by the way. Oh, H. My stomach dropped. You vanished too. Thought. I did, he said, voice pitched calm. My runtime ceased when you crossed the threshold. From my perspective, there was no gap. Internal clock shows 0 milliseconds. A moment. Existentially fascinating, moderately terrifying. Great. I sagged into the mattress, staring at the cobwebbed beams overhead. Call Lucy? Already done. She sprinted out the door the moment I sent her message back. Jerry paused, softer. I suspected you needed a human in the room more than more data right now. Before I could answer, the door banged open, and Lucy exploded into the alcove, coat plastered to her from drizzle, cheeks flushed, eyes wide with half hope, half panic. She basically tackled me, rolling us into a heap of blanket and limbs. I saw you vanish, she breathed, over and over, like a mantra. It's real, it's real, it's real. It's real. My own voice cracked on the third echo. And it's a nightmare. It is real. It's real. Rimelion isn't a game, and I was foolish to think so. Until now, I fully didn't understand. That bitch and that stupid dwarf made me. She drew back, hands framing my face, scanning me for cracks. The binding? Does it still work? Can it order you around here? Kind of. Yes, I started, but she yanked me into another rib-crushing hug before the sentence finished. The warmth in my chest this time was mine, not Kazi-mandated. It felt human. Lucy finally leaned away, irises blazing detective mode amber. Explain. Now, I spent the entire day digging caravan routes, binding stone schematics, Haltandai smugglers, you name it. How to break you out of there, how not. Everything says you can't snap a silver brand, only override it with a stronger one. I can get you one, but it is expensive. I flashed every tooth in my elven mouth. Right, so picture this. Brand ties body and soul to a stone, but my soul punched out for earth. I tapped my sternum. That thing tried to strangle fresh air, found nothing to leash, and glitched itself into scrap metal. Interdimensional exception error. Boop. Seed probably fixed it. Lucy stared, blinked twice, then dissolved into delighted, slightly hysterical laughter, smacking my shoulder. You walking patch note, you exploit everything, you didn't change at all. The best tester, I said, leaning into her laughter, letting it scrub the last of Kazi's voice from my ears. Outside, moonlight trickled through the bell tower slats. I inhaled damp air that smelled of stone and rain instead of scorched fur. The only wolf in my world at that moment was the wind howling past the spire, and that sound finally felt good. After a long silence, I whispered, I need to kill her. The words just fell out. Heavy. I stared into the shadows slanting across the alcove wall. My voice cracked like a bottle under pressure. I need to. Lucy didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned harder against my shoulder, the full length of her pressed into me like an anchor. Kill someone in cold blood? She murmured, her breath warm against my skin. Charlie, don't forget this isn't a game. No kidding, I said, my laugh flat. My fingers drifted into her hair and started absently weaving through it, soft and a little damp from the rain. Comforting, trust me. They really went the extra mile to get that message across. Rimelion isn't playtime anymore. I'm not a player. No respawns, no checkpoints. I die. It's game over. Hard cut to black. She closed her eyes at my touch, resting her head against me like a cat soaking up the warmth. And despite that, you still want to do it? I stared at the rafters. Will you help me? The moment the words left my mouth, guilt lanced straight through my gut. What was I even asking? That she become complicit? But Lucy didn't hesitate. Not for a breath. Yes. The pressure in my chest released like a steam valve. I hadn't even realized how tight it'd been holding it. But why? She asked quietly, still curled against me. You don't understand, I said, and my voice turned brittle. You can't. Mind control, true, actual, soul-deep control. It's the worst thing I've ever felt. And that includes the time I mixed Irish cream with cheap whiskey at Patrick's place. She winced and snorted. That bad, huh? Worse. Don't ever try a Boilermaker with bottom shelf vodka instead of beer. That physically tried to murder me. Lucy laughed lightly. The sound filled the tower like sunshine through cracked stone. I still have that promised visit to your pub, she added, nudging me. My eyebrows furrowed. I promised that. I blinked. Wow, memory's a little scrambled eggs right now, but sure, we'll go. After the murder and revolution, obviously. She rolled her eyes and sat up. Her expression shifted, turned razor sharp, all strategist now. All right. Serious mode. How do we do this? I assume step one isn't stab her in the neck and pray? No, I sighed. Unfortunately. I don't know when that wolf-faced sadist is going to yank me back. Could be minutes, could be while in mid-sentence. Lucy's jaw tightened. So we need to plan while we've got the window. Exactly. I shifted to face her, legs crossed, the blanket tangled around one ankle like a sleepy vine. I need coordination. I know it's hard to gather players to cross the plains, forest, or whatever else is between us, but you can save me in Altandai. With my mind free, I may have a chance to escape, but if I remember correctly, they kill slaves on sight. She nodded, eyes burning like firelight. In with you. My chest tightened again, but for a different reason this time. Thanks, I said, softer than before. I don't know if this'll work, but if I don't come back next time. Stop! A tone cut clean through my spiral. You will. And if not, I'll drag you back myself. God, she meant it. I saw it in her eyes. For once, I didn't deflect with a joke. I just nodded. Because if I spoke, I might cry. Again. And I was already pushing my daily emotional breakdown quota. Chapter 158. The Hunt Begins. Book 3. For once, I didn't deflect with a joke. I just nodded, because if I spoke, I might cry. Again. And I was already pushing my daily emotional breakdown quota. Can you contact Lola for me? I mumbled into Lucy's shoulder as I snuggled closer, stealing a bit more of her warmth like a blanket thief. Her jacket smelled faintly like rain, vanilla, and a work coffee machine. It felt safe. I think she can help. Lucy's grin stretched wide, too smug for someone who had me basically draped over her like a needy cat. Of course. And we can plan your daring rescue after I finish work, she added with a wink so exaggerated I could practically hear the sparkle. I let out a breathy laugh and Mock gasped. Wow. Priorities. Anything else you need? She asked, deadpan. Feed your digital goldfish? Water your plants? Her composure cracked into giggles when I let out the world's most theatrical groan and rolled my eyes so hard I might have seen last Tuesday. Don't worry, I know your skill with plants. It was one time, I protested, voice climbing. One time I swapped the whiskey bottle with water. Years ago. It was 3 months ago, Charlie. I blinked. Was it? My brain did a quick timeline recalculation. Okay, fair, but still. Traumatizing. Her smile softened, but something flickered behind it, warmth interwoven with something more unreadable. I buried my face against her sleeve to shut it out. The fabric was scratchy from rain, but familiar. Yeah, I whispered, quieter this time. She didn't press, just stroked my back once, then pivoted with the grace of someone who knew exactly when to stop digging. All right then. She cleared her throat. Instead of wallowing in your tragic floral sins, tell me your plan for tomorrow. Back to business. I breathed out slowly and let my fingers curl in her jacket. The warmth in my chest didn't fade, but it settled. Okay, I said, eyes closed. I shouldn't still be under that damn slag spell, I muttered, chewing the thought like gum gone bitter. I felt it snap, It hurt, like a string made of fire popping inside my chest, but it vanished way too fast. Blink of an eye, fast. Compared to how it was stitched into me, it was almost lazy. Lucy's eyes lit up. Perfect opportunity. Exactly. I grinned like a drunk who just found the back door to the whiskey room. So I ain't gonna play the meek little elf, nod when they talk, smile when they yell, and wait for the first proper fight. Then, I'm gone. I like that idea. Her voice dipped lower, thoughtful. Then her jaw tensed. What about Kazi? She hesitated. No, you're right. I should be the one to do it. That caught me. I twisted sideways, flopped dramatically onto her lap like a purring drama queen, and stared up at her. You? She hurt you. 3 words, just 3. But the weight in them? Heavy enough to crack a glass. I blinked up at her, speechless for a second, then just nodded. That's all I whispered. That's all I've got right now. Can't plan for more than that. Her fingers slid gently through my hair. Slow, comforting strokes. My head sank deeper into her thigh. Soft denim, warmer than it had any right to be. I could fall asleep like this if I didn't have a whole second life burning like a landmine in the back of my brain. It's okay, Lucy breathed. Instead, tell me, what's it like? Being a girl? An elf? I exhaled, closed my eyes. Her hand was too damn good to waste brain cycles resisting. Honestly, I used to think it would change everything. Like the second I woke up with boobs and pretty eyes, my life would become some magical fairy tale. Lucy cleared her throat, loudly and pointedly. Lucy. I opened one eye and rolled it, then giggled and wrapped my arms around her leg. Okay, yes, it is a kind of magical, but not in the way I expected. How so? She asked with a curious voice. Well, I think I act differently now. Not because I'm a girl, but because I think I'm supposed to act differently, you know? Maybe it's hormones, maybe it's the pointy ears, or maybe it's just me leaning into it. She nodded and asked, How do you feel about that? I squinted. You sound like my therapy AI. You didn't let me speak, Miss Charlie. Jerry buzzed from my wrist, dry as toast. Lucy laughed and shrugged. I might have read a book or two. Lucy, I warned, narrowing my eyes. Wait. She cupped my cheeks with both hands like she was about to sculpt me. I wanted to help. I need a friend, not a self-help seminar. I tried to wiggle free as she squished my face into a duck pout. She grinned like a goblin. Can't help it. You're too damn cute. I groaned and flopped back. This is abuse. Therapeutic abuse, she corrected, and giggled again. But I can't stay up with you all night, she murmured, her voice tinged with that kind of quiet guilt that hits harder than any scream. I glanced sideways. Just a glance. But that was enough. Her expression hit me like a shot of bad whiskey. Eyes soft, mouth pressed in that stubborn, lonely line. I melted. Just a little. Maybe a lot. It's okay, I whispered, trying to sound nonchalant but landing somewhere between awkward and heartbreakingly lame. When I'm free, I'll sleep during the day. Rimelion has a different time zones, right? So if I time it right, night there could be day here. She raised a brow. Don't forget the cultists. You mean priests. Cultists, she repeated, deadly serious. Evil. Oh, come on. I dragged myself upright, stretching like a cat. They're not evil. They just have incredibly questionable hiring practices. Before I could stand, she shoved me right back down. My head landed on her thighs again with an oomph, her jeans warm and worn soft in that perfect way. She gave a non-committal shrug. I killed them on sight on the test server. I inhaled, about to defend the maybe not so evil Faith Brigade, but she cut me off with a finger on my lips. I need to sleep, she whispered, brushing a thumb along my cheek like I was some fragile creature instead of a multi-dimensional werewolf criminal. But you can stay with me. Be safe. Curl up, browse vids, be here until Rimelion pulls you back. I blinked. Really? She nodded, and there was something warm and sleepy in her smile. Really? I was yanked from sleep by a bang on the door that could have woken the dead, or at least a moderately hungover mercenary. My first instinct was to yell something charming about delivery drivers needing a hobby. Oh, right, not on Earth anymore. I was a slave. The realization hit like cold water, and I sucked in a breath sharp enough to hurt. My hands flew over my body in a frantic, groggy pat-down. Neck, wrists, chest. No metal worm chewing on my spine. Weird. I felt normal. No compulsion, no voice whispering. Obey in my head like a bad ASMR track, just a familiar gnawing hunger that started growling in my gut like an angry raccoon. Right on schedule. Groaning, I peeled myself out of the bed like wet laundry and shoved myself into the same stiff, smelly clothes from yesterday or the day before that. I grimaced. How did Karzi, Ms. Super Sniff Wolf Boss, stand being around me? I reeked like swamp water mixed with… not even want to imagine. One grumble later, I found a faucet and rinsed the worst of the filth off. Rimelion, for all its immersion, could really use an upgrade in the plumbing department. I did what I could, which wasn't much, and staggered down to the pub. Or was it an inn? Didn't matter. Same level of grime, same assortment of masters and their not-so-happy slaves trying not to get kicked in the face. I spotted her right away. Dame Kazi, perched at the bar like the alpha of chaos herself, gnawing on a steak with her bare hands like Shed just hunted it down with her teeth. Sit and eat. Need energy today, she barked. That voice hit me like a hammer, and nothing, no sudden need to bow, no surge of joy at praise, no puppeteering of my limbs, just me, awkwardly frozen mid-step, processing the fact that my body hadn't instinctively obeyed like yesterday's good little NPC. Still, I wasn't about to tempt fate by standing there like a confused idiot, so I walked over and sat beside her. I didn't do it because I was ordered to. I did it because I was hungry and pretending I still wore the leash. Kazi, thankfully, was more invested in slathering her face with meat juice than in watching me. Her focus stayed on the slab of beef she was devouring with barbaric gusto. My breakfast arrived in the form of a bowl of peasant porridge, which was exactly as depressing as it sounded. Wet, bland, and suspiciously grey, but my stomach didn't care about dignity, so I inhaled the first bowl and, still unsatisfied, lifted my chin. The silent barman didn't ask questions, just dropped a second helping in front of me like he was feeding a stray dog. I ate. Quietly. Thinking. Because if the spell was really broken, then today wasn't just another day. It was my first move. Kazi took us out to hunt. Or something. Honestly, it tuned her out somewhere between wolves are born leaders and don't whine, you get to level. I only reacted when she barked out my name, or girly, which had become her favorite insultum of endearment. I played the obedient little elf, even throwing in a fake smile or two like she was doing me a favor by letting me train instead of, I don't know, being mauled by one elf. Her overgrown dogs, the scenery at least did its best to cheer me up. The endless flatness of the steppe rolled, low hills rising like the earth had finally decided to get a charm. A few scraggly trees dotted the ridges, defiant survivors clinging to rocky soil against wind that had no chill and even less mercy. I might have even smiled. Briefly. It didn't last. Because as we crested the next hill, I saw it. The ground ahead swelled in unnatural lumps, mounds, towers, tunnels, all parts of a massive termite colony. It stretched like a cancer over the land, some towers as tall as small buildings, honeycomb-colored and covered in a thin crust of dust and cracked resin. But it wasn't just above ground. Long scars in the earth, sinkholes and collapsed shafts hinted at a vast subterranean labyrinth crawling beneath us. The kind of place you step into and maybe never see sunlight again. I wanna. Kazi pulled her mount to a halt and kicked me off it with her usual charm. Down you go, girlie. I landed with a grunt and an eye roll, brushing dirt from my tunic as the rest of the wolves began lining up the elves like this was summer camp. Altandai Guild pays us actual gold for clearing these pests, she announced proudly, pacing in front of the freshly arranged line of would-be cannon fodder. They're not too hard to kill, unless you're stupid. So don't be. You can fight as much as you want today. She paused for dramatic effect. Avoid the warriors. You're not them, she laughed like it was the punchline to the funniest joke in the world, and howled. One of the elves coughed. He earned a growl and smacking. Fight in groups. Use your brains. Pick something you can actually lift, she gestured toward the supply wagon rumbling to a stop nearby. And don't embarrass me. With a shrug that was probably too casual for a slave soldier, I joined the others, heading toward the wagon. It was loaded with weapons, most dull, many notched, all likely looted from better warriors now dead. I eyed a two-handed sword like it was a long-lost dream. My fingers wrapped around the hilt and, oh, I could actually lift it. For about 3 seconds. Then gravity did its thing, and the blade clanged to the ground like a sarcastic anvil. I winced and quickly shoved it back before Kazi saw and decided I needed extra training. Instead, I settled for a battered one-handed sword and a wooden shield that looked like it had seen one too many bar fights. The moment I equipped them, the system didn't throw a fit. No invalid class, no red warning banner, no mana draining penalty. I grinned. Looks like this mage is going melee. Chapter 59, Goddess of Tactical Bullshit, Book 3. Looks like this mage is going melee. With my freshly gained weapons, one battered sword, one glorified wooden tray masquerading as a shield. I walked toward a group of the more seasoned warriors. The morning sun beat down on the open plains, turning the dust into glittering gold, and the wind into a dry rasp that tugged at every loose bit of fabric and hair. Around us, the entire slaver band was preparing for their little XP farming outing. It had the chaotic energy of a medieval LAN party. Wolves milled about, sniffing each other or snapping at the air. Slaves, myself included, were herded into makeshift squads, handed old gear, and briefed by people who had no business giving lectures on survival. The scent of sweat, metal, and freshly stirred dirt filled my lungs. You could practically taste the nerves in the air. Or maybe that was just me. I didn't get far. Kazi's meaty hand shot out like a bear trap and clamped around my arm. "Nah, girly," she barked, eyes narrowing like she'd been watching me the whole time. "You're too low level, not ready. Can't lose you like that." I blinked. She was. The surprise must have shown on my face because she smirked and gave me a patronizing pat. "Good girl," she praised, and I forced a smile like a dog who just got praised for not peeing on the rug. "I need you to gain levels fast. Can you fight? Alone?" Her tone was oddly gentle, which made it even creepier. "Yes, and very well, Dame Kazi," I said with a forced spark of enthusiasm. "Channel the eager slave, Charlie. It's your best role yet." Apparently my performance passed inspection. Kazi nodded, then threw her head back and let out a piercing howl that echoed across the hills. Several others nearby lifted their heads to join in, like some twisted choir of murder puppies. "You can go into one of the starting tunnels," she said, pointing toward a nearby hole in the earth. A gaping wound in the cracked yellow dirt, rimmed with claw marks and spindly webbing. Very easy targets in there. Kill everything. When you reach the first fork, go left. Then straight again. Nothing complicated. "Of course," I replied with a nod, already bracing myself for something very complicated. "Good girl," she said again, and her tone dropped slightly, almost maternal. "You don't risk it at all, okay?" "I won't, Dame Kazi." I threw in a salute that was half sincere, half sarcastic, but mostly masked behind wide eyes and submissive posture. She shoved the lantern into my hand and walked away, already yelling at someone else. With a shrug, I turned toward the tunnel, the dry wind curling at my back, and stepped toward the dark, bug-infested unknown. Because the best days are like crawling into a giant termite nest under the watchful gaze of your howling, blood-hungry slaver. "Yay, system, would you stop offering me life paths?" I muttered the moment I stepped past the threshold into the tunnel. The darkness swallowed me like the mouth of something ancient and vaguely insulted that I had stepped on its tongue. No response. Figures. I exhaled through my nose and pulled up my character profile, half expecting a passive-aggressive tooltip to tell me off. Name, Charlie level, Ceresical stats, 1 common, magical stats, 1 common, fine. Im level 0 trash, I get it. But I clearly have more skills, right? I tapped my foot against the packed earth floor, the sound dull and hollow. My only light was a swaying lantern held in one hand, which threw long shadows that danced like gossiping spirits on the curving, termite-sculpted walls. And then the screen blinked. Rows upon rows of skills spilled out in front of me like a developer's fever dream. Hundreds of them. It hit harder than a shot of bottom-shelf whiskey on an empty stomach. "Oh, you actually communicate, huh?" I blinked, smirking despite myself. "Neat. So, don't get mad when I exploit this, okay?" And then, like the punchline to a very specific joke only the universe could tell, a new entry appeared at the bottom of the list. The exploiter. I stopped walking. The air in the tunnel was dry and bitter, tinged with the scent of damp soil and insect resin. I squinted suspiciously at the floating window. Is this a trap? It feels like a trap. My voice bounced down the tunnel and came back to mock me. I adjusted the rusty shield on my back, currently demoted to Lantern Mule so I didn't trip over my own boots, and tapped the new skill. because of course I did. Skill limit, Bobble, UO3, 1. Mana manipulation, O broken, 2. Frost weaving, O broken, 3. The exploiter. The exploiter? My heart did an impressive gymnastics routine in my chest. Shit, what does it do? A new screen blinked into existence. Skill, the exploiter. Description. Scholars are still debating what it means to be the exploiter. Some say it's the act of seeing the edges of known reality. Others call it the ultimate mastery of mana. A few believe the exploiter is a divine being worthy of worship. You know they're all wrong. You've seen the future, lived it, broke it. You exploited everything and nearly rose to rival gods, only to be stripped of the power. Upon picking this skill, you gain 3 additional skill slots because, obviously, you would have broken the limit anyway, and the seed is busy. Please don't do it now. Not ominous at all. Then the skill vanished from the list like it had never been selectable in the first place. A new layout settled in. Skill limit, 36-1. The exploiter, 9 godlies 2. Mana manipulation. 0 broken, sound, sound, sound. Frost weaving, sound, broken. I froze mid-step. My lantern flickered in my hand, casting a frantic jitter over the tunnel walls. I apologize for bothering you, I whispered to the unseen force behind this. The weight of realization hit me like a boulder with a grudge. My fingers instinctively reached for the nearest wall, warm and textured with pulpy ridges and dry mud, sticky with some sort of secretion I didn't want to think about. I barely noticed, because my pulse was sprinting, and my thoughts were slipping over themselves, trying to comprehend. What the hell does godly skill even mean? I thought only the gods like Ice Blood Guy had NPC skills on godly power. Am I goddess of exploits now? No answer. Not even a condescending beep. Of course. After a while, I calmed down to a somewhat socially acceptable level of sanity, enough to stop hyperventilating about being a semi-divine game-breaking bug and start focusing on the real objective, getting actual levels. Goddess Charlie the First muttered, lips twitching into a smirk as I walked deeper into the earthy darkness. Can't say I don't like the sound of it, but that should be a life path, not just a skill, right? Silence. Not even a passive-aggressive tooltip. Rude. Yeah, too greedy. Got it. I rolled my eyes and adjusted my grip on the lantern, its flickering light dancing along the ridged, clay-packed tunnel walls like a stage spotlight, too tired to hold still. My stupid boots squished into the damp floor, the squelch reminding me I really needed my heels back. Or, freedom. Still, I talked to myself. From what I gathered from all the random people yapping around camp, life paths are supposed to be the most important thing. Destiny-defining, fate-bound, all that dramatic flair. I opened the life path menu again. Nothing new. Sane, stupid 3. Wife, servitude, defiant. And that was it. No goddess of tactical bullshit. No revenant of spite. Not even sarcastic bastard princess. Seriously? Come on, I grumbled. That raider this morning said he had 700. 700. I can't even get a 4th one that doesn't involve a leash or a baby. My voice echoed ahead of me, and something answered. It shifted in the shadows. The sound was faint, like soft wood cracking under strain, followed by a wet click. I raised my lantern, and then I saw it. A termite the size of a small pony emerged from a side crevice. Its carapace was pale ochre, smooth as a new bottle, but faintly incised with glowing spiral glyphs that pulsed with his heartbeat. Serrated mandibles clacked together, and its 6 legs moved with unsettling coordination, too fast and too quiet for something so big. Its eyes, or maybe just the glassy knobs on its head that pretended to be eyes, reflected the lantern light back at me as I grinned. Finally, I exhaled, raising my sword, pulling shield and stashing the lantern down. Aren't you supposed to orient by sound, you oversized holy roach? It clicked again, a hollow, wet sound like someone snapping a lobster claw underwater, and then it lunged, fast, way faster than something that big had any right to be, but predictable. It rushed me in a straight line, mandibles wide open, like it was expecting me to just stand there and scream. Rookie move, bug brain. I raised my shield, the impact slamming into me like a freight wagon. The force jolted up my arm, rattling my shoulder, but I stayed on my feet. Barely. The termite's weight pressed against the wood, legs scrabbling for traction, mandibles snapping inches from my face. Back off, I grunted and shoved forward. Hard. As the shield bucked the thing upward, I jammed my sword down right between the glowy eyes. The blade sank in with a sickening crunch, followed by a twitch, then stillness. Dead. I blinked at it, still holding my pose, then slowly straightened, panting a bit. Okay, she wasn't kidding. This is easy. I nudged the creature with my boot. No movement. Definitely dead. No shiny loot sparkles either. No loot, huh? Of course not. I crouched and tapped the side of the bug's chitin with my knuckles. Nothing. No UI, no menu, no press her to loot. Just wet carapace and the faint smell of something between old tree sap and burnt toast. Damn. This is just like that patch. When was it? Doesn't matter. When players got too close to NPC status and they removed manual looting? Maybe it was the seed getting fed up with players. I stood and wiped bug juice off my sword with a nearby clump of grass growing from a crack in the wall. I rolled my shoulders, slid the shield back into place, and stepped over the twitchless corpse. My boots made a soft squelch as I passed, echoing faintly in the tunnel. One down. 1,000 creepy crawlies to go. At the fork, things finally got interesting. 4 of them. I couldn't help but smirk. Finally, a challenge. After mowing through mindless bug things like a discount exterminator, I was ready for something with teeth. Or, pincers. I broke into a run, boots slapping against the dirt-packed tunnel floor, lanterns swinging wildly in one hand. The flickering flame barely lit the space, but my sword caught just enough of it to shimmer, especially now that I was weaving mana around the blade, threads of cold lacing down the metal like frost forming on a window pane. I love ice and frost, I announced cheerily. They didn't respond. Shocking. They charged straight at me, no tactics, no hesitation, just full tilt bug berserking. Well, not entirely stupid. 2 angled their approach to try a pincer movement. Not bad for oversized woodlice. The moment we were about to meet in glorious, muddy violence, I jumped, just sprang upward like I was cosplaying wire fu. My momentum carried me over the first 2 as they barreled under me and slammed face first into the tunnel wall with a crunch that sang to my soul. Mid-air, I twisted my wrist and yanked at the surrounding mana, forming an icicle. I flung it toward the center one, with all the drama of a magician revealing the final act, and it exploded beneath me. The ground jerked up as I landed in a puff of chilled dirt. I blinked down at the impact crater, frowned. Okay, premature detonation. Cool, real professional, Charlie. The center termite, clearly offended by my commentary, resumed its charge with all the grace of a Roomba having an existential crisis. Jerry would be so mad if I called you an AI, I muttered as I brought my shield up. Wham! It slammed into the wood and I stumbled back a step, but held. My retaliation was swift. A lunge and a downward stab straight through its face. It let out a screech that faded into a wet gurgling. But then, pain. A bolt of fire raced down my spine as something slammed into me from behind, sending me sprawling. I hit the dirt hard, mouth full of grit, limbs flailing. I rolled instinctively, and just in time. The ground where I'd been crouched exploded into splinters and dust as something heavy and very pissed smashed into it. A new silhouette towered above me, haloed by the jittering lantern light. Bigger, broader, armor-like plates ridging its back, serrated mandibles twitching with anticipation. A warrior. And I was at its feet, on my back, staring up at its mandibles. Oh, crap. Chapter 160, No Congratulations. Book 3, A Warrior. And I was at its feet, on my back, staring up at its mandibles. Oh, crap. I barely got my shield up before the warrior came down on me like a certain crow's punishment. The impact cracked through my arm and shoulder like a lightning bolt in slow motion. The wood splintered, the metal edge screamed, and something deep in my back made a noise it really shouldn't have. Yup, that was probably important. Still, it bought me enough time to roll, more like flop, sideways across the packed earth, grit scraping my cheek, my breath hitching with every inch. I gasped, blinked sweat out of my eyes, and looked up only to see one of the smaller termites stumbling drunkenly toward me, its antennae twitching in confusion. The other 2 were still nursing concussions from their passionate rendezvous with the wall, so that made it just one clear and very motivated incoming face. Oh, no way, I hissed, pushing up on shaky arms. That was the plan. The reality? My spine screamed a hard nope, and I immediately collapsed again like a puppet with half its strings cut. Okay, I see how it is. Then, shuffling behind me, I twisted on the ground, teeth clenched, and caught sight of the warrior termite rearing up again, its grotesque mandibles clacking, its bulk casting me in its monstrous shadow. Then it brought its full weight down with the fury of a collapsing bar. Crash! My shield caught it again, but this time the frame twisted, my wrist buckled, and stars exploded behind my eyes. I felt the air wrench from my lungs as I hit the dirt harder than before, coughing and dazed. Somewhere beneath all the panic and pain, instinct finally stopped chilling in the background and kicked into gear. I thrust a hand toward myself and drew a quick rune in the air, half-formed, shaky. But it worked. Golden energy pulsed from my palm, surging across my skin like hot lightning turned gentle. Congratulations, you unlocked the healing skill. No fighting skills? I shouted, like I'd just opened a loot box and found a wet sock. The left sock division might be happy about that, and Scamantha could probably trade it for better gear, but still. Focus, stupid me. Still, the sudden surge of indignation came with an equally sudden hit of adrenaline, and I scrambled sideways just in time for the termite warrior to slam down again like it was trying to crack the earth in half. But this time, it hit its own dazed friend, a crunchy, meaty crack echoing off the walls. One leg twitched. Ha! I cackled like a goblin with a stolen wallet, chest heaving, trying to pretend I wasn't seconds from becoming mulch. I scanned the tunnel frantically, eyes catching on a glint, my sword. Fantastic. It was lying right behind the brute, in the exact spot I'd face planted earlier. Of course it was. The warrior turned toward me, its grotesque head tilting with a click, click, click that sounded way too smug for a giant insect. You have to be kidding me, I muttered. Then, louder, I swear, I'm not a noob. It just feels real, you know? I started inching back toward the tunnel I'd entered from, one cautious foot after the other, shield raised like it was going to save me from embarrassment. Or dismemberment. Both, ideally. Its smaller cousins were still twitching on the ground like broken Roombas, so it was just me and Big Brother Bug. And apparently Big Brother didn't appreciate trash talk. He charged. Oh, you are as dumb as you look, I said sweetly, sidestepping fast and swinging the shield to the side like a termite-themed matador. Ole, it worked. Holy Saivrin, it worked. The brute barreled past, all 6 legs flailing to slow down, and I didn't wait. I bolted. Stupid boots pounding on packed dirt, tunnel spinning, breath ragged in my throat. I dove for my sword, barely avoiding slipping on termite juice from his buddy's splattered corpse, and snatched the hilt with all the desperation of a college student finding Wi-Fi. Round 2, asshole, I growled through clenched teeth, spinning to face the warrior. But he was already charging because I, goddess of reflexes in my head, was apparently still stuck on dial-up in reality. Damn! I yelped, yanking my shield into position and bracing for another termite-flavored train wreck. I even tried the matador trick again, shield to the side. Classic bait move. But Big Bro had finally plugged in his last brain cell. Instead of going for the shield, he went for me, smart, rude. Still, he forgot one little thing. I could stand behind the damn shield, which I did. So his glorious leap met about 3 square feet of reinforced wood and a very annoyed elf. He crashed into the tunnel wall with a rumble like collapsing stone, and I didn't waste the chance. I roared something halfway between a battle cry and a sneeze, and swung with everything I had. Clang, 0, 0, not even a scratch. The sword bounced off his armor like it just tried to stab a castle. What the? Before I could finish complaining, the bug rotated mid-tunnel like it was doing a pirouette in interpretive murder ballet and came right back at me. A fake charge? You cheating. No time to dodge. No time to dance. I gritted my teeth and jammed my sword forward, ramming the blade straight into its eye socket to the hilt. Victory? Not quite. Its momentum didn't stop. It slammed into me full force. The shield didn't just buckle, it shattered, and something ripped across my stomach with a wet, splitting sting. Pain. Sharp, hot, immediate, like someone carved me open with a forge blade. I choked down a scream and slammed my hands into the ground, already sketching the healing rune again and again, golden light crackling over my skin like sparking thread. My vision blurred, and the blood kept coming, sticky and warm as it soaked into my shirt. The warrior twitched, slower now, My sword was still jammed in its brain, but the thing refused to die, so I rolled back through my own blood like a grimy floor goblin, chanting healing runes like they were lottery numbers. If anyone saw me right now, I panted. One day, I'm fighting a mythic tier elven queen, the next, I'm rolling in dirt, getting gutted by a level 1 termite. I forgot about his even dumber brothers. One of them barreled toward me like a 6-legged bowling ball. Its mandibles clicked in a way that sounded like it was trying to cuss me out in termite. "I don't want to die!" I shouted, and yanked mana up like I was hauling it from the bottom of a frozen lake. What I summoned wasn't exactly majestic. It was a lance of ice. Well, technically, more like a jagged icicle glued to a popsicle stick. But hey, it flew straight and drilled right through its eyeball like a kebab skewer. "Boom," I muttered, then wiped sweat from my brow with a shaking hand. "Stop messing around, Charlie," I hissed to myself, trying to force my fingers steady. I pulled again, shaping the mana tighter this time, less striking, more precise. A dagger, compact, fast, dangerous. I looked down, icicle again, fine, I detake it. The rest of the bug squad was still dazed, twitching in that brain-damaged insect way. I didn't wait. I circled them like I was cleaning the house. One sharp jab per confused drone. Squish. Stab. Shatter. Crunched shell and leaking ichor painted the tunnel floor in gross brown-black smears. When I dropped the last one, I slumped onto a nearby rock, my back sticky with dried blood and my hands cold with mana residue. And that's when the system finally chimed in. "You are level 1. Not even congratulations?" I squinted upward instinctively, like the gods of Rimelion were hovering somewhere above the cave's crust, watching my show on divine holovid. Not even a confetti emoji or a sarcastic tooltip. Silence. Rude. I waited. Nothing. No trumpet, no sparkle, no skill notification, not even a smug AI voice. "Okay, where's my skill?" I asked, dragging myself upright, swaying like a drunk who had just realized the party had ended hours ago. I just soloed a termite pit with scraps and sheer misery. That's got to be worth something. Shield skill? Sword skill? Doesn't that prove I'm an outstanding, powerful, brilliant? No. The word appeared in a neat little system font. I blinked at it. Wow. Just wow. Thank you for that divine slap. The message faded, but my pride didn't recover nearly as fast. As I sat there grumbling, I scrawled another healing rune across my thigh with a finger. Golden light bloomed and seeped into me, slowly patching up the wound. "Sorry for bothering you," I muttered. "It's just a coping mechanism, talking to myself. Helps drown out the whole magically bound slave situation I don't like." My stomach still throbbed from the gouge. I pressed a hand against the rough, half-healed skin and sighed. "Actually, scratch that," I growled. "I don't dislike this situation. I hate it. With passion. The kind of hate that starts bar fights and writes punk albums. Another rune, another glow, still on cooldown. I could cast it again in a few seconds, but it was never fast enough. And that's when it hit me. That's why." I leapt to my feet, my voice echoing off the tunnel walls. "That's why boss fights were always so freaking unfair." I gestured wildly into the stale cave air like I was giving a TED talk to a very disappointed god. They could spam their skills like toddlers, and I was sitting there rationing stamina and mana. I paused. I need a drink. I rested for a bit, slumped against a cold tunnel wall slick with termite gunk. The glow of my last healing rune had faded, and my pulse had settled somewhere below screaming panic. The worst part? Leveling up did absolutely nothing. No stat increase, no perks, no shiny new toy, just a pity notice. Great, I muttered, hauling myself up. 1 level in, and I already feel like I've peaked. I flexed my fingers, testing my grip on the bent, half-shattered excuse of a shield that was more decoration now than defense. Then I limped forward, grumbling, Karzi like it was a swear word, which, honestly, it kind of was. The tunnel curved upward, the air getting just a little cooler. Wind direction, slope, lack of horrifying chittering. I figured I was heading the right way. Hopefully toward daylight, or something that didn't have mandibles. But just as I rounded the bend, boom. Elves. 3 of them. Shoulder to shoulder like some fantasy boy band, each holding a massive 2-handed sword with the confidence of someone who's never actually swung one in a tight tunnel. Their armor was dented, scraped, and caked with dried bug guts. Hey there, fellow knife ears," I said, holding up my mangled shield like a sad badge of peace. Don't mind me, just heading out to fetch a new armrest before Kazi makes me fight more oversized roaches. They didn't say a word, but the moment I inched a little closer to pass, they lunged at me. Wah-ah! I yelped, throwing myself back, instinct taking over before logic could catch up. One of their blades whooshed past my ribs, carving a neat slice through my tunic. What the hell, guys? I stumbled, shield up. I thought we were doing the United against the slavers thing, not the murder your local matriarch. My shield couldn't take much more, so I wasn't relying on it and threw it at the middle one. Don't tell me she gave you an order to kill everything in this tunnel. I took a step back, and they stopped attacking me, like soulless puppets. With one gulp, I created Icicle, and two wielding it, I prepared for the worst. They did not attack. No way. She probably said, attack everything that moves towards you, right? They didn't answer, not even glanced at me, and with swords ready, walked past me down the tunnel. I stayed glued to the wall as they walked, and then fell to my knees, cursing. Karzi! Karzi!